you swing.
I hope you die in prison as well.
Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Just a humble man who overslept. Hey, sorry about that. I still can't even see. I've still got that morning film over my eyes. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about, right? A little bit of that morning film. So things are a little bit fuzzy. Whew. I think we actually have anything going on today. Let's see. Let's get this thing fired up. Find the old, whatchamacallit. Find the verdict watch. Okay, so there we go. Let's see. We got that pulled up. Let me pull up, let me invite a few more people as we get everything set. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. How you guys doing today? Oh my goodness. We had a big show last night. We had a big show with much liquor last night. I don't know if you saw that, but that's what happened. Hold on, I'm just trying to get everything set here. Oh boy. Oh, perfect. Welcome, my friend.
So I heard you had a long night last night with much liquor.
Much liquor. I was thoroughly tossed, we'll say. Yeah, I remember my alarms going off this morning. I just don't really remember caring about it. So,
well, what do they say? Late and festive? Is that the chat phrase?
Late and Thomas Clairbinger, I think is the way it goes. I don't remember the exact phrase chat uses, but that's one of them. How are you doing today?
Well, I sleep at night, so I'm doing awesome.
Well, that's good.
I spent a couple hours with Joe last night. That was fun.
Yeah, I heard. Yeah.
I know he cuts off his show when your show's starting, but man, it's your show's too late for me. I got to go to bed.
Oh,
your
yeah,
nighttime show.
I know. It's a shame, really. It's unfortunate that you have real people hours in your life.
But happy to be here today. Thank you very much.
Well,
hopefully we'll see some real justice today. That would be nice.
Yeah. So we'll see. I'm not 100% sure exactly where we're going to go. I mean, I have a million super chats that are unanswered still. So I have those to kind of drive conversation if necessary. There's a motion that I was looking at yesterday by the ACLU in New York to recover their costs of the subpoena. Did you talk about this with Joe at all?
No.
Joe is he's a lawyer in New York. Why didn't he talk about this?
Joe's show last night was great fun, but it was completely unserious. He was covering a video of, I guess, two actors. I never heard of these two guys, but two actors apparently on drugs themselves. sharing Amber Heard stories. I guess they'd acted with her in the past, and it was consistent with what we would expect from Amber Heard, of course, the typical lunacy. But no, there wasn't anything substantive.
Okay. Well, we might get into that. We have Danger coming into the stream. What's up, Legal Vices?
Hey,
How's it going?
Oh, decent, man. How are you?
awesome.
I'm good. I figured if I'm gonna fall
Got a new
asleep during the
chair?
stream, I'm gonna have the chair put over here so I can sleep comfortably on stream.
Yeah.
There's
IKEA
no
ka-ching.
Yeah. I
No
actually tried to
way.
find some googly eyes to put on the top of my head, like as you suggested,
great.
but I couldn't find any around the office.
There is no way you're staying awake in that thing. That's a death sentence.
Just moved it over from the adult room over there.
Oh my gosh. So anyway, I was just telling Andrew here that there is a motion pending in New York court for the ACLU to recover their fees from Johnny Depp. Have you looked at this thing at all?
I looked at about half of it. I got through about half of it. I mean, it does. It's $85,000. I mean, big high power lawyers can bill $85,000 very quickly. It doesn't seem completely unreasonable. I just don't know what the premise for it is. Why are they? I didn't get to the part where they say why he owes it to them.
Well, there's a New York statute. There's two New York statutes that they cite, and I'm not 100% sure either of them call for the recouping of fees for that.
I mean, especially if he wins. I mean,
yeah, if he wins, theoretically, I guess it's not that big of a deal because if he wins, he could just have the fees paid out of the judgment. Theoretically, there won't be a.
But isn't this
payment.
all just part of the propaganda campaign? I mean, is this a serious motion, or is it just part of the propaganda campaign? So, because I see stuff being released by both sides all weekend that are, if you saw them in a vacuum and say, oh, the person this is being brought against, they must be a bad person. They must have done something wrong. Yeah, something must be wrong with Johnny Depp if the ACLU is filing a motion for costs against him, right? That's just part of the PR. And Ava, what's that woman's name? Ava Barstow? Is that her name?
Eve Barlow.
Eve Barlow.
Yeah.
Releasing stuff about Johnny's playing in a band. Obviously, he's contemptuous of this entire legal process and Amber Heard's trauma and PTSD. And she can't even leave her room because she's shaking so much from fear of being attacked.
See,
I mean, these are not serious messagings. These are pure propaganda.
But I don't even get the things coming from Eve Barlow because I mean that's the whole idea. Her and her girlfriend Amber Heard are putting out is she doesn't want to be a victim. She's stronger. She's above this. She's a powerful woman. But at the same time, they're saying, oh, she's quivering and quaking and she's freaked out because Johnny Depp's having fun.
She stepped on a bee.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And then I saw another release. This was a pro Johnny Depp one, but my wife brought it to my attention. There's rumors that he's being cast in Beetlejuice 2. Well, are those real rumors, or are they just trying to suggest, hey, look, even Hollywood's coming over to Johnny's side? So that must suggest that he didn't do anything wrong. I mean, this is a propaganda war being waged by both sides.
Yeah,
and of course the jury would have seen none of it because they're
not paying
their admonishments. Yeah,
they got their blindfolds on
jury.
all weekend.
Can you imagine being the jury? I cannot imagine how hard it must have been for them to just, to go home over a 3-day weekend and not see anything. I mean,
talk to
go to the main
members.
breaker box, turn off all the electricity to their house.
They really, they probably don't even have any idea that this trial's going on outside of their own personal knowledge of it. I mean, there's no way they went home and just watched a whole shitload of coverage of it. That would be silly.
Well, I was just saying on my stream a little while ago that before the NFL package made its way to cellular devices and I could watch the Super Bowl on my computer or my phone. I was about 15 years where I would try to go an entire day in Korea and not see the Super Bowl score. I successfully avoided the score once in 15 years.
Yeah, there's no way.
It just takes you clicking on, you open your browser, it defaults to your website, and that's the headline. And you're like, well, right. And there goes that. So there's no way they avoided this.
It's an insane thing. In my opinion, the judge knew the size of this trial, although, I don't know that there's any prejudice from it. Like
no,
I
not
really,
necessarily, right? That would be the judge's question if it came up. Are you prejudiced by this? And said, can you not be fair and impartial? The jurors go, I guess I can.
right. Well, if they're already, for example, if any potential juror is already on the side of Johnny Depp, like if they went into the weekend going, you know what, I'm pretty much on Johnny Depp's side, and then they go and see a bunch of pro Depp coverage, it's not like that's going to change their mind. It might impact their award amount, but in the basic scheme of things,
what are they going to say? Oh no, we heard from Amber Heard's own people that Amber Turd is trending and the whole freaking world is against Johnny Depp. And what do you know? I just kind of confirmed what the defense said. So no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I mean it's a silly thing. The whole thing is silly. But for me, the idea that the judge knew how big of a case this was going to be, and if she didn't, she definitely knew after week 1 how big the case was. She could have easily entered a sequester order for these jurors for jury deliberations. She could have.
Well, then we would have had a verdict on Friday for sure.
Yeah, she should have. She honestly should have sequestered them and then held them over the weekend to give a verdict at some point, either Saturday or Sunday at the latest. And because it would not have gone through Memorial Day, I don't think. Yeah. But yeah, take their phones.
Do you think they may have already reached a decision and today is just going to be hammering out the damages?
Oh, from your lips to God's ear.
I thought I thought that might be a very real possibility. I don't know that it's going to work out that way, but I thought for sure that is certainly possible. That they came to a quick conclusion, and they said, okay, we're on Johnny Depp's side, or we're all on Amber Heard's side, and we just need to figure out damages when we come back on Tuesday. But no one wants to stay here through Memorial Day weekend. Let's go home. Get back.
If you were the jury foreperson, if I were the jury foreperson, I'd say, well, listen, we got to find against Amber. She's obviously a lunatic. In terms of damages, she would owe Johnny. I'd just make it $1 because who can have damaged Amber Heard more than Amber Heard? She's mauled herself professionally and personally in the public eye. There's no way. There's nothing you could do to make her pay more for what she's done. She's completely destroyed her career, exposed herself to the public. There's 2% of believe all women fanatics out there who are on her side. It's ridiculous.
But I think there's some interesting ideas about some what a symbolic verdict could be in sort of the notion of a punitive damage, even though it wouldn't necessarily be punitive damages. But this case presents an interesting opportunity to award, say, $7 million. This symbolic number that's come up over and over with the divorce, and they could say, $7 million is it's not the divorce amount. The divorce amount is either 14 million or like 30 million if you factor in the taxation. But you could say this is the divorce amount. This is the number everyone has seen. It's a number she might feasibly be able to pay at some point in the future. And it's the money that Johnny Depp has already paid her, since we know she didn't pay it out to these organizations.
It's kind of a law school final exam unjust enrichment argument, right? That's the amount to which she benefited, so we're going to take that back.
Right. And it's a message, so to speak, to someone else who might do this, who might win some award based on a false pretense from someone, or extract it and then continue to go on this campaign, badgering and beating them down to their own gain. And so what we want to do is take away the amount. And so for the next person, it might not be $7 million, but it might be $250,000. It might be that house that they took or whatever it is. So maybe there'd be something like that. That's what I could see. I know a lot of our colleagues have suggested that this will be an 8-figure judgment. I don't think there's any way a jury gives 10 million plus to Johnny Depp.
Well, that's kind of one of my two scenarios. I'm either the $1, or I could see using Richard Marx's scale for the amount that he would have made had he been in the next Pirates movie, which would be 20 some odd million. Those are the two scenarios I can see.
Yeah, I
But it's
can
more
see it.
Then it gets complicated because it's not just what he would have been paid up front, right? It would have been whatever his
yeah, the back
residuals
end,
or points are, and that's become speculative. And I mean, that starts, numbers start to give jurors headaches.
Yeah, I can see it going that way. I just don't think it will. I mean, so to be very clear, my legal acumen and intuition is out the fucking window on that one. I just think that, to me, I just think that the jury's going to have trouble with that big of an award because, again, and we've talked about this a couple times, the idea that these are just rich assholes yelling at each other over millions of dollars. Like, if the jury has some couple easy anchor points, to me, it's $1, it's $7 million, and I guess $50 million or 2022 or whatever it was, that one Pirates number that they came up with. Those are all easy ones for them to go, well, we heard this, we know this makes sense. But I don't see 22 or 50 million. I just,
my gut tells me $1, but
yeah, it just seems like so much money. What was pissing me off last night?
Several things from what I saw.
Was really pissing me off last night was thinking about this idea that, and if I was in the jury room, this would, I would be bludgeoning people into Johnny Depp's side after this. Amber Heard ran a First Amendment defense because she should be able to say what she wants, right? Like the free speech defense, while suing Johnny Depp for defamation of someone else's words. Like, the lunacy of the argument with the counterclaim makes me so freaking mad because they acted like, I mean, their First Amendment argument wasn't a nuanced thing about the truth being out there. It was literally it was such a basic bitch First Amendment argument of just, well, the First Amendment says I have free speech, so I could say what I want. And then you're suing for defamation at the same time.
It's like, well, truth, her truth, his truth, that's garbage. Unbreaded.
Yeah, there you go. Unbread all of this stuff. Scrape that breading off. Leave it on the plate. Go keto. But oh man, if I were in the jury room, I would be screaming at any juror who thought that that her case had any water at all. Actually, to me, lawyer or not, that argument would actually make me automatically vote for Johnny Depp to win. Just the argument is so irritating. And I don't think jurors like the arguing in the alternative thing. I really think for Amber Heard's team, they should have gone full on into the First Amendment or free speech defense and not filed the counterclaim. That was the only way that makes sense to me. If you're going to make some principled stance on the Constitution, standing on the faces of the heroes who wrote it, or whatever, you can't have a counterclaim for defamation at the same time.
Well, I think Camille Vasquez did a pretty good job of countering it just with the simple statement, yes, I'm a lawyer, I believe in free speech, but that doesn't give you the free speech to lie.
Yeah. No, I think so too. I think she did a fantastic job. Well, I mean, I thought her closing argument was effectively perfect. Certainly the rebuttal closing argument was perfection.
It's flawless.
I have a video of it up, and someone was like, I didn't think this was that good. I was like, wait, what do you want? What do you want out of the closing argument if not this? To me, so I'm not sure what their overall justification was, but yeah. So anyway, we've got this thing. I'm just waiting for, I'm monitoring a couple different streams, hoping we'll see it. One thing I want to call attention to, this is really important. We have to talk about this. And Legal Vices, you're particularly qualified on this subject.
Oh dear, that's scary.
What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on with these thumbnails? It's
It's Home Alone 4 Korea.
Kevin McAllister grows up and is a lawyer in Korea.
Oh, he's still alive? Wow.
He's still alive.
Wow.
What a machine.
And hey,
What
bonus
a
news
machine.
from my world. I got monetized today.
Oh,
Congrats,
cool.
buddy.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
The grift
man.
is freaking on.
Yes. The grift is strong with this one.
Now I've just got to figure out all the tax implications of being monetized, and that's kind of scaring me a little bit.
I wouldn't worry about it too much.
I think YouTube automatically withholds for you.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking that they mentioned something about if you don't submit this, then they do this. I'm thinking I'll just go with they do this part of it.
Well, so for us Americans, you're not American anymore. You're like some hybrid bastard or whatever.
Oh, I'm still very much American. I get double taxed. Woo!
A man without a country.
Yeah.
No, for creators who are overseas, I should say, YouTube withholds according to the treaty amount for any particular country, or I think they default to 25% if there's not a treaty. But I'm guessing South Korea has a treaty with the U.S. on taxation, and it's whatever it's a public amount. I just don't know what it is. A lot of countries, it's 10%.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to play ignorant until one country's tax people tell me you effed up, and then I'll go, oh, sorry.
Hey, it worked for Wesley Snipes.
Yeah.
Seems like well,
until it didn't.
You better hire, you better send a message quick to Robert Barnes, and get him on your team before the tax people do. Get you.
But yeah, so that was my big news for the day. And I'm like 12 people away from 17,000 subscribers. So I'm kind of having fun today.
Yeah, man. That's
congratulations.
That's what it's all about.
I figured I'd be worrying about these problems a year from now.
No, that's not how YouTube works. You either worry about them never, or you worry about them way earlier.
Well, it's all because of you guys. So,
oh God,
I'll hail the elder gods.
Don't get gay. Don't get gay. I'll throw you out.
Hey, I've been on YouTube since it was called AOL, and I hardly have any subscribers. So,
I do want to make
modem.
I want to make a brief announcement. I was supposed to do an interview with Jesse Lee Peterson today. I had scheduled that interview when I thought the jury was going to be deliberating through the weekend. And so I thought we would certainly have a verdict, either Saturday or Sunday. And that because the way the judge made it sound, she was going to, the judge made it sound like she was going to have them home before Memorial Day, which she ended up doing in the long run. She had them home before Memorial Day, but I thought jury deliberations would be done before Memorial Day, and that was the idea. I will not be having that today. I'm on jury watch. We've rescheduled it to Thursday at 1:50 p.m. So no worries.
Is she going to do the unbreaded read?
Jesse Lee Peterson? I don't know if he's going to.
Yeah.
He might. He'd probably enjoy it. He's hilarious.
You don't think he's going to?
Have you ever watched him?
No.
Oh, he is by far, to me, the funniest interviewer on the entire planet.
Oh.
Yeah.
Who is that?
Jesse Lee Peterson. This guy. Here, hold on 1 second.
Do you love black people?
Okay.
Oh, he's doing it. He's doing the unbreaded read.
He's so great.
Beta.
He usually interviews communists. It's so funny.
All right, add him to the list of people to watch.
Oh yeah. Yeah, what you got to the ones you got to watch are Jesse Lee Peterson interviewing Destiny.
Wow.
If you're familiar with who Destiny is.
Yeah.
Yep. And Hassan.
Like creator Hassan.
Hassanabi. Yeah.
Wow.
Hassan Piker. Those interviews are some of the funniest things I've ever watched. Oh,
Okay.
they're great. They're great.
On the list.
But yeah, so I'll be on his show on Thursday. Hopefully the jury is done by then. I cannot imagine this thing being hotly debated through Thursday, but it is possible, certainly.
I'm guessing 3 p.m. local time today.
I think that's a reasonable amount. They come in, they hammer some stuff out, they go to lunch, they come back, and we'll see.
They realize there's no dinner. They want to go home.
Yeah. But Nate the lawyer asked for a link, and I sent it to him, and he's not here yet. So hopefully he'll pop in at some point. Also, I should say I am on a show tonight at 6:30 p.m. So I'm assuming the jury's going to go home around 4 or 5 again. I don't think they'll be staying long, whatever happens. But I am on a show at I think, is it 6:30? Hold on, let me check. Where are we? All right. Yes. 7 p.m. Central time. So I'll share the link, I guess. This is a friend of mine's podcast. We're going to be talking about homeschooling and public schooling and all of that stuff. So I know some people have wanted me to talk about that. It'll be me, my friend Stu, and then a guy named Eric Rowland, who is an anime voice actor, and still happens to be an actual decent human being at the same time, which is a hard thing to imagine because anime voice actors oftentimes turns out to be trash. So,
especially, never mind.
So here's that link if people are curious for it. And that's the show I'll be on. That will not be on my channel. It'll be on my friend's channel. Or wait, is that a link to the show or is that a link? That's just a link to the podcast. Damn it. He doesn't have the actual show link up yet. That's just a link to his page, but his YouTube page. Anyway, that's where I'll be tonight. So with that, I can hit some of the super chats from today, and then we can maybe talk about that motion that they've got going on in New York. Because I have some problems. I have conceptual problems with an $86,000 bill for production of documents. Like I really do. But the other thing is I have some questions about the actual language of the statutes. And I'm not sure that the statutes actually call for attorney's fees to be included in this. It says reasonable expenses. And then the other one says costs of production. So I'm not sure that language includes attorney's fees inherently.
That sounds like photocopying to me from back in the day.
Yeah. So that was my thing, because that's the overwhelming majority of the costs that they cite to. It's about $85,000 of attorney's fees. And they have these little extortative statements in there. It's like, well, if Johnny Depp had agreed to our compromise document production proposal, he could have paid only $10,000. But since he didn't agree, we had to do this deep dive. Now it's $85,000. Like,
why is Johnny punching himself?
line through 7,000 documents. They have 7,000 documents to get privilege statements redacted. And
yeah,
if he just would have,
they hired a senior associate from another firm and a senior associate of outside counsel making $800 an hour.
Jeez, damn.
Plus a junior associate making over $500 an hour.
I work for the wrong damn firm.
and then two non-lawyers making like $300 an hour. It's insane. But we'll talk about it in a minute.
Getting billed at $300.
Yeah. Getting billed at that much.
Yeah. Well, I changed my tune. I love the ACLU. Anybody want to hire me? Just follow the link wherever it is.
Well, remember they're out. These are outside counsel, so the ACLU would never pay their own lawyers that much. Only their CEO.
They pay in rubles.
I wonder what the CEO of the ACLU makes.
I believe it's measured in shit tons.
Yeah, that's usually public for those organizations. Not all the staff is, but CEO. Anyway, here we go. Let me hit some of these super chats. Macca Jr., Mr. Y. Nick talks over the trial, shouts profanity, has different opinions than me, is rude to people, and body shames. That's why we love him. That's why we love him. Michael Cohen, Nick, fun fact for you in legal vices. The Irish for whiskey is Wiskabatha, or Ishkabatha, whatever, which means water of life. So drink
Yes, it does.
Slancha.
I'm loaded for bear here. I didn't expect to. I was wondering if you were going to send me a link or not. So I've got my liquor cabinet up here. I'm ready for the long haul.
Oh, the CEO of the ACLU. Actually, it's much more modest than I thought. In all honesty, it's $747,883 a year.
Base compensation.
Yeah, that's true. That's way lower than I thought it was going to be.
Well, it's really a fundraising job, right? So
yeah,
I would imagine a large proportion is incentive-based, performance-based on how much money they actually bring in on top of that base.
Yeah. Marta Joy, is it normal that Ben Rottenborn and Elaine don't work at the same law firm? Would someone trust having an unfamiliar second chair? Well, there's some presumptions in your question. We don't know that he's an unfamiliar second chair.
Right.
Oftentimes people will, they'll have their main counsel. And if that person is, say, a solo practitioner, there's no way you're doing a case like this as a solo practitioner without hiring some serious help. You need a law firm with resources and administrative overhead to do this. There's too many documents, too many motions, too many witnesses, all of those things for one person to take on. So,
and lawyers know other lawyers, not in their practice. I mean, we know each other.
Yeah.
So,
and if you go back to Rittenhouse, even you'll see Mark Richards and Michael Sharafsi or Sharafisi. I don't remember how to pronounce his name correctly. Whichever one is the right one. They had separate firms. But they worked cases together because they used to work together a long time ago. So, they had a professional relationship, but they have their own practices. And then they came together for this massive case that they both had to do. So that's not uncommon.
No, same with the George Zimmerman trial. Mark O'Mara and Don West were not working at the same firm.
Yeah.
If we go all the way back to OJ, none of the Dream Team ever worked with each other.
Could any of them actually work under the other one?
Mm-mm.
Like that's,
yeah. Well, I like the fact that Jerry Spence said, if I can't control the situation, if I'm not head, I'm not having anything to do with it. And then he goes over to CNN and does commentary.
Royce Amatique says, "Hey, Ricade, I'm a big fan. Been following you since the Salem witch trials. Hasn't Camille?" Those were good times back then. Hasn't Camille come a long way since she was a paralegal for Harvey Specter? I'm so proud of her. Wait, yeah, she has.
Clarence Darrow personally.
Steve Investor, I like to go to battered women's shelters and practice shadow boxing. Stop it.
Stop dude.
Was good, says Amber Turd. Also says, Nicholas, you're always late. That's L vibes and deserves to be ratioed. # Team Turd. He also says, Call of Duty causes shooting in USA to happen. Facts. I went on an NRA rant yesterday. I hate the NRA. I hate them. So I hate Wayne LaPierre the most, but I hate the NRA in general.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
I'll have to go. I have to go back and watch that part of it. I agree with the former statement. I'm not sure about the latter statement.
Last time I saw Wayne LaPierre in person, he was drunk, falling over furniture at an NRA banquet.
Well, don't humanize him like that for me.
That sounds like a lot of people this last saw me for the last time too.
He had a great suit on though. He had a great suit.
I bet he did. No, I just like he's the guy who made this very principled and stand-up argument about how the gun was an object and it was not responsible for the actions taken by the shooter. However, video games were. and I wanted to stab him right in his face. And so instead, I went and played a video game and stabbed someone in the face, and I called it Wayne over and over. But no, I just like if you're going to throw something else under the bus after making the argument that the gun isn't responsible, which I agree with that argument. The gun doesn't pick itself up and shoot it, but a video game didn't pick up a gun and shoot anybody either. Neither did TV, neither did a book. None of these
Dungeons and
things.
Dragons back in the day.
Yeah. So that soured me quite a bit. And then seeing them capitulate and mitigate stances in various areas really annoyed the shit out of me. I think there's better play. The Second Amendment Foundation, being a place that actually guards the Second Amendment more than guarding the NRA those are places I prefer.
Andrew, counterpoint.
No, I'm life members of both of those organizations. So, though in fairness, I became a life member of the NRA like in 1990 something. So it was a slightly different organization back in the day. If I had to choose between the two, it would be Second Amendment Foundation. Yeah.
And again, that's how big organizations work, right? They change over time, and their changes can be dramatic. I'm not personally a fan of them. Also, when they're there's that thing that happened a couple years ago where they had like I'm trying to think what it was. It was their bankruptcy or whatever, and they had some stuff leak out, and like the amount they were paying this one law firm in Dallas. I mean, it was insane how much they were paying. It was $1,200 an hour for the counsel, and he was billing like, I don't know, like dozens of hours a day. It was crazy how that was going on. That was something to see. There were a lot of questions about those fees, if I remember right. I don't remember how they shook out though.
I mean, they've never been the most Second Amendment principled organization ever. But the recent years of apparently incestuous insider grifting on a massive scale and the utter lack of transparency of the organization is hard to get past.
Yep. Patrick Wolbaum, speaking as a Canadian, please invade us. We have oil. Loving what you're doing, bud. Also, since I know everyone needs to hear it, paint your minis, but first wash them with warm, soapy water. Lurkmore 101, 11,000 poor souls watching dead air and crying out in pain. You shyster lawyer. Also, I simp for Stephanie Kalnin. Who the hell is Stephanie Kalnin? Oh, that's the really young looking attorney on Johnny Depp's team.
Oh yeah,
the blonde.
Yep.
The one, the blonde with the straight hair, not the frizzy haired one.
The
frizzy haired one. She's a partner. So, and so's the other one. So okay, she's got the long straight blonde hair.
Oh, the frizzy haired lady's a partner.
Yeah,
she seems so young too.
Yeah, her and the one that's physically larger than the other one. She's her. Yeah, the other one.
More body shaming.
Oh,
no,
shit.
No, never. Not for me. Not for me. Yeah, I'm the last person to body shame anybody on planet Earth. So.
I'm the first person. I'm the first person to, and the last person. Because when I get done body shaming them, I go to the back of the line and do it again. So that's Stephanie Kalnin. Meg says, starting off Pride Month appropriately, I see. Good morning, Nick, wherever you are. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you've ruined this. I was 30 seconds late from my stream for the first time today. And I just get these Nick, boomer, late, Nick. Thanks for that.
Dude, I was blissfully unconscious.
I am surprised you are here right now. and I left midstream last night.
I got toasted by the end. Literally from
just
toast.
Give me a couple hours, I'll be there.
Yeah, it was. I have faith in you. You can do it.
This is a Coke and Jack. There's more Jack than Coke in this at the moment. So yeah.
Tom Grawl says, "Good morning. Don't worry about the owl." Oh no, I stopped that. I will I am fully worried about it. I just have gotten my weekend went to literal shit. It picked up at the end, but it was not the best weekend for Big Papa Rackets here. So I will get you. He says, just wanted to let you know I am not as dumb as I type, being dyslexic and all, but I am a fat ass that needs encouragement to lose weight. Thanks for all you do, you Shaster lawyer. Well, Tom, the only encouragement you should need is how much your knees hurt when you get up to go grab another piece of food out of the fridge, you fat motherfucker. Stop it. Stop eating. Try that first.
Yeah.
And then
you're not hungry. You're bored. Go take a walk.
My knees don't hurt yet, so I'm good.
There you go. No, dude, I was walking down the stairs the other day and I thought I popped my my LCL. I was just like, what the hell is this? The outside of my knee just it just was fire. And I was like, what is going on? Because I remember I tore my medial meniscus a while back doing the very difficult and dangerous activity of being in my kitchen and stepping. So I thought something like that had happened because, it didn't hurt. There was no like instant pain, but it hurt like hell. Just walk. And then it went away. I don't know.
Welcome to being
they
old,
heal.
Nick.
I've done it many times, my meniscus. And I can't wrap. I can't run unless I wrap those patella bands around my knees or I tear my meniscus. But it hurts like hell, especially going up and down stairs, that kind of thing. And then after a few weeks, it heals, and you learn not to do that again. But I wrenched my neck once, just toweling my hair dry, and there's not that much hair, man. And it was like a week before I could look over my shoulder again.
It's when you sneeze and you pull a muscle and can't breathe for about 10 minutes. Just welcome to being old, Nick.
I noticed you heavily walked back a statement right there, Andrew. So you said, I can't rap. And then you undid that statement and said, well, I can't run.
Oh, so
without wrapping up my knees. So
also can't rap.
Oh, come on. We know it can. We know it can happen.
We need the Andrew Kurt rap off.
Law self-defense gang sign. What would that look like?
The LD on the DL.
Yeah.
11 Bravo Crunchy says, may you grow a pimple on your nose for every minute that you're late, and may said pimple look like Ethan Ralph's face. Well, I mean, my nose is actually quite small. It's just full of pimples. Engineer, Nick was toasting a few to defenseless Canucks last night. Did you guys hear about the chicken war?
No, I did not hear about.
Does this involve Tim Pool? Because he's got an army.
No, maybe he unleashed it on Hawaii. I'm not sure, but Hawaii is losing.
I did hear about Hawaii.
They're losing the war on chickens. Feral chickens overrunning the islands in Hawaii.
Fry those mother effers. Come on, you're not.
How do you lose? Again, I said last night, give me a 7-iron in 10 minutes. I'll kill 1 million chickens. What are you gonna do? How do you lose? They just keep coming. I've seen the Pacific Islanders hit the buffet in my hometown. I know they can do some damage to chickens.
They need to bring in Amber Heard in her Colonel Sanders outfit.
Dude, Pacific Islanders, speaking of that, went to, for Lady Rackets and I's 10-year anniversary, I think it was, we went to Tahiti, the island of Moorea. And that's when I learned
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it is. That's where I learned about the true power of socialistic economies. Because it's like full on French socialism in Moorea. They have a social security net that pays about the same as any job you can get on the island. There's no economy to speak for other than hospitality. And we were on a tour and I'm like, how do people live if their unemployment rate's like 33%? I was like, how do people live? And they're like, well, look around. There's chickens everywhere. You just grab them. You just grab any chicken
everywhere.
Yeah. Chickens, I think goats, and there's fruit on all the trees, and there's fish. You can just go out in the ocean and fish, or you grab a chicken and eat it, or you grab a goat and eat that, or you just grab a bunch of fucking fruit off the trees. And it's like,
that sounds so idyllic.
It sounds great, except there's literally nothing on that island except for hotels built by Western countries, right? Like that's it.
So
Hawaii,
it's kind of like the Las Vegas Strip and then one block off of Las Vegas Strip.
yeah. Yeah, except the strip goes around where all the water is, But like Hawaii has
Guam.
stuff.
Yeah. Okay.
Hawaii has a bunch of stuff. There's businesses, there's everything, there's restaurants. There's like not on Moorea. Papete has, like a commercial district that's more normal. But on that little island, there is just nothing. It's all poor. There's not like the $10 million mansions all over the place. It's very depressing in a way, but it's also great because it's quiet and there's no children at all. So I look to go back sometime soon. It was by far the most expensive vacation I ever took, and I would do it again in a heartbeat. Miku Huntu says, Ricada Biden, wake up. Ricada Biden, wake up. Gremlins Rage. Nick late to stream. So Britain. Abyssal Structures. Here's 30 Aussie dollarinos. I've been absolutely loving the coverage. I finished a new techno track called False Accusations today, inspired by this case. Yes, it's on my channel. So that's it, guys. You can check out Abyssal Structures and listen to False Accusations. With that, just so people know, I do have the courthouse pulled up here. There's nothing happening on it at the moment. There's some bros walking in and some trucks and stuff driving by, but nothing specific going on. Wow. Let's pull up that motion if you guys are cool with that, and we can take a look at it.
I'm the squire, so whatever you say, sir.
Oh God. Okay. Yeah, help me out, because maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe they are entitled to this money. I mean, I think there's a basic idea that they're entitled to some level of compensation. That is a rule. They're entitled to some level of defraying of costs. It's a command in the statute. It says shall. But here we go. So the American Civil Liberties Union submit the memorandum in support of their motion for production expenses of $86,253.26, which were incurred in complying with 3 non-party subpoenas. Deuces Tech'em. So I'm not going to go. Well, here we go. First, Mr. Depp served broad document requests that resulted in a review of over 7,500 documents and a production of nearly 2,000. They produced 3 witnesses, including its executive director, for over 16 hours of depositions, which I don't think those are actually, I'm not quite sure where the production cost of that is on that one. Because there is a...
well, he's not a billable hour guy. He gets a salary.
Yeah, I'm trying to find, I just have to find it real quick. I've got their, is this it? Yeah. Here's their exhibit. So this is the summary of expenses. Their senior associate, again, 40 hours at 800 bucks an hour.
Lord.
Oh, like, 30, what are you doing, man? You're the manager and you're only making $25 an hour more.
Yeah, this is kind of,
why take all that headache on?
Yeah. And then the junior associate, 78 hours, but still $500 an hour junior associate. These are associates. What are the partners of that firm making?
Man, I'm expletive me, man.
Hey, and we've got 39,315, of course. Here's the support manager and the support analyst. I assume these people are not lawyers, but maybe they could be, I guess. But yeah, so $336 an hour and $295 an hour. So
yeah, I mean, there's lawyers working at Starbucks. They can definitely be a litigation analyst.
But here's their expenses. We have stuff like reviewing documents, preparing for production, call with S. Teplin regarding the same, 5 hours. Prepare document collection for attorney review at the request of M. Schwartz, hour and 30 minutes. Manage and update document collection for attorney review at the request of M. Schwartz twice, 2 hours, 10 minutes, and then another half an hour.
May the Schwartz be with you.
Not 2 hours, 10 minutes. Sorry. 2 hours and 6 minutes, I guess.
Right.
reviewing and finalizing documents for production, reviewing potential document production, reviewing and preparing documents for production, manage and update document collection for attorney review at the request of Schwartz, reviewing and preparing documents. There's a lot of those reviewing and preparing documents, just sort of nebulous amounts hitting in. This 3/10 of an hour, guys. This is 18 minutes that they spent reviewing and preparing documents. It's actually 13 minutes, to be clear. That's what this is. Because
do we know
once
if
you hit
they're
that
billing on
17
tenth of an hour, like 0.1 hours or 0.2 hours? What's their
Point-
base?
0.1,
I guess
it
it's
looks
0.1.
like.
Yeah, it looks like
Yeah. So every 6 minutes, ting, 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 that amount kicks off.
Yeah, I
But
bill
I mean,
on a
this is-
0.2 hour scale, and I feel guilty about that sometimes.
This is just, it's just a bunch of document review over and over and over again for all of this stuff. Document review, document review, document review, document review. These aren't specific fees in any way. We don't know what documents are being reviewed, how many. And I don't think they bill for the, there's a preparing the privilege log. That's a new thing.
That's a crappy thing to do.
The one thing that they left off was preparing this chart. Preparing this chart 1.7 hours.
15 toner cartridges.
Mike Schwartz in the chat with the $10 super chat says, I did not review those documents. But the reason I bring this up without going through everything, and I mean, Johnny Depp's team would go after, if they're awarded some amount based on the reasonable hours calculation, they'd be going after this summary heavily. They'd be saying that there's duplicative work. There's not specific work. We don't know what reviewing documents even means. Document review in response to Depp subpoena. Like, what the hell does that actually mean when you really get down to it? Is it a reasonable amount of time to be worked? But
and much
they'd
of
have
this
to go
work
after
would
that.
not be stuff. I mean, it's not in Depp's interest to have documents reviewed. Just give them the documents. They'll review it and they'll review it themselves. If you want to filter out information you don't want them to have, that's on you.
And this one really bothers me. Document review of documents responsive to the Depp subpoena for privilege. What privilege?
Well, that's why you have to redact the privilege. Are there any like attorney-client privilege things in there? Is there any like work product privilege? And you have to review it line by line to say that.
Their client is not Amber Heard. So what privilege would there be in a discussion with Amber Heard about creating an op-ed for the Washington Post? That's what bothers me about this. The only thing I could think of there would be some privileged communications with their own lawyers, I guess, but their lawyers were reviewing Amber Heard's statements, not the ACLU's statements. So where's the privilege there? She didn't hire the ACLU.
Yeah, it's not a serious motion. They're just on Team Heard, right? So it looks like things are going poorly for Team Heard. This is their little bitch slap back at Johnny Depp. That's all.
Yep. But so they include the 3 witnesses in their onerous production, but they didn't bill for the 3 witnesses because they knew they would get hammered on that. You don't get to do that. Along the way, Mr. Depp rejected numerous compromises to minimize the burden and expense.
These statements annoy me to no end.
Yeah. Well, if they would have just taken what we wanted to give them rather than what they were actually after, things would have been fine. ACLU non-parties have now given Mr. Depp all the discovery he sought. They cannot get back the significant time they spent responding to Mr. Depp's subpoenas and the disruption to their work. They're entitled under the CPLR to be reimbursed for their reasonable production expenses. Okay, so that is from this statute here.
Oh, look at you. You're like set.
This is 3122, objection to disclosure, inspection, or examination and compliance. So it's this particular spot. So unless the subpoena ducis tecum directs the production of original documents for inspection and copying at the place where such items are usually maintained, it shall be sufficient for the custodian or other qualified person to deliver complete and accurate copies of the items to be produced. And then it says the reasonable production expenses of a non-party witness shall be defrayed by the party seeking discovery.
Okay.
Defrayed.
Yeah. I wonder what that means. Full.
That could be almost
full?
anything, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
technically $50, right? Here you go. That's less than what that's the compensation I determined that you're worth. But that's the rule is defrayed. The other rule is let's see, CPLR 3111. So this is the other rule they rely on.
And defray to bear or pay all or part of a cost.
Right. So this other one is production of things at the examination. Production of things at the examination. The notice or subpoena may require the production of books, papers, and other things in the possession, custody, or control of the person to be examined, to be marked as exhibits and used on the examination. The reasonable production expenses of a non-party witness shall be defrayed by the party seeking discovery. So the same language. I tried looking these up on Westlaw to see if there was any guidance on what fees or expenses were in them, and I did not find anything. But I think I only looked at one of them. Real quick, let me check the other. Westlaw. Because to me, again, the idea that they would have to pay $85,000 in fees just bothers me. Let's see.
I mean, is it just because of the amount, or is it just the principle of it?
The principle of what they're having to pay. It just doesn't seem like, it just does not seem to me to be a reasonable amount of money. I mean, maybe it is, but it seems like a punitive thing. And I guess it rubs me especially wrong with the idea that the ACLU was complicit in and an accomplice to the defamation, right? Like, this is why they're called in as a witness, is because they assisted in the production of the defamation.
Well, I think I got to page 4 before I got the notice I'd been monetized and had to stop that, and then I had to figure out what to do on my channel. But I thought it seemed reasonable and like, okay, whatever, until you just showed the billing rates. I mean, that is ridiculous to me.
So let me see. I'm checking Westlaw right now, and I'm trying to find if they have anything with the fees. Okay, I must have checked this one because this looks normal. So 3111 does not. Was it 30? Shit. What was the other one? I have it pulled up. Hold on. Sorry.
No, I mean, if a junior associate is making more than I am after 26 years, well, screw that. Seriously. Screw that.
Let's see. 31. Okay, 3122.
Now I'm just pissed.
Without
Screw the ACLU more than I said screw them before. God dang it.
Yeah, let's see. I just want some sort of guidance on the reasonable fee. That's all I want. What that reasonable fee is allowed to include. And I'm not seeing it on I'm checking Westlaw.
Well, it certainly shouldn't include the CEO's time, because he's at least an annual salary guy, and it doesn't matter if he's doing this or something else. He's on the clock. I mean, it's not an hourly fee basis thing.
Here we go. This is interesting. Objectors in trust and probate accounting proceedings were responsible for defraying $40,000 of non-party real estate consultants' attorneys' fees incurred in responding to objectors' subpoenas. Out of a total of $92,076, consultants sought under the rule governing defraying of reasonable production costs. Objectors failed to show why information sought from consultants could not be adequately gleaned from records of trustees and executor in underlying accounting proceedings. And objectors failed to reach agreement to limit the scope of subpoenas, but costs of review of documents for privilege and relevancy were to be borne by the producing party. And consultants failed to provide objectors with advance notice that they would seek a reimbursement of legal fees.
That's interesting.
So here, that's costs of review of documents for privilege and relevancy. I mean, that's all of it, right? Like,
seems that way. Yeah, that's interesting.
So there's a decision on point on that one.
Well, we don't know if they put Team Depp on notice that they were going to charge these if they insisted on it.
I would assume that they did.
Yeah.
But that's only one part of it, right? So it said, and consultants failed to provide objectors with advance notice they would seek reimbursement of legal fees. I didn't read the full case. It's matter of Kagan. This is a 2019 case, and it's a trust case. But I find it very interesting that it specifically says that the costs of review of document privilege and relevancy were to be borne by producing party. Because that makes sense, right? Like Andrew said, just give me the documents. Yeah. If you want to inspect them and say, well, we're going to contest the production of these documents based on our legal opinion. Well, that's you generating the legal opinion. The other person doesn't have any interest in your legal opinion that prevents them from getting documents that they request. So anyway, production expenses here include the amounts billed by outside counsel's attorneys to review documents and prepare a privilege log. So that's all. The amounts billed by outside counsel's technical staff to organize documents and prepare them for production. See, this is probably, in my opinion, this is more reasonable, right? Like the idea that there are people who have to physically get these things ready and put them into some sort of discovery format, on a thumb drive or whatever, collate the documents and put them out, and modest data hosting fees. New York law, this is about $1,000, and that seems fine too to me. Any of the material or physical costs make sense. New York law recognizes each of these categories as recoverable production expenses, and you'll notice what's missing from that sentence. There's no citation, just so everybody is, for the chat, that's what's missing from that sentence is a citation to New York law that has that comment somewhere. Mr. Depp is known from the outset that ACLU intended to seek reimbursement for their production expenses. Yeah. Okay, yep. All right. And the expenses incurred are a direct consequence of his broad document requests, which cover a lengthy time period. Call for documents maintained in disparate departments at the ACLU, require an extensive privilege review by seeking all communications about the underlying litigation itself. For these reasons, the court should direct him to pay. So that's the idea. But yeah, I still think all of that review of the documents is a problem personally.
Well, I again, when I was looking at this morning and kind of listening to other comments earlier in the day, it kind of seemed reasonable. It's like, yeah, especially like English lawyers that we deal with. I mean, they bill like ridiculous amounts, but then like seeing the billing rates they're applying and the things they're applying it for. Yeah, now I'm definitely in the this is inflated camp.
Yeah, it's inflated like testicles pumped full of saline.
Not what I would have said, but yeah, not inaccurate.
It's a thing. It's a thing people do, apparently. Look, I'm not saying anything about it.
Yeah.
See, maybe put up a banner on your stream saying jury is deliberating. People keep asking. Oh, okay. I could do that. Here we go.
Well, if you haven't figured that out by now, come on, guys. Jump in.
There we go. Save. Wait, no, I got shoot. Punctuation helps. There we go. Save. And there. Hashtag muffins from Mrs. Bronca. Jury is deliberating. So now people know.
There we go.
Now people know. But yeah, I have the courthouse stream up, it will be when it happens, we'll know. I might actually pull up another stream or two just in case.
Just in case one's lying to you.
You never know, man. The one thing I don't want is to hear any of their fucking inane commentary. Like Law and Crime.
Yeah, there is a bit of that going around these days.
Let's see, filters. Let me see. Live. Okay, so there's that one. That's the one I have open. Oh,
Did y'all see the picture of Chew wearing like Bermuda shorts and a Hollywood Vampires t-shirt? That was pretty cool.
no, I did not.
So someone on Twitter was like circling. He's like in an elevator with some files under his arm. He's got a Hollywood Vampire shirt and some Bermuda shorts on, looking totally unchew.
Gosh, you know what? So Law and Crime is doing some commentary that I'm not listening to, but it just reminded me for a second, I'll pull it up, of how terrible, this isn't Amber Heard, obviously, how terrible Amber Heard looks on the stand.
It is on the Netflix movie version of it.
Here, yeah. you bastard. Okay. But look at it was just a reminder, like of how
My K stepped on a bee.
And mind you, her very own acting coach said that she has problems fake crying.
You know, I didn't even do this, but that just reminded me. Someone on my stream back when she was testifying live said, they said, look at Amber Heard, watch her testimony with the sound off. And I hadn't done it until just now. And then I went, oh man, now I get it. Now I get it. That she didn't look convincing at all to me. It's just terrible. Okay. Anyway, I also learned from, I saw Top Gun, or I saw Maverick yesterday.
No spoilers. Tell me what you think. No
spoilers.
Spoilers. Because it doesn't start here in Korea till the 22nd for some freaking reason.
Whoa. That's
yeah. Well, but speaking of trying to avoid things online, for God's sake.
Yeah. No spoilers, except that I learned that Tom Cruise cries better than Amber Heard. I think there's some actual tears in there. He mustered them up. Good job, Tom Cruise. I'm very proud of him. No, the without spoilers, the movie's just awesome. I have time.
I've only been waiting for 2 years for it.
To answer your question, yay, Legal Vices. Yay, it's just fine. Yeah. So if you want to do that, I would, except I'm not outside. Let's see. Okay, here we go. What was I doing? Where'd my brain go? Oh, Stuff and Stuff says, good morning, Pope of LawTube. Good to be back in the fold. Hey, good to have you back. I really should get my papal mitre.
Yeah,
I have one. Ethan Flash, Nick Ricada, I am not breaded. I stream all night, then I'm late for the day streams. Ethan Flash, well, I got news for you. That means you're breaded.
I was supposed Ethan made some comment on my stream. They're supposed to ask about something about a fig. He said, I don't think I'm a fig, but he says I'm a fig. I was supposed to ask about that.
He called you a fig?
Yeah, I was supposed to ask you or Legal Mindset about that.
Well, I mean, how do I put this into words?
First of all, is it a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, fig, just replace the middle letter.
That's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought. Screw you, Ethan.
That's the answer.
That's what I thought. Moving right on.
The Dragon's Treasure says, this may be the last day to use code Amber Poops in Beds. Pick some loose leaf tea at the Dragon's Treasure now. If not, you're gay. You should. dragonstreasure.com. Great tea. Great tea.
Well, I need to get into it because you mentioned that before, and that's like, I mean, if Koreans are into anything, they're into tea, and that's one thing I really need to get into. I've got some great Russian teas and things I'm looking to expand.
Well, he's got tons of different blends. Many of them are anime themed.
Anime themed blend tea. That's pretty cool.
Well, they're like the names that he gave them, right? Like they might be named after a particular character's move or something. Look, I'm not saying the guy's stable, but he makes good tea. How's that?
Tentacle tea? Do we have tentacle tea?
I'm guessing there is. I think Dragon's Treasure, if you're in here and you're not just grifting somewhere else, did you ever make that whiskey tea? I think you sent me some, but do you sell it? There's like a whiskey tea that he has. I don't know how that works, but it's something.
Take my money.
Robert says, here's $20, Nick. Drink you a prairie oyster. Would be awesome to watch you drink one on cam if you've never had one. That sounds like a raw egg.
If that's like anything like Rocky Mountain oysters, don't do it.
Prairie oyster. I could type. Beverage.
Rocky Mountain oysters. Andrew lives in Rocky Mountain oyster territory too. So
they have a lot of that here.
Okay, so it's a traditional beverage consisting of a raw egg, often yolk alone, Worcestershire sauce, vinegar and or hot sauce, table salt, and ground pepper. Tomato juice is sometimes added.
Okay, you're safe. Rocky Mountain oysters are buffalo testicles, deep fried. So yeah.
Oh no, yeah, I know that much. Look at this. This is an appetizing and handsome drink. I'm gonna say. Wait, where?
I don't like clams, but I like them in drinks.
Here we go. Let's pull this up. Look at this. This is what you need in the morning, guys. Right there. That's your drink. Doesn't that look delicious?
Put it in a frying pan and I'll say, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to eat. I don't want to drink that at all. Actually, that seems terrible to me.
Looks like I had an encounter with a Maker's Mark bottle.
Oh, God. Robin Kellum. Nick, I just watched a video on how much money you made in 1 week. There's a video on that? You need to add Dave Chappelle's little saying he had at the end of each episode. I thought it was hysterical. I'm rich, bitch, at the end of your videos. I am very rich, but I am rich in family and all that stuff.
Blessings for that. God bless families.
I make a very, very good living. It's very public. You can find all of the numbers you want pretty much on Playboard and Social Blade if you want to look into it. But I want to know what this video is. Nick Rekieta income.
Forward you to the IRS.com.
Well, my comments have already been made on tape about what I'm going to do, so why not join the crowd?
I can't. I'm not finding it. I want to know. Oh, this is how much LawTube makes in super chats 3 hours ago. Okay. Should we watch it? I don't know.
I better be added to that list because I was monetized 4.5 hours ago.
Yeah. I mean, this would be an interesting video. That's for sure.
Well, seeing as how we all have so many pressing social engagements and so little time right now.
Okay, here we go. Noir777 says, "Hey, Rackets, you should watch the Meat Canyon video on the trial. It accurately depicts the trial and how a lot of people have been acting."
That's the
Meat
greatest
Canyon?
name ever. That's the greatest name ever.
Why is Meat Canyon a thing?
It's a good band name, almost as good as Johnny Depp's new band, Mackerel Flaps.
Okay, so I want to see something here. I'm going to do something that I don't recommend anybody do ever. I want to check out Law and Crime. They have a legal analyst on. I'm going to back it up to where she starts talking. I'm curious what she has to say, and then I want to see I want a commentary on their commentary. So just so we're clear, Law and Crime, what I'm about to do to you is called fair use. As soon as we get
let's take bets on what her voice sounds like.
No, let's not. I'm gonna guess mousy. I don't know. That's my thought.
I'm gonna guess it's a little bit abrasive, maybe a little vocal fry going in there too.
Oh God. Let me see. Let me turn up the volume on here though, just in case.
Pump up the volume. Great movie.
I don't think we'll have to do. Here we go. So I want to see what's going on here.
Right, Dr. Pearson?
Oh my God. Sorry.
Because you heard from Camille Vasquez earlier today in her closing argument from last week, said if you believe Amber Heard, then you have to believe that everybody else who took the stand and testified in Johnny Depp's case was not telling the truth and was a liar and was willing to protect Johnny Depp at all costs. Do you see it as simple as that? I mean, yes. What's your take? Because again, when you look at the testimony of Johnny Depp's witnesses, they were favorable to him, and clearly for a reason.
Yes, Johnny Depp's witnesses were favorable to him, and clearly for the reason of they freaking called them because they would be favorable to them. Like,
I mean, Amber Heard's witnesses were favorable to him.
I mean, like, if you think about it, if they called up, if he was like, "Hey, Marilyn Manson, how you doing, my friend? I want to call you to the stand in my trial." And he's like, "Yeah, remember that time you punched Amber Heard in the mouth and we laughed at her?" He's not going to call Marilyn Manson if that's the case. Like, that's not going to happen. Amber Heard would call him. Not that did happen, but God, what a silly comment. Okay, but anyway, so gentlemen, what do you think? Let's answer his question.
You can't get this kind of in-depth legal analysis just anywhere.
Yeah.
But so his question was, Camille Vasquez put it down to, you believe everything she said or you believe nothing of what she said. Is it that simple? I throw it to the panel. I throw it humbly.
Actually, his question was somewhat different, right? It was either you believe his witnesses or you believe her.
Was it? Hold on. Let's go back.
I think so.
Backing in the testimony as well.
Well, that's the question, right, Dr. Pearson? Because you heard from Camille Vasquez earlier today in her closing argument from last week, said if you believe Amber Heard, then you have to believe that everybody else who took the stand and testified in Johnny Depp's case was not telling the truth and was a liar and was willing to protect Johnny Depp at all costs. Do you see it as simple as that?
How did he complicate and get Camille Vasquez's point from closing argument wrong? That's not what Camille said. She did not say you have to either believe everything Amber said or everything all of the witnesses for Johnny Depp said. She said you have to believe all of Amber's story or none of Amber's story. You can't take, and this was defraying the, now I'm using defraying the sentences. Fucking ACLU. This is defraying or deflecting the idea that you had to, or that you could find one instance of abuse and that would make Amber correct, which is a silly notion to me. But okay, so with that premise, let's ignore his question. Let's ask the better question. Is Camille Vasquez correct? The real Camille Vasquez statement, is that correct? Believe it all or believe none?
Andrew? Yeah, it's compelling.
I think it goes back to the basic thing that all lawyers say. If she's lying about one thing, then she has to be lying about everything.
Yeah, and I think at a basic level, if someone is willing to, the question you have to ask is if Amber Heard lied about 9 out of 10 things, but told the truth on the one, you're supposed to find for the one. But if she lied about 9 out of 10, then she lied about 10 out of 10. I mean, that to me is a pretty simple premise.
And it's the gross escalation of the of the narrative, right? It's not like there's 10 things that are largely interchangeable and maybe one of them's ambiguous or not quite true. She went from, he's yelling and slamming cabinets to he's putting bourbon bottles up my vagina.
Yeah.
To the point where I thought the bottle broke, but I didn't need any medical attention.
Even more than the escalation of the incidents, it's the increase in the number of incidents. It's a twofold falsehood.
I mean, we've all met that guy, right, at parties who brags about all the crazy stuff, skydiving into shark-infested oceans kind of nonsense. And you're like,
with the Navy
if you look
SEALs.
at him like, I'm not sure I buy that one. He just comes back with an even crazier story. Now he did it off the space shuttle. It keeps getting bigger and bigger.
And he shot bin Laden.
Okay, I want to see there. Dr. Pearson here is up in the top right corner. She's about to talk. She is a legal analyst. She's a doctor. I don't know what her doctor is, what her
legal analysis doctor.
And she cuts her own hair. So that's good.
I mean,
God damn it.
Because again, when you look at the testimony of Johnny Depp's witnesses, they were favorable to him, and clearly for a reason.
I agree that you need to look at the totality of the evidence.
That's the voice I thought it would be.
Not just looking at what people said, but we're also looking at documents. And there's a couple documents that are telling to me. One is the document of the letter from Amber Heard's divorce attorney asking for a whole lot of financial support for her friends.
Okay.
And then immediately after that, after the deadline and that letter passes, she goes in for a domestic violence restraining order.
Well, I mean, to Amber Heard's credit, a deadline in a demand letter is a deadline in a demand letter. And immediately when the deadline is over, you should then take the next step of action. That's the purpose of a demand letter.
First of all, I called the vocal fry and the annoying whine on that is exactly what I envisioned in my head.
She looks, that's a murder face right there.
Continue, please.
I'm not feeling safe. Okay.
You don't want this woman doing your parole board review.
And the phone call is coming
That's
from
not going
inside
well.
your house.
Okay. I want to see where she goes with this though.
Ex parte. So I think to me, you have to look at all of the evidence. You can't just be looking at what people are saying. But I do think that that listening to the testimony, that you start to see things line.
What was telling about? Okay, so this is that hollow corporate legal analysis. What did she just chat? What did she just say? What did she just say? I'm not even drinking yet, and I don't think I'm still drunk from last night.
Not
she
a goddamn thing.
She didn't say anything about what those two things meant to her. Well, we have to look at the letter, and then we have to look at the fact that when the deadline expired, she went and got the ex parte order. Well, okay, what are we looking at? What did that tell me? Oh God,
You're looking at all the evidence. You have to look at all the evidence.
Yeah, these are just truisms. Well, you have to look at the evidence.
These are the things you can say from this is what corporations have to do, right? Because they can't make anybody angry. So they just throw a bunch of ingredients on the table, and then you make of that what you will.
This is like the literal definition of word salad, just throwing shit out there into the ether. And
maybe she'll circle back to that.
Yeah, let's see.
Not.
Let's see.
Probably not. I wouldn't hold my breath on that.
I'm not holding my. Well, I'll hold my breath. Hold on.
Yeah.
Line up for Johnny Depp. And you see those threads starting to be pulled together. We saw Isaac initially, and so we placed him where he was, and then
I hate vocal fry.
Now, over time, who was the one that was making those phone calls to Johnny? It was Amber. Amber was the one that was persisting. Who was the one that was preventing him from leaving the room and to get away from Amber? It was Amber that was persisting. It wasn't Johnny that was persisting.
Still,
so I think that you have to sort of see these threads and how they line up over time.
So how did they line up over time?
What does that have to? What does any of that have to do with the question you were asked?
Talk about the phone call. So we just heard Isaac Baruch's take on it. Here's Amber Heard describing the same phone call. Let's see if it lines up with what we just heard.
In January.
Oh God, I don't know.
So I guess this is why Law and Crime doesn't have me on as a guest anymore, because when they had me on, I'd actually talk about
you were
the law.
On Law and Crime?
Yeah, and they've had me on a couple times.
Oh, dude.
But when I'm on, I talk about the actual law, and they're not interested in that. They want this kind of gobbledygook stuff.
But
man,
it was. That was completely useless commentary. It wasn't objection non-responsive. What
incomprehensible.
What did she answer about the question of involved there of what
deliberations today until they reach a verdict, which may happen later?
I forgot to mute him. Sorry. What did she answer about the question about Camille Vasquez's point? And I think Camille Vasquez's point was so powerful in addressing that argument of Rottenborn, because there were people who were at the beginning of this trial, they were saying similar things. Well, if he hit her one time, then she's a victim of abuse. First of all, I don't actually think that that's true. I think that hitting someone one time is abusive. I think that is an abusive behavior, but I think there is certainly context to what has happened, and being a victim of domestic violence, and more appropriately standing up as a representative of domestic violence, isn't so simple as just saying, well, he yelled one time, or he insulted me one time, or he hit me one time. Because if you hit him 10 times and he hits you one time, that's an abusive behavior. But are you a victim at that point? I don't think so.
So Nick, did you ever see that video where they have it's like a short film where they have a couple of actors speaking to each other, not in English, but they're saying words that sound like English, but it's just made up sounds? It's what
No.
English sounds like to non-English speakers.
Yeah. I've seen that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll send you the link. It's on YouTube.
Okay.
It's very funny. Just even a few minutes of it, because that's what Law and Crime reminds me of. It's like they're making mouth noises that aren't actually any language, but it vaguely sounds like they're speaking English, but not quite.
Well, Nick, I think you made an interesting, because I've been wrestling with this personally, and then on my own channel. With, like, if you're married for 30, 40 years and you do something once, does that constitute the violence? Does that constitute the abuse? But I think that's a very interesting
It'll get you arrested.
delineation between abuse and abusive.
Right.
That's an interesting statement. I hadn't thought of that before.
Because I mean, I think I've been married almost 18 years, and I can imagine something I have done. I've never hit my wife. I wouldn't ever hit her. And I don't think she's ever hit me, unless we were like, we actually
Accidental
caveat.
headbutt.
No, we used to do a fight club in college. And I strongly recommend, by the way, fighting with your significant other, like doing some jiu-jitsu.
You're violating rule 1 of Fight Club by talking about it.
No, it's fine. To all the young men out there, do jiu-jitsu with your significant other. It's great. It's my life advice for you. So in that context, obviously we have hit each other, but this is consensual. There are rules around it and stuff like that. But I don't recall either of us ever hitting each other in anger or anything like that. So, but I'm sure I have done something that would be abusive, right? I'm sure I have yelled or insulted or exerted some level of control that was probably not due, because 18 years of marriage, you go through some shit. And I'm sure she's done the same to me. Can either of us actually honestly say, well, I'm a victim of abuse? I mean, I don't think so. I don't think I could get on a national stage and be like, my wife was abused me, #men too. And if you find just one instance of it in our marriage, then I'm right. I just don't think that's the way it works. And that's one of the things that's always bothered me about this. So here's what you sent me, Andrew. Let's see what this is. We'll play a little bit of it.
So again, this is what English sounds like to non-English speakers, but what they're saying is nonsense.
Oh, that was hot. Okay, come on. I'm gonna
skip
fast forward to
ahead.
the talking. Oh, hey.
Whoa, hello.
I bought you like 5 rounds of exit coordination.
Sounds good.
What?
You're not supposed to understand any of it.
I couldn't
Sarah's
hear.
girlfriend on the watch today.
Oh?
Yeah, that doll's a rainbow on her face. Can't believe that Maury album, John. Did you stop by the one black call?
Yeah, I come by the next room. I played that Privatium by the wrong front line today.
Oh, the raising man with the National Marine. Don't for me you agreed that trade.
No, her station is trapped. I mean, why the Crest soldier for the Magdalene Nation is further gratitude my Joseph.
I agree with her actually on that point.
The crustacean is trapped.
Crustacean is trapped. That is true. No, yeah, that's
Next they'll be on Long Crime. Our new analyst.
But I think that
Koreans do that. Koreans say like Americans just sound like shala 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 shala.
Yeah. Well, anyone who's married actually understands that video just fine.
Yeah, it's like Charlie Brown's teacher.
No, it's that's the level of analysis that corporate media is giving, and without a hint of irony. Like what? Again, going back to that bit, this is a legal analyst. And what did she end up saying? She said, well, the threads are coming together. Coming together, lady, the trial's over. The threads aren't coming together. They either came together or they didn't.
Come together right now over me. Mm-hmm. Sorry, Beatles.
Let's see. Okay, anyway. Okay, where were we? Antimatter redneck. Where's Nate? I'm so confused.
This is crustacean country.
Oh, hey, here we go.
Speaking of
What's
lobsters, what's going on, Bronca?
Hey, how are you, man?
The man.
Hey.
Welcome.
Okay, you're okay. I literally, Jeff, I had people sending me out an SOS like, you need to get your boy legal vices, like, make sure he's sober. I'm like, all right, we're good.
Sober. It's a holiday tomorrow here in Korea. Fuck sober. It's local election day. I don't got any work to do.
Oh God, that's great.
And I was monetized today, so cheers to everybody.
Cheers to that, brother. Cheers to that.
Hold on, wait for me.
I'm drinking coffee right now. It's
Loser.
still. I'm about to get kicked out of my hotel room, guys. So I got like 15 minutes, but it's good to hang out with you.
So what were you up to on your stream over there? I saw you had quite a crowd.
Well, yeah. I mean, gosh, you only stole half of them rackets, you fucking grifter. But
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I run my streams at the same time every day. No, I'm kidding. But no, I've been running the earlier streams. I think I mentioned this because there's a lot of people in New Zealand, Australia, like abroad that are up early and that's their evening, Korea. So I've been trying to run really early streams for everybody who's abroad, kind of in that rare window where you sleep, Nick, because you do sleep and there's a rare window. And I try to get the grift in there, but you have been grifting extra early for these trials. I understand that. So, that's why there's a little bit of overrun, but hey, I still had 10,000 even in the chat, even when you were overlapping me. So I was just going over the fact that I am dead convinced that we should have I give 90% chance that we're having a verdict today. I think so. That's my personal opinion. I'll
3 p.m. is my opinion.
3 p.m., 4 p.m., somewhere in the afternoon. They don't get dinner, so
that's exactly what I said.
I mean, you don't want them to be hangry. There's some women on this court. There's women on the jury. So I mean, hanger is real, guys.
No, I agree. I'm hoping we get one. I think we should. I don't know what else you would do. I have a new game that I might do because I have Law and Crime pulled up. I might start answering their super chats. That might be funny. But they only have one, and it's not a question, so it's just someone telling them how to I'm telling someone how to pause the scrolling comments in the 400,000 person stream. Well, I can't keep up with the chat. Oh, you can't? Weird. There's almost 500,000 people in this thing typing thumbs up at the same time. Okay.
I feel their pain,
but anyway, I'm not going to do it yet, or I might go buy my own super chat to Law and Crime. Like, thanks for the shitty analysis.
You must do that immediately.
I think I'm banned in their chat, so I don't know if it'll even show up.
You're banned. You're for sure banned.
Yeah, my name Ricada is banned from.
Well, shit. I guess
Law
I
and
gotta do
Crime's
it for
chat window. No, but I mean, no, if you type the word Ricada in their chat, it doesn't show up to anybody but you. It's a banned word on their, it's on their banned word list. As a newly monetized person, you have a banned word list on your YouTube channel that you can add that'll remove it from the chat. So anyway, but
this is why you need mods, by the way. This is why you need mods, guys.
Well, I've got 5 or 6, and I think I stole one of yours, Legal Mind, but she's awesome.
Steal all of them. They're all good.
Yeah.
Don't take mine. They're all gay. Legal Mindset.
Yeah.
Legal Mindset. Have you looked? We were talking earlier about this motion in New York to recover attorney's fees.
I have not seen that.
Not attorney's fees. Jolson WTTM over on Law and Crime. Don't send him money. Says unbreaded. Okay. So there's a motion by the ACLU to recover production expenses for their discovery, for their responses to the subpoena. How much would you guess they're asking?
A ridiculous amount. It's the ACLU. They're probably asking for like something in the 100,000 range or some
close.
Very close. 86 grand. 86 grand.
Yeah.
They have junior associates billing. What was it? $500
$500 an hour.
But that's a white glove firm in New York rates. Those are their going rates right now.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I'm working for the wrong goddamn firm. Sorry, boss. if you're
Well,
listening.
they're not making $500 an hour though.
Yeah, well,
Let's be clear. They're billed out at 500. They're making a fraction of that. And by the way, they're not making it based on the work that's done. They're given a salary, right? So
is that still the thing in the States to do the third for the firm, the third for the senior partners, and the third for the person? Is that still
no?
a thing
But
in the
it's
States?
not. It's a conceptual management idea, but it's never effectuated. If you actually do the math, like I did my salary versus what I was recovering as an attorney, I wasn't even at a third at the large firm that I worked at, right? So that's what I kept advocating for more and more and more. Eventually, once I got towards the third, they're like, "Hey, we can't do this without making you a partner." I'm like, "Make me a partner, then, bitch." And they're like,
There's the door.
Not enough people have retired." I'm like, "I'm out."
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, because big law, you get a salary that
Right.
you make, and then, by the way, this is the rub: you're expected to produce fees. You're expected to bring in clients to justify your existence. That's how that works. But yeah, your hourly billing rate is very high. When you're a solo practitioner, your hourly billing rate is what you get, but then of course you're paying all of the expenses out of that billing rate. You have to, if you have a paralegal or support staff of any kind, you're paying them out of that hourly billing rate. So that's the trade-off there.
And that's all based on your motivation. You can either make a ton or just nothing.
Yeah.
That's you. That's on you.
Yep. And it is harrowing. I got to pay the light bill on this one. But yeah, so well, if you haven't read it, I'm not gonna bother you with.
But I assume that's why, because I was spammed by a couple people saying, "Have you heard about the ACLU suing Johnny or Johnny suing the ACLU?" So I assume that's what they were talking about. They just didn't articulate it well.
Yeah, well, Johnny did sue the ACLU because they resisted his subpoena, and so he had to sue them in New York to even get production. They said no.
Okay.
We won't produce anything. He sued. He won. He got almost everything he asked for. The one thing that he did not get was I think they had demanded that the CEO or something sit for deposition, and he did not. Even though they produced evidence that I don't know if it was the CEO or the executive director. He produced evidence that person was involved directly in the discussions with Amber Heard. That's how high this went. I should pull that document because that was something. Hold on, I have it.
What do you think about just generally, and maybe like Bronca and Vices can chime in on this too, but like, what do you think about generally about the ability of Johnny to recover from the ACLU? If let's say that Amber's held liable here, right? Is there an ability for them to recover from the ACLU? That's a question I get a lot.
I mean, I'm generally not disposed to holding non-parties accountable in these suits. If you want to hold someone accountable, make them a party to the suit and show that they did something wrong.
Right. I mean, it'd be a separate suit, right? It'd be a separate suit. It's whether that suit would have merit.
It would depend on what you find. I mean, did they know they were lying? Did they know they were committing defamation, or were they acting in good faith? And that's a broad umbrella of protection.
Right.
I think
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I was just going to say, I think from my opinion is suing the ACLU is a terrible prospect.
Yeah, I agree.
They will bury you. And I think the judges have a predisposition they'll be deferential to the ACLU because of the past merits of the organization. I think you would be barking up a very tough tree. And I think we see similar things with going after any prominent nonprofit that's been around for a long time. Like if you're going to sue the NAACP, for example, I mean, the amount of goodwill that will have in the higher levels of the justice system, I think you're really looking at a hard fight just in general. So the other problem is I think we're well beyond the statute of limitations for a lawsuit. We're 4 years out from these statements.
Yep.
So the statute was not told back when it was appropriate. So I think that's their big problem.
I can see that.
And the other thing that annoys me about this is they have the subpoena ducas tecum, and then instead of just saying subpoena, it's like the personal subpoena is like the subpoena advocatum or whatever. I mean, I just hate that shit when he's like use unnecessarily wordy stuff that you don't need to use.
Okay, here we go. I think I've got this order. Decision order on motion. Not this one. Not this one. Hold on. Here we go. I think this is the. Is this the one? Oh no, that's admitting Ben Chu. Damn it! Is this it?
I don't know. Wow, did you hear that sports car running through my microphone? Did my microphone pick that
No,
up?
I heard that.
Yes.
I heard that.
Okay.
Yep, it did.
No, we have this like this 5-kilometer bridge that runs. It was the bridge where they filmed the chase scene in Black Panther. It's like right outside my window, and all these supercars on weekends and holidays just run back and forth across this bridge because it's the only 5-kilometer stretch of Korea where they can just open the throttle and go. Sorry about that.
So here we go. Here's one of the decisions in this case. So petitioner Johnny Depp commenced a special proceeding to enforce a series of out-of-state subpoenas issued by petitioner's New York counsel pursuant to CPLR 3119 to respondents, the ACLU, and its employees Benjamin Wisner and Anthony Romero. Petitioner asserts that compliance with subpoenas is material and necessary to the prosecution of a defamation action currently pending in the Circuit Court of Fairfax County in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Petitioner commenced the Virginia action on March 1st for defamation based on statements his ex-wife, Amber Laura Heard, made an opinion piece published in Washington Post, which implied that petitioner had committed domestic abuse against her during their marriage. It is undisputed that the ACLU suggested Ms. Heard write and assisted her in submitting the op-ed to the Washington Post. In a related legal proceeding in the United Kingdom, Ms. Heard claimed that she donated her entire $7 million divorce settlement to the ACLU and non-party Children's Hospital of LA, and thus she had no financial motive to falsely claim that Mr. Depp had abused her during their marriage. Petitioner now seeks discovery from the ACLU and its employees to confirm whether Heard has in fact donated the entire $7 million to the charity. Court of Appeals addressed the requirements for enforcement of non-party subpoenas. Petitioner has satisfied the initial burden of stating that circumstances or reasons underlying subpoena, with the exception of one category of demanded documents. The ACLU has failed to demonstrate that the information sought is utterly irrelevant to the action. However, this court finds that the documents requested concerning Ms. Heard's role as an ambassador for the ACLU are irrelevant to petitioner's defamation case. I think that's relevant, but yeah, which pertains only to the state. Because see, to me, and I don't know what they argued. I don't want to look it up, but to me, these are relevant. Is she an employee of the ACLU? Is she acting as an agent in this capacity? Is the ACLU representing her as their ambassador? Are they indemnifying her? Are they paying her legal fees? I mean, to me, that matters, but who knows?
Is she still an ambassador today?
I don't know. How do we? I wonder how
I believe so, but I may be.
I don't think they like rescinded her ambassadorship. So, you know.
Let me see.
It's not a position that requires congressional confirmation.
Oh, this is good. There's an article on Law and Crime that says, facing blowback for drafting Amber Heard's op-ed, ACLU denies betraying its principles to reel in Hollywood mega donor.
Mega pint.
No, they wouldn't deny that. No. Okay, anyway. So back to this. Petitioner, which pertains only to the statements Ms. Heard made in her op-ed. Petitioner has failed to otherwise demonstrate why such documents are material and necessary. ACLU's argument that the subpoena is improper as Mr. Depp could obtain the information from another source, i.e. Heard, is unavailing, as it imposes no requirement that the subpoena demonstrate that it cannot obtain the requested disclosure from any other source. Finally, this court finds that the confidentiality protections proposed by Depp for any trade secrets or proprietary business information produced by the ACLU or its representatives are sufficient to protect the interests of respondents. Court has considered respondents' remaining arguments and finds them to be unavailing. So this is when he wins, that they had to So he got everything he asked for except for specific documents about her ambassadorship. That was one thing he got, but that's not the freaking order I'm looking for. Is this the one? Here. Yes. Here's the order I was looking for. Sorry. This is another short one.
As long as it doesn't include video testimony from that ACLU lawyer again, because that was boring as shit.
No. Okay, so here, here's the decision order. Blah 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 blah. Respondents now move to re-argue. So they really didn't want this guy, the Anthony Romero, the executive director, to be produced for deposition. So they moved to re-argue solely to the extent of asking this court to reconsider ordering respondent Anthony Romero to be produced for a deposition. ACLU asserts that Mr. Romero's testimony is not necessary on the issues this court has held relevant. ACLU argues that it should be allowed to produce a corporate representative of its own choosing for a deposition in place of Mr. Romero. However, despite the ACLU's assertions, petitioner has demonstrated that Mr. Romero possesses unique knowledge that could not be obtained through a corporate representative. Petitioner has demonstrated that Mr. Romero and Ms. Heard engaged in direct conversations and emails. So their executive director, Anthony Romero, was directly communicating with Amber Heard on this. I mean, to me, like this is insane levels of complicity, right? Like this wasn't going through some guy and like through that tax attorney that they produced, like some other person is sitting there going, oh, okay. No, this is going to the head of the ACLU. Let's see. That may be relevant to petitioner's action. Thus, for the reasons stated here in response motion to re-argue is granted. And upon re-argument, the court adheres to its initial determination. Now, we didn't actually see the deposition of Anthony Romero. They didn't play it in court, I don't believe, because that wasn't that guy's name, right? The weird squirrely guy. But I find that amazing. And this is what bothers me with this whole request for the production costs for the documents. The ACLU has dirty hands in this. They may not be being sued here, but they did this. and so they're a non-party, but they're only a non-party in the barest sense, which bothers me. Anyway, sorry, I'm hung up on this fucking subject. I hate it.
I'm just bothered by the hours, like the hourly billing rates of these guys. That freaked me out because I hadn't seen that when I saw the first 4 pages. That pisses me off.
Well, they're probably required to. You got to understand this about large corporations and especially large NGOs, which operate like large corporations. They're required to hire a certain tier of law firm. They cannot hire trash tier law firms. And by the way, when I say trash tier law firms, ones that don't make like the AM 100 list or whatever else, like they're required by their shareholders to select top law firms, which typically end up in New York, typically billing these exorbitant rates. So that's part of their kind of shareholder due diligence for these particular firms. So yeah, they're gonna have rates that are exorbitant, and they're gonna pay them out, and they're gonna pay them to say exactly what they want to say. And that's why Nick said, fighting the ACLU is an uphill battle, because not only do you have case precedent, right? You have all this ACLU case law going back to fucking Brandenburg, right? I mean, going way back. Where they were actually supporting free speech back in the day, a long time ago. And you've got these lawyers that are paid, out the wazoo to bury your case.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything you just said, except for if. Here we go. Antimatter Redneck says Shyster lawyer made more money being late to a stream than most people make in a day. Here's hoping Turd gets flushed today. Bring on the big damages. 7 jurors for the 7 C's. Bring Captain Sparrow justice from Hurricane Amber. So I agree. We need.
I hope there's a Hurricane Amber this year when they start. That'd be awesome.
That would be amazing. That would be so amazing if they did that.
I mean, we've already had the Amber Alert during the closing arguments, so that was awesome.
An Amber Alert. Mediocre Didge. So stoked to see a Rackets and JLP mashup on Thursday. Oh, it's going to be so fun. So fun. Also, why does Attorney Tom's YouTube thumbnails always seem like he's getting ready to play the skin flute? Has anyone brought this up?
Because he's Attorney Tom.
It's because at that height, it's hard to take a photo.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. It's not his fault. It's just any profile shot of him is going to have a crotch in it if he's around normal sized people. Reckless, welcome to Paralegal. And Cap Nikolai, shout out to the Mises Caucus taking over the Libertarian Party this weekend. Check out Comic Dave Smith. Did they actually do it? Did they take him over? I heard that was the move, that the Mises Caucus was going to come heavy into the Libertarian Party.
You're like, the Mises Caucus is going to come. Let me think about this for a second.
Come heavy into, we're here. We're already here. We're going to stick with it. But yeah, no, I heard that was going to be a thing. So
Libertarian Party is now a selection option on Pornhub.
I have this forlorn hope that the Libertarian Party will right the ship of the past couple years being an absolute disaster of people.
The past couple years, they've been a disaster since I was in college.
Well,
that was quite some time ago.
I was trying to be nice to you, Andrew. I was calling you.
There was like some slivers of hope there. There were some some threads of hope, but they dashed those real quick.
How long ago was it that they selected what's his name, the comedian Stern, as their presidential candidate?
Oh Christ Almighty! They had Howard Stern
2 decades ago.
Ew. They had Fred Thompson. I liked Fred Thompson. I like that guy. He was cool. But I did not like this the past guy, the guy that they just had, who was just completely ignored the libertarianness of the Libertarian Party.
Was that Jorgensen?
No, who's the other guy? Shit. I might be thinking of the previous election.
Yeah, because the last one was pretty much the Green Party / Democrat Party. I mean, it was very, very woke. I couldn't believe it was a libertarian platform. I mean, it just didn't make any sense to me.
The one who said he would force the Jewish bakery to bake the Nazi cake, whoever that was. Isn't that the What is Aleppo guy?
Someone's saying Johnson.
Ron Johnson. Gary Johnson.
Gary Johnson.
Yeah,
he was missing a couple brain cells, though. Gary Johnson was, yeah.
Yeah. When the libertarian candidate is saying, I would force the bakery to make the cake that they don't want to make, like, you know that the Libertarian Party is in crisis at that moment. They have an existential threat going on inside the Libertarian Party. So what a mess that was. But yeah, I do hope that at some point they put forth some reasonable people and become a party that, like a Rand Paul, could actually go, I'm tired of being with the Republicans. I want to join Liberty, but with his established position, and bring people to that liberty thing. But you have to have the people there, and hopefully the Mises Caucus will bring that about. Let's see. William Mitchell, School of Law and Crime, says, take it from Nick's alma mater. Andrew Branca is the country's premier use of force law expert. Please check out his content chat. Yes, do.
Very kind. Thank you.
All of my panelists have their links in the description. You can click on all of them, and you should, and subscribe, check out their videos, all of those good things. I just got a message request from Hasty Bingers.
It's gonna be gold. It's gonna be gold, Nick.
Do it.
Crack it open.
Okay, I'll do it. Let's see. Where did that go? Oh, no. Sorry, I misread that. It was Hardy Binges. Never mind. I thought it was Hasty Bingers.
Little different.
It is different. It's very,
Mr.
very
Literate.
different. Well, it just flashed on my phone for a second. I didn't actually, I didn't see it. Sorry to get everybody's hopes up. Funeral Man 04. Haha, dream last night that Johnny Depp won. After the verdict was read, Camille ran into my arms. Depp turned to us, smiled, and tossed me the keys to his island. Then Camille, me, and Dr. Muffins rode off. So let's all pray for Johnny that it comes true.
The keys to the island. I like.
Dream big or go home.
Here you go, kid. Throws the keys.
The keys to the island.
Oh, it's amazing. Talon's here. Hey, panel. Uncivil Law made a recent video addressing the error in the jury instructions. It happens near the end and seems to rest on the ambiguity between and or. Is it okay? So many people sent me messages and I ignored all of them about the error in the jury instructions. Was it an error in what the judge said at jury instructions, or is it an error in the typed jury instructions?
It was a conflict between the two.
Then you go with the typed jury instructions because that's what
Mhm.
they're looking at inside. Which one's right? Which is the correct instruction? Do we know?
Yeah. Well, the written ones are the right ones, I guess. I mean,
Yeah, but I mean, like in what I mean by that
Practicality,
is,
like in practicality, which one is right and which one is wrong.
yeah.
In 99% of cases, the judge probably misspoke. That's what I would go with, the presumption of that the judge just misspoke.
well, especially since how she was speaking at like 2.5 speed.
Yeah.
Yeah, she was hauling through those jury instructions.
I mean, even as a
Somebody needed
lawyer,
a
I
bathroom break.
understood absolutely nothing of what she said. So I can't imagine what the jury was thinking.
Yeah, I mean, I think the general rule that you want to come up with here is the written jury instructions are what's agreed to by the parties and ordered by the judge. I mean, that's what they do. And if a judge misspeaks on a jury instruction, chances are the jury isn't listening anyway. Frankly, they have the written paper in front of them. That's what you got to go off of. Now, if there's an error in the written jury instructions that is disparate from what the parties proposed and hammered out in their argument or on their agreement, most of these jury instructions were agreed to. I think they only argued about 3 or 4 of them in open court. So they had resolved almost all of the issues with jury instructions by email, and they had come to mutually agreeable language. And most of it is going to be from the civil jury instructions guide for Virginia. I mean, there's a civ jig and there's a crim jig that gives you model jury instructions. You pull those out, you plug in names and proper pronouns where they go, and then that's how you get the majority of jury instructions, unless there's something special. Like in this case, Johnny Depp's case has defamation by implication. So there's 7 questions to answer on Johnny Depp's thing. There's only 5 on Amber Heard's. In an interesting turn of events, though, I would say that I would want the 7 questions rather than the 5, because it makes the implication an available aspect of the defamation, whereas in Amber's, she doesn't get any deference to implication. It has to be the exact wording. Those statements have to be defamatory, not a defamatory implication. But yeah, the written instructions, those are going to be the ones that matter, because that's what the parties would have agreed to. And if there was, for some reason, some conflict, they could, in theory, go into court today and say, "Hey, judge, we need you to call in the jury, and we need to correct these instructions and get them a new jury instruction sheet." They could do that. I'm guessing, since they haven't done that they're okay with what's written on the paper, is my guess. Let's see. John James, welcome to Paralegal Status. But if Uncivil Law said something different, he's probably right. Guy's a giant lovable nerd. Barry Soitoro says, I hope the jury.
I aspire to have someone say that about me.
I'm just saying, sometimes lawtism is good. You just go in on it, you get the actual fact, and yeah, it's
look.
It's a thing.
There are 2 options in life. When you have a case, like a Supreme Court case from 1879 that you need the answers on, you can go to Westlaw or Case Text or whatever, or you can call Kurt. That's it.
Yep.
I mean, that's the truth. You could do one of those 2 things. The man knows his law very, very well. And he deserves a lot of credit for it. He's a smart dude. Barry Soitoro, I hope the jury awards Johnny $7 million tax-free plus 1 million alpacas. Oh God. Hold on. I'm going to do it again.
No.
What?
Yep. I'm going to bring up, I want to hear the wisdom. I want more criticism and critical commentary around law and crime. That's what I'm going for here.
In the meantime, I love the term lawtism. I'm co-opting that. Thank you very much.
My mod C Goody, who is a giant pile of garbage in the best way, he wanted the law tube name to be lawtism.
I support.
I think it's a good phrase.
Oh yeah, totally.
I think it's a good phrase, but I just don't ever want to.
But I've gone against the commune on the record as well. So
yeah.
Well, anyway, forget it.
There's been so much discussion about that drama.
That's why we're here.
Yeah. So here we go. So I want to go. Law and Crime has a new commentator on. That is. I don't know if they're interesting or not.
Is she hot?
Saying I throw pots and pans. Okay, cool. Let's talk about everything you do wrong.
I'm not the one who.
All right, let's bring in legal analyst Dr. Tracy Pearson and also attorney Sharina Enke-Kroll. Great to have you both here. Sharina, welcome to the program. We'll start with you. When you hear those audio tapes, how devastating is it for Amber Heard? Because, it doesn't look like Johnny Depp's the aggressor in that case.
Who is this? Can somebody in the damn chat help me? Who is this guy? Is he an attorney?
I feel like if he's
I
an
don't
attorney,
care. Keep going until they bring the expert up. Come on.
Yeah.
We're gonna get him off the
Look,
screen.
no, you have to have the anticipation vices. That's what we're doing here. I'm building the dramatic tension.
It's like the Rocky Horror Picture Show. The anticipation.
This guy, like his questions. Okay, so anyway, the question is how devastating. But really, like how devastating though. Are these audio tapes?
He just came from Law and Crime from TMZ. That's really what the background is here.
Oh, hey, speaking of TMZ, guess who might be interviewing TMZ bro?
No. Your boy?
Said he's down for it. He said he's down for it.
TMZ Draco Malfoy is coming on this?
Seriously?
That is bro, that's amazing.
Yeah.
If I could be a fly on the wall for that one, I would love that shit. That's great.
So
Awesome.
I don't have a time confirmed. Don't have a hard commitment yet, but he said he's down to do an interview. So
awesome.
So I'm looking forward to setting that up. We'll be following up on that. I think I tweeted out to him because someone had said, hey, you should talk to Nick Rekieta. And then I just said, hey, I'd love to interview you. Not just about Depp versus Heard, but his career path, this career arc of hi, I do TMZ and like order people to follow celebrities around. And now I do esports. Like I want to know what that looks like. So I think it'll be a cool interview. Okay. So
good on you.
Thanks. Here we go. Let's see.
Absolutely. Throughout the entire trial, I thought that Amber was always looking for a partner who would basically treat her the way she was treating Johnny Depp. She wanted to scream. She wanted to yell. She has that passionate way of going about fights, I guess.
Passionate. Yeah.
Excuse me while I have a DSP moment here.
Fucking psycho. Like
legal vices. No.
The camera was on the whole time.
One person's passion is another person's domestic abuse.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
but yeah,
the camera was on the whole time. Wow.
No simps chat. No simps. But no, that's this I wonder where she's going with this because the phrasing of this is really odd. She's looking for that passion. You want someone to yell, and it's like, well, does she want someone to hit her?
I mean, just reverse the genders, right? Just if Amber Heard was the guy, would she be saying, well, he's just looking for passion?
Yeah.
He's her finger off with a vodka bottle.
I'm sorry, I'm just checked out of the conversation at this point. So
no. Oh no, we've killed him.
Okay. She needs to upgrade her microphone as one thing.
Yeah.
All of these people just you're an attorney. Get a mic. You have to do Zoom. These attorneys do Zoom hearings. And it's like, get a microphone for the love of all. Sound like you belong in court.
Just because of legal mindsets, drunken implications. I spent like $5,000 on equipment in the last month just because of his drunken insistence.
But he didn't. That's the true grift right there. Nah, bro, you need this really good camera though.
Meanwhile, back home with my potato.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Back to what she's saying. Sorry.
Serious.
A passionate sort of comeback. He wanted to go to another room. He wanted to go lock himself in a bathroom, which was completely the opposite of what she seems to have been looking for. She wanted that combustion. She wanted him to come back at her with some fiery words, screaming and yelling just like she was. But, looking at everything, all the testimonies, all of her, all of the things that she said during the trial, it really does not look good for her because she tried to even make a distinction between throwing punches versus hitting.
Don't do that. Upspeak, please. But no, she's right here, right? Like so far, I think I haven't seen, to the credit of at least Law and Crime, I haven't seen anyone seriously entertaining that Amber Heard is on the correct side of the argument. The only people I've seen saying that, Amber Heard might win in a serious, we're not talking about Variety or some stupid rag. We're talking about like people analyzing the case. People saying she might win is because of, one, the nature of juries, and two, the extreme difficulty of defamation in general. Right.
Well, and then she's made the very, very valid point of Amber Heard's testimony is diametrically opposed to Johnny Depp's testimony in a lot of respects. So it's either one is telling the truth and the other is telling an absolute freaking lie. That's the only thing you can come to the conclusion of.
Yeah, and I think throughout the course of this case, I mean, my money goes on the party that has the least ridiculous story. And when Johnny Depp's life is the least ridiculous story, I mean, because it's kind of crazy, right? Like, oh, I was just hanging out with fucking Vision on my island, and we were texting about throwing Amber Heard in drowning her and burning her and then fucking her dead corpse. Like that's a pretty wild life. That's a pretty cool story.
But I believe it. I believe it from Johnny Depp. I absolutely fucking 100% believe that.
Yeah, I that's the thing. And when you go to Amber Heard's story, it's like, in light of Johnny Depp's life, your story is somehow ridiculous. And it almost couldn't be. Like it almost couldn't be. And I swear, if she had just tamed down her story a little bit. Yes. And here's the worst part. Let's hypothetically say that everything she said is spot on, dead true. Still need to mitigate that story a bit because it's not believable. Even if it's true, people cannot take Jack Sparrow, no matter how much you want to say that's Johnny Depp. For everyone on that jury who have all seen the Pirates movies, I believe that was one of the voir dire questions. They all knew who Johnny Depp was. So you can't take Jack Sparrow and turn him into the most horrifying monster you can imagine. It has to be moderated. It has to be, he hit me. He would hit me. He would control me. He would push me against walls. It was in passing. I was afraid to walk by him. I was afraid to turn my back to him if he was on drugs because it wouldn't, he wouldn't knock me out. He would just knock me down. And then
you could have some evidence, like you went to urgent care and they took a bourbon bottle out of your vagina. I mean, that would.
Yeah, I mean,
what
that's
if you didn't want it out, Andrew?
Well, you may have to leave it there because you don't know if it's broken or not.
You're doing Kegels to hold it in. What were you going to say, Legal Mindset?
No, I was just going to say downgrade from Maker's Mark to a smaller bottle. I mean, look, or just frankly, sexual violence could be literally like he grabbed my tits, right? Whatever. It can be it can be all sorts of different things that are less than that, right? I mean, if it was just, hey, he fingered me, when I was like when he was drunk or whatever, and I told him to stop and he didn't do it. Boom, you got believable sexual violence, right?
Yeah.
But instead, you're literally using something that would create a horrible injury for which there is no medical record for. You didn't need to do that, right? That's not necessary to prove that, hey, this happened or this plausibly happened. It just sounds so unbelievable. And the fact that to believe these stories, you have to ignore the medical facts, the police reports, and the testimony of all the other witnesses, which at this point you're literally saying are committing perjury in order to cover for you. It's just not believable.
Only everyone, Andrew. Only everyone's committing perjury.
That's where the beauty of Camille Vasquez's arguments come in. She took it away from the he said, she said, Johnny versus Amber, and took it to Amber versus literally everyone else that testified, including her friends that no longer want to have anything to do with her.
That was
brilliant.
Yep, that was an excellent move by Camille Vasquez. It was worth every minute of time going through this person and this person and this person and this person and this doctor who's also Amber's doctor, Johnny's doctor, but also Amber's doctor, Amber's nurse, Amber's personal assistant, this person. They're all lying, all of them. I mean, that was great. That's the type of stuff. That's the type of argument you want to have the facts to make.
And Chu, if she is not a senior partner by tomorrow, shame on you.
Gotta wait for that verdict. They gotta get her profit sharing in after, right? That's the whole grift there.
She's going to be the rainmaker for that firm for the next 2 years.
For 2 years, decade. I mean, shit.
Oh, I mean, if they win this case, anybody who doesn't hire Brown Rudnick for a high profile defamation case is out of their minds.
Like I said last week on your show, I want to do something wrong just so I can hire her.
Well, I mean, I can help you with that. If you need, hire me.
If you want to defame somebody real quick,
hire me. We'll work out a strategy.
Yeah.
I have a reasonable hourly rate. We'll just go off the super chat rate. It'll be fine. And then
two-tiered fee structure. Yeah.
and then we'll get you a good defamatory statement, and then we'll get you the reco to Camille Vasquez. It'll be
fair enough.
And Nick, I've got to bounce here, but are you streaming all day today? Are you're just staying on till verdict watch? Is that your plan?
I'm here until we well, I'm supposed to be here until we find out the jury has gone home. The caveat would be if it's 7:00, I do have an appearance at 7:00, so Central Time. So if the jury is still there at 7, I will probably be bouncing off, but I can't imagine they will be.
Yeah,
right. With no dinner. If they're not done by 4 or 5, if they're not done by 5 Eastern, I think they're going home. Frankly.
That's what I agree with. I think they're going home at 5, like one way or another. Maybe 5:30 at the back end. I just don't think they're going late. But anyways, I'll try to hop on the afternoon. Thanks so much, and I'll catch you guys later.
See you, buddy.
Okay, take care.
All right. Let's see what else Lady Lawyer here has to say.
I don't know how well the jury is gonna, look into that particular statement, but I thought that was a really big one as well. It just remains to be seen. But for me, looking at all of this, it's not looking good for Amber Heard.
But I said that these audio tapes could be used by both sides to their advantage. And there's another audio tape that I want to play. This is a very disturbing one. This was towards the end of their relationship. This is after Heard.
But here's what I said. They could be used to both sides. I mean, they can, I guess, but I really don't think so. Honestly, I really don't think that any of the audio is particularly damaging to Johnny Depp. And this is going to be him screaming at her. The one audio that they have of him yelling at her, I'm guessing. Let's see.
Had already filed for the TRO. They met up in a hotel room. And in this audio tape, you can hear Johnny Depp threatening to cut himself.
Oh, okay. It's this one. And again, somebody tell me how this constitutes domestic abuse after the TRO is filed and they're already getting divorced. Some of this evidence was so extraneous, like this recording that happens where he's saying, we'll listen to it. We'll listen to it. Sorry.
Let's play it.
There we go.
This is really pretty.
Thanks. You want to cut me somewhere?
Do I want to cut you?
Yeah, you want an arm, you want a chest? What do you want with the scar? Cut me.
I just want to point out that he's not threatening to cut himself here yet. He may get there, but right now he's asking her if she wants to cut him. He's being quite dramatic, but there's a principle going on here. There's a statement being made through artistic metaphor from Johnny Depp.
Just don't cut your skin. Please do not cut your skin. Please don't. Why would I do that?
It's easy.
Don't. Please do not do that. Please do not do that. Please don't. Please don't cut yourself. You don't need to cut yourself.
I need to do what I want.
I know. I know it hurts. I feel sick.
Cut me. I know your mark.
You have it.
No, you don't.
You have it.
They're gone. No, thank you. No, thank you. There's sperm on the pillows.
Nailed it. I'm borrowing that.
You know I will. Come here. Anyway, he spits romance for this because he's a
Don't. Please don't. Don't cut yourself. Please don't cut. Please don't cut.
Does Law and Crime beep out profanity? But you're not on network TV, you fucking weirdos. What's wrong with you? Play the damn tape.
Brandon.
Please, I know I've hurt you. I would never cut you. I would never do that to you.
Except in court.
Please don't.
Come on, pussy. Yeah, you hate me. Come on. Come here. So you talk.
Your knife is really tall.
Use the sharp part.
Don't do that.
Guys, this is long audio.
Don't.
Don't you tell me.
Please don't do that. Put
I do. Don't you tell me what to do. You can hear it. You bitch. You filed a protective order when I went to Europe. You did this and you put yourself in the press. You bitch. That's what he's saying with the "don't you tell me." It's finally coming out right there. But this whole thing is contextualized in this after all of this dramatic stuff. There's this meeting that they have in a hotel room where this conversation occurs. This is not
after the TRO.
Yeah, this is after the TRO.
Don't ever do that, folks.
Yeah, bad move by Johnny Depp. He at least he could produce the record that she wanted the meeting to do this. But this was a terrible, terrible play. You do not do that. You meet with lawyers in a mediation room, if at all, once there's a TRO.
the knife down. Just put the knife down. Don't do that. Do not do that, Johnny.
Don't
Please,
do it,
you're
Johnny.
gonna,
Look at you.
you're gonna hurt yourself. Please
I want to
stop.
look at you.
I know you're in pain. Wait. Stop. Please
There's a
don't.
way for the pain to go away.
Well, it's not that. It doesn't make it go away, trust me.
Yeah, fuck.
Look at her.
Trust me, so she knows.
Wait.
She's a better.
Yep. By the, if anybody ever needed the evidence, it doesn't make it go away. Trust me. Those little lateral slashes on the wrist there. That's a common cutter place.
It doesn't make it go away.
Really?
Did it make it go away?
Yeah.
It did? Please don't do that.
Dr. Pearson, what do you make of that audio? Because for me, when I listen to it, I know why his side, Amber Heard's side, has brought that in. It shows him to be, violent and unstable and all.
Violent to who?
What?
It is literally the opposite of abusing someone else.
Beta.
What even? What
That is
this
literally
guy?
the opposite.
That was not violent and unstable. Maybe unstable. More like depressed, dramatic, these sorts of things. But violent?
There's something about this guy that makes me think if they panned out the camera, his feet wouldn't quite touch the floor. He's got to hop off the chair. All five,
His
one of them
legs are
walked
just
across.
swinging the whole. We're going to talk
Oompa-loompa.
about Johnny Depp today.
Tyrion Lannister of law.
Oh God! Give me the domestic abuse case where that is the evidence of violence. Like, please let me have that case, because the domestic abuse cases that I've worked on, which are a few, let me explain them. One of them involved a broken rib on the. Whoops! Here, let me remove that branding for you. Sorry about that. One of them involved a broken rib on the female from a knee strike. That was fun to deal with. The other, now she had thrown dog feces at him.
Not Amber Heard feces.
No, this was not human feces, but dog feces, and the reaction produced a broken rib. That was interesting. We had another one where the I was representing the female, and the guy's face was tore apart because of scratches. But the guy had punched this woman dozens of times, but the bruising hadn't started by the time she got arrested. So this is really interesting. So, at the scene, the cops come up and she looks okay. She goes into jail and her whole upper body is like purple by the end of the day. But at first, it didn't look that bad, but he's bleeding out of his face. They just had a drag out fight. They actually, neither of them wanted to bring that one out. That was fun to resolve. We got a last minute dismissal on that one. Their only witness, who is the lady that my client allegedly had asked, go get the knife so I can fucking stab him. The witness said, yeah, I was blackout drunk. I actually don't remember anything. So we got, that was going to be an interesting case.
Wow.
But yeah, please give me the case where the evidence of violence is a guy threatening to use a knife on himself. Maybe, sort of, actually asking Amber Heard to cut him. Will you cut me? Cut me.
The knife that she gave him, although she was in fear of her life, engraved with the saying, and till death do us part, that she testified horrified her, and it's wrong.
Yeah, man, I would again, a domestic violence fact sets, guys. If you do a domestic violence case, the fact sets are ugly. They're always ugly. I mean, that's why they're there. They're getting arrested usually for some injury that's caused. And it's people who are supposed to be in a good relationship, and I did have
drunk. They're always drunk.
Yeah, they are always drunk. But I did have I actually did have one domestic violence case that was completely bogus. I was hired by the victim to represent the alleged perpetrator. And yeah, we got that one taken care of too, but that was a frustrating case. The sheriff, the female deputy sheriff, pressured the victim into making a claim that wasn't true. Basically did the thing that cops will do to you in an interrogation room. Get them to say a magic word or phrase so that they develop probable cause to make an arrest, and then ran this poor dude through the ringer. It was awful. The wife was like 6 months pregnant, and needed the husband around, but the state got a restraining order on her behalf that she didn't want. So he couldn't be in the house, couldn't help her out with the pregnancy issues and stuff like that. It was a mess. God. Fuck the state. Sorry. Back to this.
Also, if there's the question of did he cut his own finger in Australia in 2015, when you have an audio tape of him, seemingly cutting himself, it maybe makes that more likely.
No, it doesn't. You idiot. People who cut for emotional purposes are not cutting parts of their body off.
and
that would be a short-lived psychological problem.
And buddy, did you look at the wound of the finger? This is, anybody who looks at that thing goes, this isn't a knife wound, right?
Yeah.
Like your cool like Santoku that you buy at Target is not shattering bone when you're slicing off part of your finger. I mean, the thing that you would need to produce the kind of injury that Johnny had is not a sharp implement, it's a heavy one. So maybe he took a butcher's cleaver and clamp down on his finger, because that would produce the breaking of the bone and that sort of pinch tear cut, because it's not a cut, it's a rip. So God,
Johnny Depp starts a cooking show where there's no knives. He just prepares all the food with vodka bottles.
Oh no, Nick buys weave knives. I have a nice set of Shun knives. I do.
Oh, seriously?
Yeah.
I'm envious.
They were a gift to myself after Rittenhouse, and it has been a wonderful investment
I'm trying to just own one of those, just one.
I had a Wusthof Santoku that I used for years. That was my one good knife, and the Shun knives they're so much better. Like they're dumb. Okay, here we go.
But then again, I'm not sure. What do you make away from it?
I think we need to look at context. This was after the TRO was granted. This is after his life was devastated, and he was.
Maybe I misjudged this whole show. Maybe that guy's job is to be an idiot, and then let the other people come in and fix the idiocy. Maybe he's like that guy. He's is that like the law heel? Maybe like he's supposed to be the villain.
Is at the lowest point of his life. So when I hear that, what I hear is somebody talking who is profoundly mentally injured at that point, and is at the lowest point and just wants to make the pain go away. So, I don't know that necessarily helps Amber Heard.
Sharina, how much do you think the jury is going to be listening back to these audio tapes, the videotape of him destroying the kitchen? They're going to have access to all this material. They can watch it as many times as they want. Do you think it's going to play a central role in their deliberations?
At the end of the day, the jury is consisted of people, right? They're everyday people just like us. Some
bunch of
things
dogs in your jury
box.
They're not everyday people just like us. You two are attorneys, and that guy's a cuck. So that's not who's on the jury. Well, I guess the third one, that the cuck option is on the table, but yeah.
Of them. It's individualized. They remember certain parts of the trial that they really may have reacted to, that stuck into their psyche. So I think
like she's at the bottom of the well in Silence of the Lambs. She gets a better microphone and she gets the hose again.
Do you have your microphone mounted? Yes, it's 30 feet above me, surrounded by bricks. It's like,
mostly, for the most part, made up their mind, not people, the jury. But they will be going back to certain evidence that is still available for them to revisit. But if they're going to go over everything, every single little detail, I don't foresee that happening.
Okay, let's take a break. When we come back.
Yeah, I don't foresee that happening either, because it would be insane of them to revisit 6 weeks of evidence. They're not going to do that. No, so yeah, I guess that guy's job appears to be on-screen idiot is the idea, and then the other people are there to just fix whatever dumb thing he says. Because oh my gosh, that was embarrassing for him.
What's that job description? It's like appear on TV and make mouth noises.
Yeah. What a waste of time. Okay, here we go. Let's see. Rigatoni, and welcome to Paralegal Status. Always nice to have a pasta on board. B Sport 48. Good morning, Nick. Yesterday's request, your consideration at 480. Today's, you simply read my email before Judge A reads verdict. Shirmo, let's see, whatchamacallit, a true and loyal fan, hashtag veritably, account limit for super chat equals profile change. I read your email. Did you send another one? Yeah, I found out, by the way, that YouTube will limit the amount of money that you can give by super chats. I found this out because I tried to super chat Razorfist $500 and it wouldn't let me. It said you've exceeded your weekly limit. I was like, weekly limit? I've never sent this man a super chat in my life. That's why I was going to send him a big one. Was say, hey, like, because I was watching Razorfist before I was even on YouTube. I like the guy's movie reviews and stuff like that. So it's like, oh, here you go. I'm in a good place to give this guy some dosh for all the years of entertainment, and then it just cut me out. I was like, what the hell is that? So okay. Oh shit. Let's see. Sleep and you not hearing my messages are diametrically facing content. Hold on. We've got a couple different. What am I supposed to do? You want me to? Which one of these emails am I supposed to read? Okay. Yeah. No. Mo. I will. I will contact you. I just have not had time between reading your email the first time and now. So when I'm off my show appearance after this one, I'll hopefully have time to give you a buzz. Okay, sorry about that. I was trying to figure out what was going on with that super chat. It is much appreciated. Where the hell are we? Here we go. Sam says, sure, it's already been discussed, but why do legal vices and legal mindset practice in Korea? Are they there for a temporary project, or did they just decide they liked Korea better and wanted to work there? We'll ask Legal Vices when he comes back. I think Legal Mindset represents some sort of corporate client in Korea. I don't know if that was a choice or if that's where he ended up, but that's my understanding there. Gadalian Tudor, welcome to Lawyer Status. Fuzzy Harmonica, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. And Christina Owen Sullivan, welcome to Paralegal. White Alakazam says, you shyster lawyer, I made you. No, literally, I made you, and I think you forgot to show off the figures and wanted to see how they turned out. Oh, yeah. I can show this off here. Just a second, Andrew. I'm going to blow myself up for a second to show this.
All right.
This is, let's see if I can get this zoomed in. This guy made me a miniature. Whoops. There we are. There we are. The Whiskey Shyster Lawyer mini. Stats on this guy have to be off the charts. This is actually really cool. This is not a painted model. This is the plastic itself is colored. He did send me a proof model as well to do differently. It looks the same, but it's in blackface. So there you go. Very, very cool, man. They turned out great. Let me, I'm blurry. But yeah, thank you. Thank you for that. I'm looking forward to. Yeah, I know it's wild. But I do want to, I'll paint the other one at some point, but
is it molded or is it like a 3D printed thing?
I think it's molded.
Like pewter kind of thing.
It's plastic.
Oh, okay, cool.
But I guess it could be 3D printed, but it's
cool.
It's got really high resolution. Like I'm looking at the pockets on my ass, and my ass looks good in these shorts. I'm just saying, probably better than my real ass. So yeah, no, it's pretty high resolution. So it's great. The lawyers are coming. Noah Hastings says, if that's true, I'm watching the thing here, so I haven't seen that. Maybe I should probably have Chanley Painter's Twitter feed up. I wonder if she's going to be giving us jury impressions today. Oh, wait. DUI guy says lawyers just arrived at the courthouse. So there you go. We will see what happens if we get inside. The judge said if there is a verdict, if there is a jury return, it will be at the top of the hour. So if the lawyers arrived at the courthouse, it's 10:42. We could be seeing something here pretty soon, but we don't know. It could be a jury question. If you've done any of these verdict watches before, sometimes the jury says, hey, judge, can you explain this thing to us? Judge pulls them back into open court with the lawyers present, because the lawyers have to be able to object to any of the question itself or the answer that the judge would give. And then the judge would read the question, answer the question, and then send them back. That is also a possibility. So don't get too terribly excited. We'll see what happens with that. Cobra Monkey over on Cobra Monkey over on the UK Independent says, rip Ricada Law in their chat. What did I do? I'm still alive. I live. There you go. I wonder if he knew I was watching or if he just said that, independent. Are you in here, Cobra Monkey? Oh, you are in here. Okay, good. All right.
All right. Legal vices. There was a question while you were gone.
Wait.
Why are
What
you
did I
in
do
Korea?
now?
What are you doing there?
I am working for a firm that specializes in maritime and admiralty law, corporate transactions, and white collar crimes.
Yeah, but like, why are you in Korea?
Piracy. He does piracy law.
I do Johnny Depp law. No, I was September 21st, 1988. I arrived here as a 19-year-old, fresh behind the ears, squeaky clean white shirt, name tag wearing Mormon missionary.
Oh.
And then I came back as an exchange student for 2 years. And then I figured I've learned the language. I may as well do something with it. And then I went back to Utah, went to University of Utah Law, came back here 3 years later, 1996. I've been here nonstop working for the same firm for the last 26 years.
So do you speak Korean now?
I do. I've been here 34 years and I lived in America for 19 years plus law school. So I've been here a lot longer than I've been there.
Sure. Yeah. No, it's how much taekwondo do you do?
Nothing, but like you would never know looking at me, but in like the it's called Guksul 1. It's the Korean Aikido. In the year 2000, I ranked number 3 in the entire country in a competition.
In the Mormons who drink category.
Well, that's how they say. How do you stop a Mormon from drinking your whiskey? You invite 2 Mormons over.
What's up, Nate? How you doing, buddy?
Nate's in the house.
Legal vices. You got me coming in on these jokes. You guys are crazy. I'm like, what is going on here? I thought this was about Johnny Depp, and I'm here about Mormons and whiskey. This is
no, we're just drunk Mormons right at this point. So, you know.
Oh man, what's been going on, guys?
Well, rumor has it the attorneys have arrived back at the courthouse.
Ooh.
We don't know what for. I was just saying that the judge announced that if the jury comes to a decision, it'll be announced at the top of the next hour, which we're actually coming up to. So it's possible we have a verdict, but it's also possible we have a jury question.
Ooh,
so
yeah, especially if everybody's back.
Yeah,
but the principals don't have to be there, right? They've excused them for them. All right, yeah. Oh.
Yeah, Johnny Depp is playing a show. I think he was in Europe playing a show. Just
in England with Jeff Beck.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, Nate. As my New York liaison, have you read this ACLU thing? The ACLU Johnny Depp thing?
I looked at it, but it's kind of they must have a horrible PR people because they should see how this case is going and why are they going to file this? It just doesn't make any sense. They've already screwed the guy out of so much. Now you're going to file for just for document production. It doesn't make any sense. So the ACLU, I think, is losing it.
Do you have any? I think they're losing it in general. But as far as the merits of the motion, do you have any opinion on them?
Oh, I haven't gone through it. I was going to go through it a little later, so I'll go through it a little later and I'll give you an opinion. But from what I'm seeing, it doesn't. I understand why they're doing it, but I just think as a PR matter, it's a horrible. It's ridiculous because they've already been exposed as number one. Trying to essentially the hit piece from Amber Heard was a hit piece against Trump too, because that's the guy who essentially testified. Yeah, but it's going to Trump. We're going to do this hit piece, and the hit piece was also against Johnny Depp. So it is what it is.
Yeah, and I think what they should have done, and you can, I'll save my ideas about it. I'd love to see your analysis. But I think what they should have done, just in hindsight, is to circumscribe the cost they're asking for. And say, we've really gone through this and we've determined that these are the necessary production costs and frame it out that way. Because the way it looks now, I mean, asking for $86,000 from a guy who you helped defame to produce the evidence that you're trying desperately to not let come into light, like it's a bad look. Like you said, it's a bad PR look. And they should have really circumscribed and said, hey, you know what? We were happy to comply with this once the judge ordered us to. And now we need some defraying of costs, but I think they went way too far.
I do want to say one thing, though, about this whole case, which is crazy. Even now, the most left-wing liberal crazies believe Amber Heard is full of crap. And are out publicly saying it. You know that Hassan Piker from the Young Turks, the super left wing, he's literally on camera now saying she's a liar. She's a goddamn liar. He's saying that. Yeah, the Young Turks, like everybody on the left now is saying, you know, because they're trying to distinguish the Me Too movement from her. They're like, yo, she's just a big liar. And I think it's to the point now where it's so obvious that she's lying that no reasonable person is going to take her position. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think that is the power and value of getting a jury trial on defamation and getting it in the public. Every single stupid expert on defamation that you'll read about, like these guys who've been doing these defamation things for decades or whatever. I was reading an article by one of these guys. He's like, I would have advised Johnny Depp against suing Amber Heard. This only draws attention to his accusations. And I'm like, buddy, his career is dead. It's done right now. Like, drawing attention to it, that's the risk. Everybody already paid attention and his career is over. And these guys would have had him, and I see this every time any even moderately profiled defamation case comes up. Well, you should have just hired a PR firm instead of a lawyer. It's like, yeah, except right now in 2020, 2022, whatever, you're not coming back. There's not a comeback anymore. There's not a path back in with just enough groveling and you know, apologies. Kevin Spacey isn't making it back into Hollywood. Kevin Spacey doesn't deserve to be back in Hollywood, to be clear. If not for the sexual assault, because that could have been fake, I don't know, but definitely for all the fucking murders.
Oh yeah, he's yeah. And they know Me Too is a death sentence, but they try to pretend that it's not. But Me Too is a death sentence for a career, and Johnny Depp's only avenue, because that's what this case was about. It was about him getting his side of the story up, because a lot of people don't realize being canceled means you can't talk. You don't have the platform to get a message out. So that's what being canceled means. And Johnny Depp was canceled. He couldn't get his And just imagine having all of this great evidence, right? All this great evidence, and nobody even wants to hear it because they believe that you're a wife beater. So the only way he could get it out was by this particular trial. So,
well, Nate, I believe you're absolutely correct in that. In that, if he doesn't do this, then it's just he said, she said. He's the victim. He's just throwing stuff out into the ether, trying to discredit. But here, in the scope of a lawsuit, he's able to say, I'm presenting this in a legal framework under the court, the evidentiary rules. It totally changes the visuals for his evidence production here.
Did you guys see about the stuff that's coming out of the UK trial now, that the judge ignored all the evidence that he ignored? Like literally, they were going through the judgment, and one of the things that he ignored was literally Amber Heard admitting that she lied to officials under oath and pleaded guilty to it in Australia. Judge said that doesn't bear on her credibility. Also in the Australia incident, it was proven that she even asked other people to lie to officials under oath, and they testified, yes, she did it. And a judge said, yes, she did that, but it doesn't bear on her credibility in this case. It's like, if those two things don't bear on your credibility, that you're willing to lie to officials, to authorities, and on top of it, you have other people that you're telling to lie to authorities, then nothing could bear on your credibility. They just essentially took everything she said and said it's true, and he's a wife beater. It's crazy.
You know what's crazy though? I mean, we're critical of the UK system. Where was that evidence in this trial? It was excluded in limine.
Yeah.
I mean, Amber Heard has admitted to to lying under oath to Australian officials. That wasn't allowed in. It should have been, because absolutely past acts of untruthfulness, of documented untruthfulness, are allowed into this.
Yes.
And the fact that was excluded in limine is a fucking shame to me.
Well, she is a domestic violence victim, so you have to take that into account.
That's true.
I mean,
that's true,
right?
true.
It's like the judge presumes that to be the case, and that's why she's not going to allow.
So real quick, Nate, I see you got something to share. I'll pull it up in just a second, but I have to address this to the chat. People are very curious because they're concerned that I said that the murders regarding Kevin Spacey. Kevin Spacey fucking killed those people. His accusers started dropping like rocks. I don't know how he did it. I don't know if he mind exploded them. I don't know what he did, but when all of Kevin Spacey's accusers, except for like Anthony Rapp, I think is like the only one who managed to live, these people started dying in he died.
They made Vince
in
Foster
mysterious ways, right? Like
Well,
this
isn't he
motherfucker,
friends with Hillary Clinton?
Yeah, seriously.
he was killing people left and right. I don't care what anybody says.
Preach.
Hey, Nate,
You
and
don't-
Legal Vices, can I take a
Yes, sir.
moment? I just put my email in the private chat here. Can we exchange emails?
Yep.
Because I'm not sure I have the emails for you guys. Thanks. Sorry, Nick.
No, you're fine. You're fine. Absolutely. But yeah, so I'm willing to put it on paper. I think based on my review of the mysterious deaths of all of Kevin Spacey's accusers right around the time of the accusations becoming public, I'm guessing he killed him. That's
Right.
that's definitely not per se defamatory or anything.
Well, the first one you
Because
think,
he did
okay,
it.
that's coincidental. The second and third one, you're going,
It's like the mob, right? Everybody's not talking because they're gone. Huh?
Yeah. And now he's been accused of something crazy in the UK. What was that? Hold on, real quick. I just gotta see. Oh yeah, 4 more sexual assault charges in Britain. So England, you gotta watch out. A crime wave is coming. Murders like you've never seen before. We
Poor
call it
Kevin Spacey.
the Spacey tsunami. It's gonna sweep across the island. There'll be
What happened to all these people?
There'll be a bunch of dead sexually assaulted men in its wake. Okay, here we go. So Nate, what is this Hassan?
Oh yeah, this is the clip of him. I think I'm calling it Hassan Piker is going red. Here it is.
Johnny Depp was victim of domestic abuse by a woman who originally claimed that he was the one who was the abusive person in this relationship exclusively. Does not change. Like, we can't just like turn around and be like, all right, I'm going to avoid the facts in this situation. Actually, Amber Heard is a queen. Stan her. She's just a victim. And you know, Johnny Depp is actually the big gross guy. Ew. You can't do that. You know why you can't do that? Because then you one, because it's not true, and two, in my opinion, and two,
nice nail polish.
no one is going to look at you and go, wow, that's an honest person. They're going to look at you as like a psycho. The reason why this is as big as a case as it is literally because even though their split ultimately was amicable, she still went forward in the Oibrov UK court case and testified and literally fucking got the Oibrov court case to side with the Sun, Rupert Murdoch's own disgusting dish rag of a fucking newspaper.
Oibrov's Brit bongs, I guess, right? Like that's what that is. Is it
Yeah.
Oibrov? Okay. Yeah,
But
gotcha.
But what it does, it shows you how I don't think he says these things if Johnny Depp doesn't sue, right? I don't think any of these lefties say anything like this unless Johnny Depp sues. And that's what I think people need to understand. He sued to open people like this's eyes up and say, here's the evidence, right? That's who he's suing for. He's not suing for people like us who look at evidence and say, okay, he's suing for people like that who assume that he was doing this to get something back from it. And I think he's done it. And I think because like somebody like this and David Pakman and all those lefties, they're all saying the same thing. And I think that's the ultimate win for Johnny Depp, is that now these people recognize they were wrong.
It's this is one of the reasons I was so happy for this case to come through. And it sounds awful because it's not fair, but it's so good that this happened to a Johnny Depp, someone who had the resources, the means, and let's be honest, the right politics. Because if Johnny Depp was Kelsey Grammer, no one, Hassan Piker's not coming out and saying Johnny Depp or that Kelsey Grammer didn't do it, right?
Yeah.
Johnny Depp was not a big MAGA country Trump guy. He was not, he actually has some pretty troubling statements for people who are Trump supporters.
He threatened to kill Trump too, remember?
Yeah. threatened to kills a
Well,
bit
but
harsh.
but
Hypothetically posed that maybe he should. But yeah, so he had the right political disposition to allow this to happen. And that's why I was like, again, I don't think this should have happened to Johnny Depp. I would prefer to him to just be a politically ignorant weirdo and never have to go through this. That's fine. I'm okay with that. But because that's all of Hollywood, by the way, without exception. There's no left and right for me in Hollywood. They're all politically ignorant weirdos on the left or the right. And the fact that we give actors credibility because they're on TV is weird. But that being said, I would be happy for him to just be the man who makes movies for the rest of his life without this happening. But if it's going to happen, I'm glad it's someone in this position. They've got the money to really pursue the case. They've got the right politics to allow people to defend them. And the important thing is now, I mean, millions of people have seen what this does, and they don't get to just hand wave it away as well. But that guy's kind of a scumbag, so I don't like him because by all accounts, Johnny Depp's a drunk and a drug addict, but not a scumbag. He actually seems to be a pretty decent chap.
And not a wife beater, to be honest with you. I don't think he's a wife beater at all.
He doesn't come across as even an occasional wife beater, right? Like he just doesn't come across that way to me at all.
Well, that's been the gist of his testimony, I think, is that I've done like way too many drugs for a normal human being to do. I've drank way more than a human being should be allowed to. I've done some really bad stuff, but I haven't done this.
Yeah. So guys, just so you know, I've got 3 different court streams all running, waiting for whatever's going to happen. The reporting is that there is something, that the attorneys have arrived, but beyond the reporting, I haven't seen anything move yet. It's
funny because we ran 2 mock. We ran the online mock jury last night and this morning, and both. It's funny because some surprising results. Amber Heard lost everything, but the first claim, it was not even close. But for Johnny, the first claim about sexual violence, he's like everybody says he wins that one. It's the next 2 claims of abuse. It's split. And from Joe's stream, which is extremely pro Depp. My streams are extremely pro Depp, but they gave him a loss on those 2 counts. But for the first count, it was a complete win. So I'm thinking it's going to be a split decision.
They gave him the sexual abuse headline that Amber didn't even write, but not the other 2.
Yes, they said the other 2 they claimed those statements are likely true, and even on Joe's stream, Joe's crowd came to the same thing, that the second statement was probably true. So he doesn't get that, but they gave him the first one, and the third one was like iffy. But every poll that we've run, Johnny Depp either wins the first one, he wins, but the other 2 he loses.
Okay, man, that's a surprising result to me.
For all of us, we were surprised too.
Huh. So this is what, like polls in the chat? Is that what this?
No. I took I took the jury instructions and put it on a Google form.
Yeah.
And so what I did was this last night and this morning with Joe, what we do is we gave it to the chat. Like we put it in the chat and then had the chat fill out, okay, here's a jury form, and we all talked about it. Like, here are the forms. It's just literally just the jury form, and we did it. And the chat just fills out the jury form. And then we say if it's over 90%, because you can't get 100% here. If you get over 90%, we'll say Johnny's won, and if it's less than 90%, well, it's not unanimous. And he consistently loses the claim 2 and claim 3, but he consistently wins claim 1.
What percentages were claim 2 and 3? Do you know?
The one was 83%, the other one was 85%, and so they're always 83. And on Joe's stream, it was 86, 87%.
Okay, so we're talking about 15% of people, which is, to be clear, that's 1 in 7. I mean, you're there.
And but for the other claims, they're like 90. Like for the other stuff, it's 90%. Like for the first one, 90, 90, 99. So it's all like 95, 96%. Like it's not even close. But those 2 ones, the one that he loses, or whether it's false or not, those are the 2 ones that he loses. That's
really interesting. I mean, because to me, I I don't see how well, I guess I'm not looking at the statements themselves. If I look at them critically, I mean, I think those statements in a vacuum were really hard to sustain a defamation claim on. And I think that this is what I said from the beginning, and I maintain it. I think the job of Johnny Depp's lawyers was to incorporate by reference the previous 2 years. You're not allowed to do this like legally, but we're in jury town, not legal town. And this is what their closing argument was focused on in for at least a good portion of it was, can we incorporate the TRO, which would normally be privileged from defamation? Can we incorporate the UK trial? Can we incorporate these statements about Johnny Depp that Amber Heard has made into these statements in the Washington Post? And that was the job of Richard Marks as well as an expert witness, was to say, well, these statements in the Washington Post triggered, because they're targeted to the industry, they're targeted to the big people, they triggered this idea that all of these other statements, and it gave them the gravity and the demand that they remove Johnny Depp. So, so to me, I think he wins on all three, but it's really interesting to see if there's at least a notable portion of people who think that he loses on those two. And I can see how.
I have them up. If you want to just run it here, we can run it. The polls are all good. If you want, let me take the first poll. We can run it because it should be quick. Hold on, let me get the link.
We're just waiting on the thing anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, we got. Let me invite Kurt in here as well.
All right, let me go to yeah. I'm gonna put the link to the first question in the private chat, and if you can just pin that link when you're ready for the and I'll share my screen so you can see the poll, what it looks like. But so just so everybody understands, the poll is essentially, I just took the jury instructions and made them the jury verdict form and made it a poll. That's essentially what I did. So it's exactly the way it's written. It's literally a copy and paste.
Okay, so I've replaced the pinned message, and that is a reflection on C. Goody's work performance. I do want to say that. I've replaced it with the poll, so you can pull that up.
And this was just the stream viewers' lay opinions.
Yes. Well, if people have been watching, I'm assuming people have been watching the trial. So just giving your opinions on how to fill out a jury verdict, because those people who are back there are just regular people. So you have the verdict form and just read.
And I think that's very important for how we look at it and how the average layperson looks at it are incredibly different.
Yeah. So here is the first statement that Johnny Depp is suing over. So it says, "I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. That has to change." Now, this was the title.
Right.
And this is the verdict form. And we can, matter of fact, I'll have us answer it too, since we're here. We can answer it too.
Should we answer it individually or collectively?
If you guys want to answer it individually, that's cool, or collectively. It all depends. Since we're here, we can talk our way through it. But if you guys want to answer it individually, just click on the link and answer it, and then we can talk about it afterwards.
Yeah, I'm answering it right now. Let's see.
Now, also for people in the chat who are answering, remember, each one of these statements, the burden of proof is preponderance of the evidence. Is it more likely than not? That's what you're looking at. So is it more likely than not the statement was made or published by Miss Heard? Is it more likely than not? There's Depp proven it based on that standard.
Right.
And we have to keep in mind the implication standard, right? So
that's in here.
Okay.
Yep, that's one of the jury questions.
Yeah,
that's on here.
Because it's not simply I was spoke up against sexual violence or sexual assault. It was by Johnny Depp.
Yeah, it's in the jury instructions. Yeah, I'll show it to you if you scroll down.
Yep. Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah.
I mean, in fairness, they should put in brackets there by Johnny Depp, because that's really the point.
And the last one is, now the only time the standard just changes the last question, and the standard is clear and convincing, which is more probable than not. So, but if you find all the other ones, you'll find that one too.
I already filled that one out.
All right.
I'm ahead of class. I'm doing my homework early.
Give people like a five countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm killing responses as of right now. We got 3,000 responses. Let's see how your chat decided it. For the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard.
You cut it off like 2 seconds before I got. Wow, dang it!
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was like,
Marbles
ready
and
to read the last
technology.
statement.
Am I right?
Because I found this. I found the second to last question to be the most problematic of everything.
Oh,
Yeah, some of the questions are in regards. See, for me, this one is like the most suspect statement. That's what what is so baffling to me. This one is the most suspect because she didn't say it.
Yes, but that's the implication piece of it. So here's the statement was made or published by Ms. Heard. 99% of the chat says yes.
Well, she published it when she retweeted it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean that's the conclusion that
and
you could
took
come
ownership of it. I
Yes.
published this article today.
to. Yeah.
Was the statement about Mr. Depp? I think that's clear, right? It's, even though it's by implication, at 98%. Was the statement false? Now, even some of your chat is saying it may not be false. 110 people said that they don't believe the statement was false, but it's 96%. So essentially, he's one to win that one. Was the statement was defamatory implication about Mr. Depp? 99% says yes. 98% says it was designed and intended by Ms. Heard for defamatory implication. This one is interesting because you got almost 10% of the people didn't believe this one. Due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. So this one is pretty tight. We almost didn't make it.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And this last one, for actual malice, 98.9%. Now,
except for that one, this is like a Asian SAT score.
Ah, damn it!
Oh my god! Oh my god!
So more complaints.
I disavow that comment.
I avow
living in Asia as I am.
I avow it. They have good SAT scores.
So just so to remind everybody, so this chat did just like all the other chats. It's the next two that are the problematic ones. So so we can get a feel. So I don't know if do you guys want to do the next one?
Might as well. Hey, what's up, Kurt? How you
Hey,
doing?
how you doing, man?
Good morning.
Just trying to figure out where to put my face so my own name isn't blocking it.
Oh, yeah. Here, I can remove the banner since we got more people here.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hey, Kurt, long time.
Hey, yeah, it's good to see you guys. How y'all been?
I'm pretty well.
Excellent.
Pretty well. We're doing mock juries with the chat on the jury instructions here.
Kurt was with me last night, and he was shocked. He was shocked too at the results too. He was like, "What?"
Yeah. I hope our conversation hasn't tainted the chat. Chat, if you feel that we have touched your taint, first of all, we didn't, and second of all, my name is Kevin Spacey, and your days are numbered.
I'm putting the other link in the private chat.
Okay.
Kevin Spacey, the arch killer here. Here it is. So his question too. When you're ready, I'll pull it up.
Is Dina Dahl, the law and crime legal analyst, is she a lawyer or is she just like a reptiloid? I don't hear. What is?
That's what you see before you raise up the sunglasses.
I'm terrified of her.
So this is the second. This is the second statement. Now remember, this statement was actually in the op-ed written by Amber Heard. So there's no implication. There's no you don't have this. We don't have the same retweet issue or republication issue. So this is the statement. 2 years ago, I became a public figure representing domestic abuse, and felt the full force of our culture's wrath for women who speak out. So remember, the questions that you're seeing are only about this statement.
Yes, and to the chat, I have updated the pinned copy, the pinned link. So this is the new one. This is the new one. So you can go click on it. It's the pinned comment up there. Click on that, open it in a new tab or whatever, and then you can fill this out. Okay.
Now this is the one we all were struggling with. So I'll give it a couple of minutes but this is the one, and I think Rob and Uncivil were arguing about a couple of these too, right? because it's like, So
well, let's not taint the jury with this
All
one.
right.
and then we'll we can talk about what we all think about this one. Let's see.
We'll give everybody another minute and a half, 2 minutes to fill everything out.
Hang on. This is just like I did with the bar exam questions. I just freaking overanalyzed them.
take your time. Well, the jury's not back yet, so we got time.
Okay, I tried to submit it and it kicked me out. There we go. I got it. Mine submitted. So just like the bar exam, I finished before everybody around me.
Excellent.
Okay, Kurt, do you while we're waiting on this, do you have any opinion on the New York wait a minute, is this? Oh no. Do you have any opinion on the New York ACLU versus Johnny Depp fee shifting for the document production?
The monetary amount seems a lot, is my first thought. It just seems like a lot of money.
Yeah.
It seems absurdly high.
Yeah, that's where I fell down. And I mean, I looked at their production log or whatever, that their billing log, and I was like, this is so vague. I did find one case on point. I don't know if you delved into the case law at all.
No.
But there's one case on point. Here, I'm going to see if I can get back to it because my Westlaw timed out, which had I don't want to answer the phone, whoever that is.
Hold on, I'm gonna kill responses.
I answered everything, so I don't care.
Well, I just want to give the chat the countdown because the people screaming. All right, so it's over in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Response is over.
Okay, real quick before we get into the results, I want to read this. This is the Westlaw notes about this one case, the only one I found involving fees under either of the statutes. Okay, in New York. So this is the matter of Kagan from 2019. Objectors in trust and probate accounting proceedings were responsible for defraying $40,000 of non-party real estate consultants' attorneys' fees incurred in responding to objectors' subpoenas out of a total of $92,076.04. Consultants sought under rule governing defraying of reasonable production costs. Objectors failed to show why information sought from consultants could not be adequately gleaned from records of trustees and executor in underlying accounting proceedings, and objectors failed to reach agreement to limit scope of subpoenas, but costs of review of documents for privilege and relevancy were to be borne by producing party, and consultants failed to provide objectors with advance notice they would seek reimbursement of legal fees. So we did find out that the ACLU, they've informed Johnny Depp from the get-go that they would seek reimbursement of legal fees. But the question is, does the cost of reviewing those production documents, does that need to then be borne by Johnny Depp just because they gave him notice? I don't think so. I mean, to me, that case would suggest that if you want to review the documents you're going to produce, that's on you. That your review time is them. The production time is something, and review time is something separate. So that
makes sense.
But that's the only case I found on point. Now, granted, I didn't do the deepest dive, but I just went in Westlaw and looked up cases that were cited or that cited either of those two rules, and that's the only one on fees at all.
Oh,
so
okay,
it's
not a lot.
Yeah,
one random case.
I'm gonna try to deep dive it today.
Okay, so here we go. What's the results we've got here, Nate?
I think you're gonna be shocked. So let's go with the first question. And 99% of the people said that. So the statement was published by Ms. Heard. 99%. When it comes to the statement being about Mr. Depp, 93%. So we have 2 yeses. So we're good. When it comes to is the statement false, Johnny Depp has lost this. 87%, 13%, almost 1,000 people, 745 people say no, the statement is not false. It's consistent among all the streams.
It's amazing.
And when it comes to the statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp, 94% of people believe that. Defamatory implication was designed and intended by Ms. Heard, 95% of people believe that. due to circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication of someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. He lost that one too. So he's lost two elements.
That's actually
based on your chat.
surprising. That's
There's
a very
another
surprising-
700 people.
What does lost mean? He lost?
Yes, he's
Well,
losing the second claim. The second claim.
So what Nate is the methodology of this is that if there's a higher than 10% amount, the idea would be that's one juror who says no, and therefore, I mean, practically, does it work out that way? We'll have to see. But if
I mean,
there's,
you could have every juror believe it by 87%, and then he's won.
Yeah, of course.
I mean,
Oh
you know.
yeah. But this is just taking the polls and saying, okay, if every this is just the amount of people we're saying, instead of it being 100%, because that's virtually impossible online, we're saying 90% would be a good barometer.
Okay, I get it. All
Yeah.
right.
And
no,
so-
I find
Go
that
ahead.
really, really interesting. I mean,
and then clear
baffling.
and convincing 94%. So even here, but now these are people who, now I'm assuming we're in a very pro-Depp camp here, and it's just consistent across all these streams that the second one for some reason loses. I don't know why.
Yeah. I mean, I guess it depends on how you read and break down the statement, right? Like she did stand up against domestic violence, I guess, right? But see, the interesting thing to me is how can you say, no, the statement was not false, but then on the next one, because many of the people who answered no necessarily answered yes to the defamatory implication. So if you're reading the defamatory implication into the statement, to me, I then think, is the defamatory implication of the statement the falsity? So that's how I resolve that question.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, she did stand up against sexual violence, I guess, right? Like she became an ambassador for it. So that much is true. But if the defamatory implication is that means that Johnny Depp is the abuser, then that's the falsity of the statement that I'm concerned with. So for me, I answer both of those questions as yes. The statement was false because it's the defamatory implication that matters. And then the next part is the defamatory implication. So that's
I'm with you, Nick, on that. That's exactly how and why I answered that.
But then how do you now? But then you have this issue too. Then the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who else. So this is publishing it to a third party, and you have kind of the same result too. So in two of the elements, they're saying it's not so much.
Yeah, that one I would guess would just be people saying, well, if someone other than Johnny Depp read that, they wouldn't find it to be defamatory against Depp. But the question on damages and defamation is, did anybody other than Johnny Depp read that and find a defamatory implication? If the answer, like by the black letter of the law, there's no threshold amount of people that need to find defamatory meaning. It's literally anybody who reads that goes, oh, this is about Johnny Depp, which could be his sister. Now we get to the next portion of that. Does the next question you'd have to ask is, does this damage Johnny Depp to the person who read the defamatory implication? Is there a tangible damages award that we can give on that? But that's the threshold is just one person. So
if it's not about Johnny Depp, who is it about?
Well, yeah,
No,
well,
they
the
said
2
it's
years
about-
ago makes it about Johnny Depp. I mean, that's what sells me on it being about Johnny Depp. And she even says this on the stand in a bit of an unforced error moment where Camille Vasquez asks her what was going 2 years ago, and she says, "Oh, it's filing a restraining order against Johnny Depp." I'm like, okay, well, thanks for that piece of information.
Yep.
Yeah,
But we've done this 4 times. Kurt was and each one of the 4 times. Oh, this one's lost everyone. Every time we've run this one always loses for Depp, and it always loses on the falsity. The other one is a new one, but whether it's through a true or false. And I think if people just read this statement, I understand why people can say, well, the statement without all of the other baggage, it's 2 years ago I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Is it false? Is it not false? That type of thing. So it's. No, I could see the balance.
I mean, one confounding factor, of course, is here we have almost 6,000 responses from people. What percentage of those people sat and watched Amber Heard lie to their face for hours at a time in a trial? I mean, that taints you, right? Then she's just a liar, and that taints everything else.
That's kind of one of the things too, where it's like I at some point cease to care about the legal niceties, which is saying a lot. And just like because she's making these brazen claims, I'm like, I can't be bothered to care anymore. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
and you know, the interesting thing, I'm not trying to argue against the positions of the poll. I find the poll interesting and just laying out my reasoning behind my answers. But this demonstrates what the jury, what a juror is, right? Because a juror who reads the question the way 13% of the people in this chat do, they go, no, he doesn't win. And you never know what juror you get, right? Like if that's how it goes. That's the reality of jury verdicts. And that's what makes them so damn interesting. And that's why unanimity is such an interesting prospect in all of this stuff. Do you get to unanimity amongst the jury?
Yeah, it's an interesting quandary because, and I'm saying this, even though I understand not everybody's watched the trial, but my channel is pretty pro Depp. Joe's channel, even this channel, we're watching the trial. I think we're pretty much pro Depp after viewing all the evidence, and people realize that. So going into this, I wouldn't have suspected Depp would lose on this claim here. I just wouldn't have suspected it. But the fact of the matter is, he did. And well, based on our standards. And the first claim was all 90s, 95, and now we're talking about 85. So I think that's a pretty distinct difference when you talk about, what do we think the jury's going to do? Now, this obviously has no bearing on the jury, right? The jury can go down and find him. But I just think it's interesting that even in our circles, there's still some balance here where people are saying we're not really convinced with these other statements, but we're convinced with the first one, if you know what I mean.
Well, with this one where I got hung up, it was not with I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. I'll give her that. And I felt the full force of our culture's wrath. That's where I had my hang up. I don't think that she felt the full force of culture's wrath for speaking out. That's where I had my personal hang up.
That part I just find to be pure opinion.
Yeah.
So I think that part is totally unactionable.
Yeah, well, the other thing to consider about this, as we go through this, there's one dynamic that is left out of these polls, is the polls are done individually in a vacuum.
Yes.
Whereas in a jury room, there isn't. There's 6 people looking at your ass, going, "Really? Really?"
Well, we've all watched 12 Angry Men, the original version and the remake, where it's like the one holdout and how do they argue, and people argue against each other in the jury room.
But that one holdout, depending on the personality, can actually, I don't think in this case, really, I think if there's one holdout for Amber Heard, I think they get browbeaten into a Johnny Depp position. They would have to be so strongly in favor of her. And I would just have a hard time believing that anybody who sat through that trial, even if they didn't like Johnny Depp, I think the likely outcome would be a mutual hatred of both of them. Just that like Andrew Braga said, you make me sit for 6 weeks at $30 a day while you talk about your fucking island.
And you don't give me dinner while we're deliberating.
Yeah.
I'm going home.
Okay, we got
if you're gonna ask me, at least buy me dinner first.
Really?
Okay, we got the new poll. The new poll is going up. I'm replacing the pinned message here, so you can check out the new one, and we can do the last question to the chat who wants to.
No. We also have the ones for Amber's claims, but she loses everything all the time, so I don't think that would be as fun. But there were some elements that most people give her wins on, but she loses all her claims. Her claims don't even make it past the first element. So
yeah, and God, to me, if I were on that legal team, I would have fought so vehemently hard against bringing that counterclaim. I think it flat out sunk their case. A case that was imminently winnable by Amber Heard. Even with her as a bad witness, I think the case was still winnable by Amber Heard if you didn't have the counterclaims, because you got away from the mental health testimony from Dr. Muffins was, to me, absolutely devastating.
Well, another thing goes back to the conversation that Nick and I had the other night, where you've got to have a come to Jesus moment with your client and just say, this is not going to work for you.
Yeah. We talked about that too. Yeah, it was just like it's because I think they spent way too much time arguing the counterclaim at the end. It was like, why are you arguing this stupid counterclaim? You only got like 10 minutes left, and we're talking about counterclaims. We have all these experts talking about counterclaims. The counterclaims aren't going to win. We need to make sure we don't pay. That's our main goal here.
Yeah, and if she would have, whatever there is with Amber Heard, I think if she outright won the defamation case again without that counterclaim, and didn't have all of that testimony about how she's a freaking psychopath, that she would have potentially been able to worm her way into some productions. I think she could have. I wouldn't have wanted to see it. A lot of people might not have, but Hollywood does a lot of things that people don't want them to do, especially in regards to casting. I think if she could have just outright sniped him on the defamation claim, said, nope, this is true. He is an abuser. And I was abused. I mean, how do you not cast her? Unless you know her. I mean, that would do it, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Let me answer these. I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse.
As Nate said the other day when we were talking, say you've got to get down on your knees and just go, "Dear Lord, please help Andrew. I mean, please help Amber understand that if she goes through with this, it is not going to be a good ending, and she's going to end." Yeah, you've got to have that conversation with the client.
Yeah.
And maybe they didn't foresee that. Maybe they thought by her raising her mental health issues, that they would then be able to get a fair trade on having Johnny Depp evaluated as well. Maybe they thought that. I think that was a long gamble, but crazier things have happened. A judge says, well, if you're going to have a mental evaluation of one party, I guess the other party should get it too. But they convincingly won on that issue and kept Johnny Depp from being evaluated. I think that was a big portion of it.
Yeah, that was a huge loss, but it was a loss because he never put it at issue. He never said, "I suffer from this, I suffer for that, I suffer for this." Right? He says, "I'm an addict. I admit I'm an addict, but I didn't do all this other stuff." Where she's saying, "No, because he did this, I have PTSD," because that's directly at issue here. So I don't know if you get a get back, because if you're telling people he caused me to have this illness, then he can challenge. He should be able to challenge that.
Yep. Okay, we've got an update from Court TV. Jury is on lunch break until 1 Eastern. The jurors are not deliberating during lunch. So we will.
It's 12:30 there now, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I don't know what the reporting that the attorneys were getting back to the. Maybe the attorneys were just going in there so the judge could dismiss the jury for lunch.
Yeah. To the Edgerton cry, I hope you guys survive the lunch today.
I'm killing responses in 3, 2, 1. Speak now, forever hold your peace. Done. So to the statement. Oops, gotta reload this page. So the original statement was, oops, let me go back. So just going back to the statement within, I had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. Let's see the responses. As to the question, was the statement made or published by Ms. Heard? 99%. The statement was about Mr. Depp. We're at 97%. The statement was false, 93%. So he wins here. The statement has a defamatory implication about Mr. Depp, 95%. The defamatory implication was designed and attended by Ms. Heard, 97%. And due to the circumstances surrounding the publication of the statement, it conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. That's 91%, so we're all good. And 97% when it comes to actual malice. So your chat has him winning claims 1 and 3, but losing claim 2. So so we've never done this poll. So just to be clear, we've never done this poll where somewhere where Johnny Depp has 1 claim 2. He's always every time we've run it, he's lost claim 2.
That's true.
And to be fair, I did personally some argument after 2 that might have reframed the way people thought about the questions. Probably should have done it in a vacuum, but that doesn't make for the TV.
Well, I kind of as I've said before, I kind of disagree on both points. Two I'm not firm on, but two I lean for liability. I'd have an open discussion, but three I don't believe is false. So I kind of disagree on both those assessments.
And why is that?
Because I don't think by its literal statements or its implication it's false. I think she did have a unique vantage point on how Hollywood protects people accused of, whatever. And that might be about Johnny Depp, but I don't think it's false. I think she had a unique vantage point. I don't think there's a defamatory implication about it. That's what I think.
I think I have an arguable point there. I hadn't thought about it in the literal sense of the word, just like taking it black letter, printed statement.
Yeah,
is this statement false?
On black letter, I don't think it's false. And what is the defamatory implication?
Well, it's if we
she's talking about Johnny Depp.
Well,
right?
I'll concede that point that it's about Johnny Depp. I'll concede that.
Yeah, the question I think Kurt's asking is being accused of abuse a defamatory statement? Is that a defamatory implication? Because being accused of abuse doesn't make one an abuser, right?
Except she's the accuser.
Well, yeah, and the vice versa point of that, being an alleged victim may still give you this rare vantage point, whether you're a legitimate victim or not.
Here's my counter.
I'll concede my point to
counterpoint.
Kurt on that.
Here's my counterpoint, though, which I agree with what you're saying, Kurt. However, the but is here. We have testimony in this trial from Richard Marks that I think his testimony makes the defamatory implication argument that this accused of abuse is not just her stating someone is accused of abuse, but what he testified to was that this op-ed in the Washington Post was a call out to Hollywood. It was a call out and an accusation of them to they did not follow through on what should have happened to this abuser. And so with that implication combined with how Richard Marks framed it, and this is of course relying on the jury to have heard that and to interpret it the same way, but that's how I take it. That's where I get the defamatory implication, is that this is her saying, hey, he's been accused of abuse. He is an abuser. Therefore, you should have taken him down and you didn't. That's where I pull this, that defamatory implication. So that's
what if it wasn't abuse? What if she had falsely accused him of arson, and then she becomes a spokesman for an anti-arson organization, is giving national talks on that all the time. Every time she talks, she's talking about the person she falsely accused of arson.
Yeah, but my problem is, like, even if Amber Heard somehow concedes that she falsely made the accusation, I'm still having problems on this statement. Because whether the accusation is false or not, she had the rare vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men. She could literally come out and say, yes, that allegation was false. And she still could say, yes, I saw how institutions protect men accused of abuse. So I'm just having a problem here.
But she didn't come out and say it was a false accusation. She's still maintaining that it's a true accusation.
Yeah, my point is that the falsity or truthiness. Wow, I'm having English problems today.
It doesn't affect whether or not she had the rear.
Yeah.
You have swayed me, Kurt, on this. I would change my answer if I could again.
Yeah. When you just read it, I had the rear vantage point of seeing. Yeah, to be honest with you, it sounds like an opinion to me too, though. Like, even I know we're talking about truth and falsity, but this just sounds like pure opinion. I don't see how this statement could be false. Again, that's just my opinion.
And it doesn't necessarily even imply that the institutions protected men well or not. Like it whether the institutions are really good at protecting men or really sucky at protecting men, it doesn't really say that either. It's like I had the vantage point of seeing how they protect them really, really well or really, really poorly. Either way, it's like, it's just okay.
Well, and I think it goes beyond that. Like in the real time, how institutions protect men, it doesn't necessarily imply how the institutions protected Johnny Depp in this situation. It's just set her up in a situation where she has the rare vantage point of seeing how, in general, institutions protect men accused of abuse.
Well, I
think it's naive to take these statements completely in isolation outside the context of 6 weeks of trial testimony. What this really asks is to protect Johnny Depp accused of abuse.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and it's a false accusation. So
clear
that
implication
it's
of
the fruit of the poisonous tree. Everything is built around her false accusation.
But
I also
see
think
how we
I think the key is the clear context of the article. Like, again, I get what you're saying with the the specificity of the statement, but the clear implication of the overall piece is that the institution protected men well, because that's what the whole piece is about, that the institution protected men who are accused of abuse.
Perhaps
and she
they
got
did.
to see it. And that's what they were, that's what she's saying. So
is the real question how we view this particular statement in a vacuum, isolated by itself, or how we view it in the context of the other statements that are made?
The annoying thing is in some jurisdictions, and maybe you don't get this instruction in Fairfax County, Virginia. I don't know if they argued over it, but you get a gist. When you have a publication, you get a gist that the overall publication is either true or false. And you don't look at individual statements in a vacuum when it's coming from a member of the press or a press organization. And the reason being, they wanted the flexibility for a news report, for example, to get a fact wrong without being sued for defamation if the overall thrust of the piece was true. Now, that jury instruction doesn't seem to exist here, but for example, in Texas, it would. If you have the same thing, or you could get it, I should say, you could get that jury instruction. But here in Fairfax, in Virginia, they don't have that in this case. And so that changes things, because if that question is on there in the context of the piece as a whole, does this confer defamatory meaning? That's the question. But then that's a different thing than what we have, because what we have here are 3 causes of action, right? We have 3 statements, and if Johnny Depp wins on any of them, he wins.
Yeah.
And he can lose on 2 of them, win on 1. He can win 2, lose 1. He can win all 3. He wins in any of those cases. And then it's just damages for the jury to figure out, well, if he only won 1 out of the 3, how much damage do we attribute to that statement? And that's up to them. But in that gist instruction, it would be all of these statements incorporated into the entire piece. And does the overall thrust of the piece convey a defamatory meaning? And in this case, that might not actually be good for Johnny Depp either. I don't want to automatically say that it would be.
Yeah.
Just for context, this is the actual verdict form from this case, and it gives you a little context as to the statement appearing in the op-ed entitled "A Transformative Moment for Women" in the Washington Post print edition and online op-ed. Amber Heard, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath. I don't know why they put it second. Forget about that. That has to change in the Washington Post online edition. I had the vantage point of seeing in real time how institutions protect men accused of abuse. So that's the statement they have them judging right here.
Yeah.
And here, and I don't know why they did this. They said, is it defamatory? But, prove it. Had you proven all the elements? But here are the elements. They put it.
Shouldn't it be or rather than and in that call the question?
Yes.
Answer, so I just spotted another mistake in the jury instructions.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, add another one to the list for mistake.
Wait, where is it?
In the actual call the question. No, up further. Oh. It says, as the statements appearing in the op-ed, blah, 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 and the online op-ed, blah, blah, blah. It should be or, not and.
Yes.
Because a defamation, either one would be fine. Technically speaking, the way that's written, you'd have to find it's defamatory in both. And because the title only exists in one of them, right?
Which is the online one.
Which is the online one. So it's hypothetically possible that you could view the statement as defamatory in the context of the title of the online editorial, but not in the context of the Bryn op-ed. And because it's written and, not or, therefore you'd have to rule against it. So that's a mistake.
Well,
screw you for making us think, Kurt.
I know.
That's why everybody hates lawyers.
I know. I just over lawyered the shit out of it, but that's what we get paid for, right?
You're making me think at 2:00 in the morning, and I'm drunk.
Look, I'm just saying. The title only exists in one of them. So now I have to view technically the way this is written. I have to view this third statement in both the context of the both titles independently, and I have to reach the conclusion that they're both defamatory in both contexts, or I have to rule against Depp. Fun. Which also, can we go back up to number one, by the way?
Sure.
Can we go back up to the actual call to question number one so I can spot another legal mistake?
This is question one.
Okay, so it just says the op-ed, because I was like, okay, if they actually say both, I'm going to have a heart attack, because I was worried they were going to write. I was worried they're going to say both, and I was like, oh, I'm going to have to suddenly cast my vote against one and sink Johnny Depp because of stupidity.
Yeah, the ultimate question is, does someone on the jury have sufficient semantic syntax criticism to say, well, I'm now bound by this and
hey,
I don't think anybody's gonna be looking
courts
at
of appeal have decided issues over less, man. I'm just saying, man.
and means things, man.
Words matter, as
Words
Camille
matter.
Vasquez says. Don't at me, at Camille.
But the one thing I do like about just doing this whole exercise is because just imagine how we're struggling with some of these, how we're arguing with some of these. Just imagine how those jurors got to be.
I think it's actually easier.
They
for
don't
the
have
jurors
lawyers and legal experts. They're just back there looking at it and trying to figure it all out. Here's some
Like
jury
back in the
instructions,
day,
here's
there was a
verdict form.
Trivial Pursuit game. It was like a legal Trivial Pursuit game, and me and my ex-wife would play it, and she would routinely kick my ass because as a lawyer, I would overanalyze the issues and questions, and she would just answer them as a normal ignorant person.
yeah,
It says and though.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when you lost every single time, I'm sure you're like, no, this is bullshit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And she was like, "Are you really a lawyer? And why are we still paying your student loans off 15 years after you graduated from this shit law school?"
Oh.
It's because you're not a doctor, sweetie.
Well, listen, guys, I got to run because I got to feed my kids. My kids are home from, they get an extra day off of school with their stuff. So I'm got to cook lunch now, make some sandwiches. But listen, this was fun. I'm actually still surprised. I thought your chat would have at least given them all three, but surprisingly, they turned down one claim. So it's
Kurt's
just
fault.
never know. You never. This is why juries are so unpredictable. As Andrew continues to say, he's like, I've never called a jury verdict because they are just too unpredictable.
No, you can never tell.
Well, I think
Never
everybody's
tell.
law school professors always had a nickname for jurors. Like my tort professor always referred to them as the 12 ignorant slobs. I mean, did anyone else's professor? I mean, it was like you have to. What is the argument you're going to use to convince these 12 ignorant slobs that you deserve X amount of dollars?
Yeah.
That's true.
I don't remember what I had a couple. Most of my professors though were not practicing professionals, right? You had a couple adjuncts who were, but a lot of them were professional instructors. So that's what you end up with sometimes in law school. It depends on the cases or the classes you take too.
Well, listen, gentlemen, I'll probably be back doing a circuit a little later, and hopefully we'll have a decision today. I'm praying, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah, gosh, I hope so.
Yeah.
All right, buddy. See you later.
Which also means now because they have just one in isolation. So one is the easiest one because like in the event they don't find one, but find one of the other two, now I have an additional avenue of appeal for Amber Heard that I didn't have before. So now I have 3 avenues of appeal. Yay.
So I see in the chat some people saying that the statement from number 3, the third statement, appears in both the print and online. We know they appear in both.
We do.
The question isn't whether or not they appear in either statement. What Kurt is saying is that according to a strict reading of the jury instruction, you would need to find the defamatory implication in both publications. And a juror could look at the title of one and find a defamatory implication, but not find the defamatory implication in the title of the other. So just pointing out, this is where lawyers make and lose lots of money. That and or, because let's just say that a juror came to that conclusion and blanked Johnny out on that. That was the one statement that he was going to win on. They're like, well, but it's not both. And he loses. And all of this and everything came down to one guy's syntax argument about the usage of and, where he says, by a strict reading of this, I have to say no, because in the print edition. I don't get the defamatory implication. I only get it with the salacious title they use in the online publication. And you lose because you put and instead of or. That's the problem. It's why lawyers, you put a decimal point in the wrong place and you cost your client $10 million.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the stuff. So that's what Kurt is pointing out here. Doesn't necessarily mean that a jury is going to take that literal syntax argument, but they might. And if they do, you could get blanked on a claim, and you don't want that.
Yeah, and then as I was noting in my other stream, like there's an error in the judge's oral instructions where she says all instead of any, and she says and instead of or, and now you have this exact syntax error. So like, yeah, this is play spot the issue, and I know you're grasping at straws, but that's part of what lawyers do.
Yeah.
When you're losing, it's like grasping at straws to find ways to win.
You're falling down the mountain and you've got a pickaxe and you're just hammering it into wherever you can find purchase.
That's right.
Because
That's
you
right.
might stop.
That's right.
Well, Nick, I mean, as you were saying, jurors are wild cards. I had this weird experience as a 3L. It was like right on the tail end of the O.J. Simpson trial, and there was a moot court where they brought in a legitimate jury. Everybody did the voir dire and everything, and sat a jury. The jury did not know that they were witnessing a mock trial, and they all allowed the cameras to be in the jury deliberations. And to this day, it freaks me out. It has nothing to do with my legal practice now. There was one statement that one juror made that freaked me out during the deliberation. She said, well, I saw an episode of Matlock where he did this.
Oh, God.
And that swayed the jury. And I'm like, holy fuck.
Yeah.
And that's how juries are human beings. And that's what they know, whether it's Perry Mason, Matlock, whatever. I've watched so much TV and I see this, and this is what I think. And I mean, that statement freaked me out. But these are human beings. These are normal people that look at things differently than you, Kurt, and I look at them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and differently than the chat looks at them too. Like you never know what person walks into a jury box. Like you have no idea what their preferences are. Maybe they're all sovereign citizens, right? And they would normally not submit to jury, but they're bored that day and they want to go mess with something. You never know.
Sojourner on the land. I do not
right.
consent to this. I do not contract to a discussion with you. Yeah.
And literally somebody could say, I agree with Barbosa or whatever, and Sparrow sucks.
Oh yeah,
right?
no, definitely. I could definitely see someone breaking out a Barbosa quote during this deliberation.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So it's
well, Davy Jones once said, "Oh my God, help us all." Anyone got some liar's dice?
Playing his organ.
Yeah. So it's very interesting. You never know. One of my professors, my civil procedure professor, was he was the special master on the Bayer aspirin case, which is going on, I think, still. And it was at the time I was in law school, it had been going on already for 15 or 20 years, because they couldn't get a class action because the people who were, using this particular drug, lots of them were old people on 50 million different drugs with all sorts of different ailments. So you don't have a likeness of claims to clump everybody in. You could clump some people in if they were on a particular regimen that was common. Great. But then some of the cases had to be individually litigated. Some were settled. Huge mess. Anyway, he does, his law firm would do those mock trials for large corporate clients. And so they would bring in lawyers for both sides. They would run a full trial and they would panel 3 independent juries to all watch the same trial at the same time. They'd put them back in their rooms and then they would have the cameras in the jury room. And so the juries would deliberate and come to their conclusions. And they found out that often the 3 juries reached 3 different results. And so that's the nature of the jury system. I mean, you never know what you're going to get. I mean, we're talking, they watched the exact same trial, all 3 of these juries. And, they came to different conclusions. So, yeah.
And I think it was Andrew Branca who mentioned at one point that he had mentioned that he had a case on a retrial, and there was something one jury really, really got fascinated about. And then on the retrial, he brought it up more, and the other jury couldn't care less, and that kind of stuff can happen. So like, I'm definitely not saying the jury will choose to care about these issues, or that they'll care about issues I've spotted, or I that they will completely surprise me. It's just like, well, I spotted a possibility, and
and
what this jury will do, who knows, right?
And it's a legitimate criticism of the legal team. I mean, it's not the case loser, possibly, probably it could be, but it's not like dire. But what you want, that's what lawyers do, is hammer out any of the room for error that you possibly can. And so you never want to have the wrong word anywhere. I mean, you have the wrong word in a contract and you're done. I mean, it's the difference between you recouping liquidated damages on a breach and you paying liquidated damages on their breach. Weird shit that people will accidentally contract to.
That's what I mean. We've all written the letters to our clients where we say, I mean, we know how it's going to end, but we still have to say, but we cannot rule out the possibility that someone else may find otherwise.
Yeah.
Because it's just, there's that plus alpha where you just can't control it.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's kind of like why I refuse to predict any case beyond 95%, because it's like there's always that one.
Isn't that the
there's
worst?
Always that roll. It's always that roll, not one, and it's
your
just
client
like
asks you for a percentage of their chance of success. Like, oh, F me, I don't know.
50-50, buddy.
Yeah.
You're either gonna win or you're gonna lose.
Yeah.
That's how math works. This is how lawyer math works.
That's definitely not how math works.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure. I took math from Joe. Nick Afifi says, last night's stream again made me want to plug an offensively undersubscribed YouTube channel, Flapper, FLAPPR. I have no connection to this person, but he has hilarious, well-produced documentaries on different revolutions. Check it. Oh, there
Is
you
it
go.
a flapping mackerel, though? That's what I want to know.
I have no idea. Heel versus Babyface says, body shame me, Nick. As you want me to body shame you? Buddy, how can I? I've seen you in those booty shorts. I've seen you. I died afterwards. How dare you? How dare you do that to me? I had to be defibrillated, you bastard. Get on a treadmill or a bike or something, for the love of God. Kevin Guy, the psych for Amber is secretly Team Johnny. She was defending her methods by basically quoting Barbosa from Pirates 1. The code is more what you'd call guidelines than actual rules. I actually don't think that Dawn Hughes has taken the side of a man in her entire life. If I had to guess.
Well, she said
only when it was against other men.
Yeah,
she said she did once.
Well, only when she got the opportunity to hate a gay person, right? Because she's homophobic. We learned that from the trial that Dr. Dawn Hughes is a world-renowned homophobe. Her homophobia was on display in front of everybody. She said that homosexual men are abusers, and that she had a case where she had to point out the homosexual male is the abuser. Very uncool of her, I think.
Not quite sure that's what she said or the implication thereof, but okay.
It's 100% what happened.
It works for Nick's arguments.
Just wanted to distance myself from there in case you get sued or something, you know.
Oh, that would be. Please try.
Nick's allowing us to be here, so it helps him. So I agree.
Yeah.
I just want to get her in deposition. So, is it not true that you hate gay men? R. McKenney says, hello, Nick from Canada. Hello. Can you shout out my fiance, Jordan? He's a big fan. We just got engaged. Hey, what's up? Congrats to Jordan and whoever R. McKenney is. Congrats on your engagement. Glad to see you guys here watching the show. Hope everything goes very smoothly for you as you enter this new chapter. Also, to the lady who sent the chat, don't kill him.
I hope it goes better for you than it did for me.
While you're planning that wedding, sweetie, don't kill him. Don't do that.
Get a prenup.
Prenups are good. The lawyers do encourage it.
You know what? They need to destigmatize prenups and just make them like a standard practice. I think that would actually benefit society largely. That would be a a good thing. CLC, welcome to Paralegal Status. Mike Fenn, I'm literally leaving for Hawaii Friday. I will report back on the chicken situation. Lol. Mike Fenn, I'm going to need you to stay safe out there, brother. It's a dangerous world. There's pecking. There's roosters. I mean, you don't know what could happen. Did you hear about the chicken war, Kurt?
No, please tell me about the chicken war.
Well, you know about the emu war that Australia lost.
I've heard
twice.
about the emu war, yes. That
Yeah.
they've lost, yes.
Hawaii is apparently at war with chickens and is losing.
Ah.
Feral chickens just overrunning the island. People are in terror. They're in panic. They don't know what to do.
It sounds like something an unrestricted hunting license could solve real fast.
Seriously, and as someone who is personally keeping KFC Korea in business, I think the Hawaiians can work harder.
You'd think they could do it. I mean, why aren't they? I don't know.
Nothing a shotgun can't solve, man.
Hellhound, if Johnny wins, he should be held liable for the stupid as liability situation they put themselves in.
Huh?
Yeah. You're blaming the victim. Okay, moving on.
Okay, yeah. I guess. Bring the smoke. Nick, I need a favor, please. Shout out for me. That's Bring the Smoke on YouTube. And shout out to my beautiful wife that is pregnant with our third child. Awesome, buddy. That's why I need to get to monetization status ASAP. Kids are expensive, as you know. Maybe link me in the chat. Thanks. I could try. I got to find you. I got to find your channel real quick. Bring the Smoke. This Bring the Smoke, he smokes meats, y'all. This is barbecue country.
Excellent.
That sounds delicious here in the land of eating things that are still moving.
So check him out there. I've threw him in the chat a couple times, so you can check out his channel. Good luck, brother. Good luck. Those kids, man. The third one's tough. I'm gonna say it. Look, I'm gonna be the honest one here. The first two are easy. The third one, you're outnumbered.
That's why I blew the tracks at number 1.
Yeah,
I don't need to be outnumbered. 2 and 3 are out of the picture.
Let's see. Oh, I should say there was a big update, not related to Johnny Depp, that I know many people are curious about. It was spammed in the chat a whole bunch. Sussman was found not guilty. Not guilty. Not quite sure how, but he was found not guilty. So.
Who was Sussman again? Please remind me.
He was the lawyer for the Clinton campaign, who was involved in the spreading of the Trump dossier.
Okay.
And I believe the accusation was he lied to the federal authorities about something involving that. I'm not familiar with the intricacies of the case, but I'm definitely sure that the jurors did not wake up to horse heads this morning next to them in bed. Or anything like that. So that definitely didn't happen. Mark Terry says, can the jury award Johnny Depp $7 million? We'll see how long Sussman lives after this. He's not guilty, but I wonder if he's going to have a sudden bout of suicide.
Right. He's going to die not guilty.
I am not suicidal. No matter what anybody says or whatever happens, I am not suicidal.
I am not suicidal. I am not. Oh, God. Yeah.
I am not suicidal. That's what I was about to say. Okay. I'm not suicidal. Okay? I am not suicidal.
My name is
locked
Sussman.
and loaded with that.
I am not suicidal.
You were locked and loaded.
I have the short and long versions. Okay, Mark Terry. Can the jury award Johnny Depp $7 million that must be paid to the Tempura Center for Lightly Battered Women? Katniss Barbarian. Tech Adept. Your picked device's machine spirit cries out in need of succor. Yes, I know. Recite the rite of rest and revitalization to purge the tech sprites from its holy cogitators. Praise the Omnissiah, fear the scrap code. I know that my camera goes gray every now and then. It's an ongoing issue with Elgato products and apparently 3090 Ti's. It's very, very fun. I'm very, very happy that it's doing it. but I don't currently have a fix. I've done the requisite BIOS update and changed what needed to be changed. I've changed it to a 3rd generation PCIe, but for whatever reason, it's still doing this gray out thing. I don't know. I've tried a whole bunch of different stuff. I'm still working on it. We'll see. Radically Moderate. Hi, Nick. My old YouTube channel was unfairly taken down by Susan. I had 1,000 subs before I got a 3rd strike for impersonating Kamala Harris. If you like hard right librarian takes, is it libertarian or librarian? Because it says librarian. And if you hate Antifa, please give me a sub. That's Radically Moderate. So there you go. You guys can check.
Wow,
check
a
him out.
librarian impersonating Kamala Harris. That's a solid message there.
Yeah. By the way, for the people saying for 3090 you need Gen 4 PCIe, yes, your motherboard needs to accept Gen 4, but you can through the BIOS downsample it to Gen 3, which you do for compatibility with Elgato products. Because believe me, before I did that, it was even worse. It would actually freeze up anytime I shared my screen. So it's great. It's an Elgato issue, but they don't have a fix out for it yet. So that's what the current fix is. But it's not perfect. Ron White, morning counselors, question to all. Is Camille and Company lawyers going to represent Johnny Depp for this claim in New York? P.S. Nick, awesome rant on the NRA last night. Hey, thank you. Ben Chu is he is an attorney waived in pro hac vice in the New York action. I think Brown Rudnick is the law firm that is listed on there. So I would think the answer to that is yes. But let me double check. What the hell is that case? That's not a case I'm looking at. So Johnny Depp, yeah, he has Brown Rudnick LLP. That's his attorney firm. And the attorney for the ACLU is Patterson, Belknap, Webb, and Tyler LLP. I don't know anything about them at all. So, but that's yeah. So I don't know if Camille Vasquez will be there. Ben Chu has been waived in for sure. I didn't read all of the Pro Hoc Vice motions because they're boring. Dinner and a movie with Santino Domani. This has been following since Grog et al. Versus Scary Monolith. I was hoping you would be so good as to offer a benediction for my channel dedicated to food and film, which is currently dying a slow and undignified death. Cheers, Paisan. Sure, guys, check out Dinner and a Movie with Santino Domani. Food and film. So there you go. I guess, do you do pairings of like a wine pairing, but a movie pairing with a steak? What goes with a steak? I mean, besides porn.
This film goes well with a light Merlot.
And for this film starring John Holmes, you'll need a kielbasa. Game Guy 151. Hello, Dr. Quest. I made a good Photoshop meme. It's in your Twitter DMs. My user is #WhatIfAnyTruth. If that helps you find it. Oh God. Maybe. Just as an update to the people, we are waiting on the jury to the jury is at lunch until 6 minutes ago. So now we're just waiting to see what happens. You know, I mean, we're back on jury watch. This is the nature of the jury watch streams. Oh, here we go. All right. I'll pull this up real quick.
When there's a verdict, there will be an announcement that will be on all the Twitters. Don't worry, you're not going to miss it.
Well, and they said they wouldn't give less than an hour notice.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
Here we go.
Whatever's left of the hour plus that hour. So yeah.
Archer.
There it is. There it is. No, Dr. Quest, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, that works.
So there we go. Thank you.
But there was nothing straight about Dr. Quest, though.
He has a kid. He can't be gay.
Yeah. Like neither was Rock. Anyway, move on.
Magnolia Girl, please consider showing the questionnaires given to the jury and discuss. The question about the agent and attorney is confusing. Thank you. I mean, I don't know if we want to go through those, the Amber Heard questions. I don't think Amber has a prayer in hell of winning her claims.
No.
Yeah. I mean, they
lawyers never say you have a 0% chance of winning, but I'll say she has a 0% chance of winning.
5%. It's as much as I'm willing to do.
And that's magnanimous as hell of you, Kurt.
Yeah. Like, they know that they don't have a chance of winning that case. Like they know that it is the hailest of Marys. It's the Hail Mary from the croquet court throwing that pass onto the football field, right? Like that's
Is your choice of whiskey symbolic in any way? Their legal vices?
Not at all.
Okay, just curious.
Not at all.
Yeah, Kurt, we've been imbibing.
Same.
There's nothing problematic with this at all. Amazing Wireless 2. How the hell are you up? Well,
coffee's helping.
It's only 2 a.m. here, and tomorrow's a holiday, so I don't care.
Is it?
Yeah.
What holiday's tomorrow?
It's a local election day.
Okay.
There you go.
So I have zero monkeys in that particular circus, so I'm just enjoying the booze and enjoying my day off tomorrow.
That's a problematic description. Thank you. Classic show. Oh, wait, no. You seem to be in the same condition. That made me quit drinking. Classic show last night. You were on a warpath. I'm sure your head feels it now. I actually don't have a headache. My eyes were very fuzzy for most of the morning, but I did not have a headache. I don't think I slept long enough to get to a hangover. I think that was the trick. Yeah, if you don't want a hangover when you wake up, guys, just don't go to sleep. This is obvious.
You wake up drunk and you're wondering why you don't have a hangover. That's a bad sign.
I don't think I woke up intoxicated. But I did got a little saucy last night. So the Unapologetic Canadian says, sent you a link in Twitter DMs. A guy used machine learning to analyze Heard's facial expressions, and it shows how inconsistent she is.
That sounds promising. It's just a fun thing. That'd be fun.
Okay, let me see. The Unapologetic Canadian.
I'm interested.
And to the weird Indian guy who keeps spamming me with messages, stop it. I'm not going to show you my tits. I'm not going to do it. Okay, I have to find...
I've seen them. They're nothing special.
Let's see. Machine learning. Oh, yeah, here it is. Oh, this is a TikTok. God.
Okay.
Thank you. All my information has just been downloaded by China. Hold on. Pulling this thing up. Can I max? God, I hate TikTok. I don't even know how to use this stupid website.
Boomer.
Can I maximize the video? That's what I want to do. I don't think you can. Okay, well, I'll make it as big as I can. Here we go. Yep. That's what I need. Okay, and did I have audio? No, I don't have audio. Freaking hell. Here we go. So here's the machine learning analysis of Amber's testimony from 2018 to 2022, I guess.
We use machine learning to analyze Amber Heard's facial expressions in the Johnny Depp.
This guy definitely does use machine learning for everything. This guy uses machine learning to pick out cereal in the morning.
Amber Heard defamation trial. In the top, we have a clip from her divorce deposition in 2016. On the bottom is her telling the same story on the stand. It's like we're looking at two totally different people. Our gut says that, the expression data says that, and I know the jury has been presented with the video on top. And it can be really confusing to see such a disparity, especially when you're telling the exact same story. The video on top is her baseline.
I mean, you really got.
I have to object to this. These random flashes of bar graphs are telling me nothing. I don't know what it's supposed to tell me, and I'm not getting educated.
I can't believe you, Kurt.
What?
Come on, Kurt, what is it you're saying?
Very unfair. That's a very unfair criticism of this video. Look, I've got to point out.
I use machine learning to just provide random scatter plot graphs, and you can definitely see the difference between these two.
Kurt,
what the fuck is this?
I can't believe you don't understand the bar graphs. They clearly show that she is looking in different directions.
Kurt, you were totally
She's
misrepresenting
two-faced.
the facts in here. Yeah.
I mean, in the top one, she's looking that way. And in the bottom one, she's looking that way. And that's what the graph said. You couldn't see that?
Machine learning indicates that Kurt isn't really relevant and he doesn't know what he's talking about in the situation.
Kurt AI is having issues with this. Yeah.
Frown in there, and it's very quick, very sudden. It's about a half second. when she frowns and compresses her lips on the stand, it's very sustained. This is about 2 seconds long.
This guy has never been on a date in his life.
Throughout her trial. And her
Well, his last date was 2
and this
seconds
sort of
long.
difference is indicative of intentionality or acting.
And it was with a machine.
Look at how head
She
pose
pressed her lips together.
Amber did.
The machine learning tells me nothing. You're a bad teacher. Shame on you.
Poor guy. He went through all this work. He's got bar graphs going all over the place, and you're like, no, get
And
the hell out
Andrew
of
and
here.
Kurt reject him wholeheartedly.
No, it's okay. So this is a thing I've talked about. People asked me a long time ago to get the body panel people or like body language experts on the show for the trial, which I did not want to do for the trial itself. I'm not opposed to talking to body language experts, but the reality is that what body language experts are experts in is articulating what you're perceiving already. They're not actually, they don't have special insight. There's not like a book that says this means this means that. They're just articulating out things that they perceive, and they're observant people. Are they helpful? Are they useful? Sure. Are they legally admissible in a trial? No.
Fuck no.
Not
But what
at all.
about all the micro expressions?
But
Yeah.
well, I mean, take it into a realm of normalcy. What about jury consultants?
Well, again, like, are they useful to parties? Sure. Right. Like you could maybe get some useful information because they're observant. I mean, that's the main thing. They're observant and they're great at articulating their observations, right? They know what they're looking for, and they've got maybe some data set. Who knows what that data set is, or if it's repeatable, but it doesn't matter if you trust the person. But it'd be like if you trust, your good friend who reads people really well. It'd be like in My Cousin Vinny, right? Vinny, he could always tell, oh, he's got the card stuffed in his sleeve, right? Right. Ralph Macchio.
Whatever that guy said is bullshit.
But it's that's the value of a body language expert. They're observant and they're good at articulating their observations. And can you find value in that? Yes, absolutely. Is it a science that's replicable or repeatable? No, not at all. And that's why it's not allowed. They're not allowed as expert witnesses in court. You couldn't qualify them because what the hell would anybody say to either support or disprove their subjective analysis of someone's body language?
I put them in the same bucket as guardian angels and marriage counselors. If you want to believe they work, fine, but they don't work.
That's,
oh, damn.
Well, no. So Andrew, so by extension, does this extend to the FBI and other profilers who are essentially doing the same thing?
Yeah, I think profiles are kind of crap. I mean, because a lot of the profiles they generate are nowhere close to what actually happens to manifest. It's a 35-year-old male loner, and now it's a woman who's 63.
A statistical anomaly when they actually hit on someone?
Well, I think the idea is that if you have anyone carefully collating and collecting evidence that you have, in the absence of a better story, a profile is certainly useful, right? We have nothing to go on but the status of this string of victims that we think is connected. Can we build? All of them are eaten by tigers on this particular ranch. No, but so if you have no cohesive story to go with, well, then you take what's there and you get someone who's good at collecting evidence and drawing inferences and putting together something, and they do. Maybe it brings you something. Maybe it gives you something to go on, and maybe it's completely wrong, but it at least got you moving in a direction on what evidence you do have. I mean, again, just because something isn't automatically predictive of an outcome doesn't mean it's without value. It's just the comparative value to whatever other options you have at the time. If your other option is nothing versus profile, you take profile.
But the profile puts you down. I mean, that can lead to its own dangers too, because if a profile puts you down the wrong path, you get an initial suspect, you get tunnel blindness, you wind up convicting the wrong guy. It happens
a lot.
Yeah. So,
well,
start to ignore evidence that counters your already pre-held views, and
that's true. That's a good counterpoint. So, I like it. I don't agree with you because I inherently agree with me, and it's hard for me to go against my preconceived truths. But
as I just said, which is validating my point.
You didn't say that. I said that.
Okay.
See how I did that right there?
Okay.
So, what else do you want to argue about, Kurt? See how many of these things I can win in a 5-minute period.
I'm just stirring the amber turd over here, so
No, it's yeah. I mean, there's again all of these things: handwriting analysis, the stuff you see in movies, lie detectors, handwriting analysis, body language experts. You can garner use out of all of them, but when it comes to the courtroom itself, none of them are allowed in. None of them at all.
I think we're one step away from palm reading and that kind of shit. It's just bullshit.
Well, and a lot of the stuff you see on TV doesn't exist in reality.
Really? My favorite was in The Wire when they hooked the guy up to the truth detector. Did you guys see that one?
No.
So they had the truth detector. It's the fucking copy machine. And he takes the kid in and he's like, okay, you put your hand in here, and he loads up 2 green sheets of paper and then a red sheet of paper. And he says, what's going to happen is we're going to put your hand on this sensor, and then I'm going to ask you a question. And when you answer the question, it's going to analyze your hand. I'll press this button, and then it's going to spit out green for true or red for false. And so he asked him these 2 questions, like, what's your name? Where do you live? And then, do you know who killed so-and-so? The red one comes out, and he's like, it's telling me you're lying. He's like, oh shit. All right.
My personal guy was here in Korea. I was good friends with the head NCIS guy for Korea. And his whole take on the NCIS show is, yeah, I'm lucky that they gave me a fucking notebook and a pencil to do my work with.
What he didn't have a team of like sophisticated blacklight semen hunters like
and the pencils were those little golf pencils.
Yeah, the IKEA pencils, He was like,
don't take too many notes.
Lance Skelly says, been following most of the trial on your channel. Good work, Nick, and all your guests. You get my first super chat ever. Hey, thank you. Thank you, Lance. I really appreciate that. Q Revere. Nice rant last night. Which one? Took you a minute
to climb the stairs.
Did you know you can get your In a World of Ambers Be a Camille stuff and support my daughter's Be a Camille college fund at the same time? You do now. DOS-lemonade-stand.selfie SELLLYFY.store. So DOS lemonade stand.selfie.store. So you
that
can
sounds German to me.
In a World of Ambers Be a Camille, apparently. So
DOS lemonade stand.
yeah, there you go. Billy Witch Doctor says, hey, Rackets, been out of town for about the last week. So I've been out of the loop on some news. Is it true that a certain rage pig got into another brawl in Portugal? Yes. Yes, it is. A weirdo named Cognificent tracked down a weirdo named Ethan Ralph in Portugal. Cognificent brought the venerable Dan with him, and Dan was a stocky boy, and Ralph decided to apparently move in very aggressively at them. It's on camera, you can see it, and Dan stepped in and threw hands and beat the brakes off him. he beat the brakes off Ethan Ralph in Portugal, right in the street. So Dan was a big dude, and that guy was meat. I would not want to be punched by him. Sonia Hems, pretty please yell out loud when the verdict is in. Military level sleep deprivation in New Zealand because of this cluster F, and I'll be damned if I miss a live verdict now. AirPod in, fighting sleep. Will be so grateful.
Yeah, just tag me like a mofo if I fall asleep and the verdict comes in.
We'll be very loud about it. How's that, Sonia? The Pie Baker says, F's in chat for my supervisor. I gave him Nick's trial stream every day, only to hear him raging 5 minutes later each time because he boomered himself to legal bites, and she talks over testimony. Talk about unprofessional.
Look, if you want to hear the testimony without any interruption, there's any number of channels to listen to.
Well, this one, we kept it pretty minimal on this one. Kept the conversation, but I had smaller panels intentionally, right? Like that was kind of the goal, to provide some variety. So
and I'm gratefully indebted for you to include me in this nonsense here. I'm thank you.
No,
Seriously.
You're welcome.
Seriously,
You're welcome.
thank you.
Now it's getting gay. Okay.
That's where we end. I'm not going to take it any further. Just thank you.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
No reach arounds, nothing else.
No,
it's
been genuinely It's been genuinely a pleasure to have you on. So make no mistake, it's all gain for me. But really though, you should go
for you.
What? Gain.
Okay.
Gain, like
okay.
what is it? What's the quote? To live is to suffer and to stream is gain. I think that's what Paul said, right? In the New Testament. I think that's what it was. Really though, to the super chatter, your supervisor can't follow a YouTube link. What kind of idiot is running the show over there? What's he doing?
Serious.
You should beat him with a gummy worm. Brian Alleman, what the actual hell is with the hairline on the law and crime guy? I don't know, because he's gone. Now they just have the evil looking woman staring at me. Her jaw and mouth are wide. Like
that could be an asset.
Well, careful, Kurt. These are dangerous comments to make.
That's Steven Tyler mouth there.
And her camera is like jittery. It's like at 18 frames a second. It's like just a little bit off. So it looks like she's moving like a demon. Okay. Anyway.
Like Steven Tyler's stepsister.
Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go. Busy Boy says, hi, Law Daddy. Your favorite femboy here. Hashtag justice for Depp. Hashtag justice for my hole after you shouted out my Grindr profile. Lol. Love the content. I hate everything about what you just said, sir. Thank you. Walter Deadman, is that blonde bitch Marcy from Married with Children? Oh, the blonde chick on Law and Crime.
Nice. Very good.
That was a good blast there.
Ethan Flash, play That Means You're Gay. Guts theme for Legal Vices. What?
You want
me to? Where is it? This one.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay. That means you're gay.
Objection, hearsay.
I got news for you. That was from an actual show.
Yeah.
The guy, my editor cut out for whatever reason the prelude part of that. The guy says, I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men. And then Ice Cube comes in, I got news for you. You're gay. Jess says, every time they say objection, Amber Heard cut, she looks like a bad scene actor, pausing to hear the director's instructions before she continues acting.
Nice.
Yeah. Law and Crime here real quick. We'll do this. Since Law and Crime is stealing from TMZ, we'll steal from them stealing from TMZ. But this came out, and I can't believe it's one of those baffling things. Why wasn't this at trial? Why wasn't this brought at trial? TMZ has a statement seemingly acknowledging that Amber Heard provided them this video clip of Johnny Depp back in like 2016 or 2018. Here we go. Whoops. I don't have that.
About Johnny Depp, about domestic violence, about hitting her, breaking bottles, and overall acting a certain way and being intoxicated. She thinks this video proves that. The video to her proves, number one, you can
real quick, just for reference, guys, this is from TMZ Live, like way back. This is not recent. This is from, I think, 2018 or maybe even 2016. So this is back when they released this video.
You can tell Johnny Depp's intoxicated. Number 2, he breaks a glass and a bottle on tape. And 3, at the end of it, he grabs the camera in a menacing enough way where you think maybe something happens after that. We are told this video was taken months before the alleged assault took place. Amber's, I think, hope, and she hasn't said she didn't put this tape out, but come on, she taped it. She's the only one.
And by the way, and her side, we should say, her side says there was no domestic violence here. This is, and we know that they are also saying that this was heavily edited.
So I love that he says, "Come on," but come on. I mean, she's the one who took it. How else would it get out? Right. There was a different, I was actually thinking of a different clip where the guy says Amber Heard basically gave this to us. I mean, he says it somewhere.
And as a side note on this, was only something I noticed yesterday when I was doing my deep dive with this. If you stop when you look at the clock, when she's talking about, did you drink all of this morning? The clock says 2:30. Well, 2:30 in the afternoon, after you found out you may have lost $650 million, drinking half a bottle of wine seems like a pretty marginalized. Yeah, I mean, that seems like a pretty reasonable choice of things to do.
Call me simp in the chat all you want, but I'll be sympathetic to Amber Heard here. For Johnny Depp, 2:30 in the afternoon might be the morning.
Yeah,
fair.
I mean, for me, it is oftentimes.
I know. We know.
Yeah. Okay. That was hurtful. Okay, here we go. Kate Dage says, when is she going to mention she worked with Johnny Depp on the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory film playing Violet Beauregard? Oh, that must have been the Law and Crime lady. Dr. Industry Rajan, the conscious psychologist, says, from a psych standpoint, abuse versus provoked response is different too. Johnny Depp was constantly provoked by Amber Heard, which invokes fight or flight responses. We all have limits, and the audios reflect Johnny Depp did all he could to avoid conflict. And I agree with that. I mean, all of the audio is damning for Amber Heard to me. I mean, the worst audio she has of Johnny Depp is when they're in a mutual argument or when he's laying there moaning, I guess. Which I don't know what that audio was ever supposed to do other than be highly prejudicial and have no probative value on a single fact. Because if he's moaning in drunken agony or on some sort of nod and just going, he's not beating you. And to me, like that doesn't indicate that he either did or could beat you prior or after what was going on. So I didn't find that to be a useful clip, but that was one they played it several times because I guess they wanted to make the Johnny Depp out to be, again, this substance abuse equals spousal abuse. That was the goal. I don't think they succeeded, but that was the goal. Orc Reviews, Dr. Tracy Pearson looks like a gender swap Draco Malfoy, but like Harry Potter and the manager's nemesis. Sheepsidian says the law and crime guy looks like Michael Weston from Burn Notice if he lost every fight he got in, including chemo. Oh, jeez.
Solid.
Rial says had a friend whose husband raised his hand to her. He woke up on the front lawn. She put him through a picture window with a chair. Only violence. They were married near 50 years. He passed last week. Well, there you go. So at, some point, wait. What's this?
For the online article title. The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed? So I think the confusion came in this particular one because the statement in question is the title of the op-ed. So I think they're just confused as whether it's the whole op-ed or just the title is the statement. And it's clear that the title is the statement. So I was going to answer to say the title is the statement in question for number 3. Does that seem appropriate to everybody?
What? It doesn't seem right. Am I missing something?
It's. I guess I could go back in just a second.
The title is the statement for number 3. No, in number 3, no, it's not. Number 1, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see, there's a. It's backwards because
which they've phrased as headline as opposed to title. But
Right, because the headline is the alleged defamatory statement. So I can say the statement is the headline, and not the entire op-ed. Is that what you want me to say?
I remember them saying that
All right,
thank you.
the headline
The
statement
statement
was
is
the
the
third
headline.
statement all trial, but it's the first jury instruction.
Entire op-ed. All right, I will send that back.
So if Depp loses because Camille didn't adequately vet the jury instructions, what happens to her partnership process?
I can give you the copy of this one. Okay, it says the statement is the headline, not the entire op-ed. Everybody's.
I'm just give me a second.
Okay. Well, while we're waiting for that, and Mr. Chu, I did get your motion. I'm not ignoring you, but I am kind of ignoring you because since the jury has the case now and it's out of my hands, I appreciate your motion, but I'm not going to entertain it at this time. Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
What was the motion?
Can I have one moment, Your Honor? Just want to.
Yeah, I have no idea what the motion was.
Not ignoring you, except for the fact I totally know.
I could go back because I missed the intro thing here.
Let's go back because I got a little lost.
Oh, Camille is hugging Ben.
Have they allowed? Has she allowed?
God, here we go.
Good afternoon. Let me get you copies. We have a question. I only have 2 copies, so that's what go. Let me just read into the record the question. It's basically in regards to number C, items 1 and 3, and number C is a jury instruction on the finding instruction for the online article.
Okay.
The question is, does question number 3, the statement is false, pertain to the headline, I spoke up against
Okay,
sexual
I'm on
violence
board now.
based
I
on
got it.
culture's wrath, or does it pertain to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed?
Okay, I don't
So
think we
the
need.
confusion
No,
came
yeah.
in this.
This is where we
confused
picked up.
statement.
Now
So
I
let me get
got it.
back.
So it's in the context of C, which is the first thing, and then question 3 is subpart. So is it just the title or is it the entire op-ed? It's just the title. Okay. Sold. Great.
So this is where we don't know what the motion was. I'd be really curious what the motion they filed was. She said it was out of her hands because it was
All
to
right,
the
are
jury.
we
so-
satisfied with that answer? Okay, I will, we'll make copies of this first, and then I'll get it back to the jury. I'll get it back to you, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your
Court will be
Honor.
in recess. Thank you.
There you go. That's gonna be that. So the judge will just send the answer back to the jury that they agreed on, and that's all. That's all. It's gonna happen.
This indicates the jury is seriously thinking about the issues, though.
Yeah.
Whether that's good or bad, who knows? But they're
Yep,
thinking.
so
I don't know which way that. Please don't put that on top of me.
Oh, that was unintentional, but it was right on your face. It was perfection.
All right, it's
Oh,
time to make a Twitter post here now.
Wish I had tried to do that. Oh.
Wow. It's been nice knowing you, Nick.
I'm sorry, man. That was not in the cards. Oh, damn it. AWM Fishing. Can Johnny send ACLU payment all in pennies and be 1 penny short? So they count it out again, thinking they missed one. The people who do first of all, I don't know if there are $86,000 worth of pennies in existence. Like
there is a coin shortage.
That's a monumental amount of pennies.
But if you do that, you owe the interest on the missing penny.
If you try and tender something in response to a court in pennies, you will likely find yourself with a contempt order coming your way. The courts don't think that's funny. I actually remember reading about that happening to someone who tried that. I can't remember what it was, but they had a wheelbarrow full of like nickels or something, and the court was like, "Nope, you produce reasonable currency." Yeah.
Well, there's some guy that paid his tax bill with like 3 dump trucks worth of pennies.
Oh God. Yeah. I wouldn't do that to the IRS either, by the way. Because that's how you get audited for the rest of your life. Maybe twice a year. Yeah. Tall Skinny Geek says, I was going to super chat on Law and Crime because I can put a message out to 500,000 people for $5, but I'd rather reach 50,000 of your fans. Remember to go outside today unless the weather sucks where you are. There you go, guys. Go outside. Bring your phone with you. It'll be cool. Hang out with us in chat, but go outside. Walter Deadman says his legal mindset that in a funeral home. Is he in a funeral home? Not yet. JL, do you like colonoscopy? Do you like watching your significant other get plowed and cleaning up after the bull? Do you like sounding rods? Oh, you don't like those things? Well, the only way to prove it is to smash the like button. That's one way to get it, I guess. If you do like the stream, please go ahead and click the like button. I know it's a simple, weird sort of feature of the internet, but it does help. It shouldn't, but YouTube has made it help to click the like button. So thank you for everybody who does. If you don't like it, don't click it though. Like if you're like, this video's it's mediocre. Don't click it at all. Adam Trapp, hey Nick, I live near I camp near Elbow Lake, Minnesota. Our campground got major damage from the storms this weekend. How'd your part of Minnesota make out? Well, I haven't been very far. I just went to the movie theater, which is like 3 miles from my house. But other than that, I haven't been anywhere. It was pretty much okay. Our lawn was fine. We didn't have any trees come down, just some, little leaves and shit from the hailstorm. But we were largely okay. The storm the other day with the 100-mile-an-hour winds, that took down some big trees around it. Knocked down one tree in my grove, which made me mad. But that's what happens. Demon King Drago, hey, been binging your coverage on Turd versus Bed. Loved it from the beginning to end. Greetings from the Crows of Judgment community. An amazing commentary on the trial. Hey, thank you, Demon King Drago. And what's up to Crow? Hope he's doing well. The Big Sleepy says, loving the coverage. Thank you. If Johnny Depp wins, what are the chances of seeing Branca, aka DI Free Book? Oh, spit his first verse with Nick backing up with auto-tuned unbreaded hooks.
Nice.
We'll just cover Laylo. That's what we'll do. I'll be Nate Dogg. R. McKenney. My dog stepped on a bee and Amber Heard said it was me. This stepped on a bee thing. I mean, why is this so popular? Like what? I barely
because
even
it's so
remember
ludicrous.
What did she even say?
It wasn't what she said. It was her face. She said, my dog stepped on a bee and then her face went all sideways.
Well, it's like she was talking about all the horrible things that was happening to her that day. And then my dog stepped on a bee and then she does the sideways face. It was just a totality of the circumstances.
Because I just glossed right through it. I didn't, but everybody's like, the stepped on a bee thing is this huge thing. I mean, I know she said it, but only through the context of the chat bringing it up. Because when it happened, I wonder if there's a video.
Oh, there's like TikToks everywhere. There's a ton of video.
I typed in STE and it got stepped on a bee. There's an official music video, actually. We can check the official. Hold on. Damn it. Hold on. Here we go. Okay. And here we go. Here's the official music video, apparently, from Grease Graham TV.
My dog stepped on a bee. Objection relevance. My dog stepped on a bee, stepped on a bee, stepped on a bee. My dog stepped on a bee, stepped on a bee.
Oh, I want more. I was just
That's
getting into it. I was
It's
getting
just
into
20. It's just 20 seconds.
I was getting into it, man.
That's what it was. So there you go. Okay. Well, now I understand. It is meme worthy. Got it. Whoop, 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 whoop. M says, I'd imagine this taking longer might bode well for Depp. If they came in and said, well, the article didn't mention him, I'd imagine they'd already be out, or there's a holdout being argued or calculating damages. Well, I think you can draw a million conclusions from it taking a long time. They could be arguing over damages. There could be a holdout. You have no idea. I mean, I think if they came back right away, the implication, like if they would have come back on Friday, the implication and impression would have been winning. Johnny Depp wins, gets basically a non-money award, $1 or whatever. Here you go. Get out of my face. But that didn't happen. So now we're looking at, probably some amount of investment going on in whatever decision they're making. Unless there could just be arguing over who wins still. I mean, who knows? To me, I know we did the jury verdict forms with Nate there with all three of them. I don't see how you find one and don't just find all of them personally. Because I think to get to any of them, you have to take what Andrew was talking about, 6 weeks of her lying to you. To me, that's how you get to the victory anyway. 6 weeks of her lying. So then I don't care about the nuances of the statements. What's this?
You know exactly
what
it is. You know,
no.
I don't know which way that please don't put that on You know exactly what that is.
You clipped it.
I know. I mean, someone else is going to. Might as well beat him to it, right?
That's good. That's perfect.
Oh man, good times.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, so trying to read the tea leaves of jury time it's impossible. I mean, there's no way to do it. If it's short, it's in favor of one person. If it's long, it's in favor of the same person. It's all going to depend on what your perception of the case is individually anyway.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go. You go ahead.
No, I was going to say we're coming up on 2 p.m. I mean, what does that mean to those of you that actually practice and do things in the States? I mean, to me, we're kind of getting into the realm of the longer it goes, the worse it is for Johnny Depp. But
at 2:30 we can start drinking wine.
My 2:30 was 4 hours ago.
See, I don't want to get into what is, better or worse for him, because I just don't think there's any way to gauge it.
Yeah.
I don't think that if it's going long, Johnny Depp is automatically going to win or lose. There are too many different reasons it could go long, right? There could be a holdout on one statement, although that seems ludicrous to me as well. It could be on damages. It could be just nothing. I mean, there's just no way to tell. So the one thing I'm pretty sure it's not on is I don't think that they're arguing whether or not Amber Heard wins her statements, her counterclaim. That one I'm pretty sure they're okay with. But wouldn't it be funny if they did? In all honesty, just so we all look like colossal idiots. That'd be the best. The jury's like, no, he totally defamed her through Adam Waldman in statements that he testified that he had no idea were even made. SSJ2 Rich. Oh, this is very important. Andrew. Nick, give law of self-defense a heads up that we can see his monitor through the picture behind him. Him and his Apple.
Yeah, I know, folks. I know all about the reflection. I have to get the class changed in that, but don't worry. There's no porn or anything scintillating to see. You're just watching the YouTube stream and the reflection.
So you're saying that that you're not going to flip through tabs and have one of your open tabs be tranny girl sucks femboy penis and then jerks him off. Like that's not going to happen to you.
I would guarantee it.
Not that recently happened to anyone or anything. I mean, that would never have happened while cycling through analytics of their website, that they would have that frame come up accidentally on their phone while doing that. I mean, that definitely didn't happen to Nick Fuentes. That was really, that wasn't
Awkward.
what happened. I promise. Jennifer Jacob, St. Paul girl here. Hey, what's up, Jennifer? My first ever super chat simply because you are my four favorite channels. I can't stomach the others anymore, and I mean that in the most Minnesota nice way possible. Wink face. Oh, thank you, Jennifer. Thank you very much. Shannon, of all the trials you've streamed, who was the best closing in your opinion? I'm partial to the Edgecombe prosecutor, but would love your perspective. The Edgecombe prosecutor closing was actually pretty good. The Chandler Halderson prosecutor closing was almost really good until he almost got a mistrial by saying that the defense lawyer was asking the jury to lie on behalf of Chandler Halderson. That was almost the biggest misstep he could. It's clearly winning this case. Tried to throw it down the drain. But other than that, he was good. I don't know. Camille Vasquez's rebuttal closing argument, I think, was perfect. Like I think that, but I don't think the initial part of the closing arguments, I thought they were good. I just don't think they were perfect. I think the closing on rebuttal was actually perfect. So I don't know. I don't give it to Richards. I don't think Mark Richards' closing argument was great. And certainly don't think the Curtis Reeves closing argument was great.
No.
That one was nine months long. I had a baby after that one. No, I think it might be this case. The Edgecombe prosecutor, though, he was very good. So
I thought Vasquez did a lot better in closing than opening. I didn't really much care for her opening.
Yeah, I agree. I think having the lectern helped too.
Yeah.
If you're going to read, have your paper on something. Don't sit there and hold it. That just was such a cleaner look to it. And I think it gets rid of the nerves too, because you're able to be at the lectern as opposed to having this piece of paper where if you shake it all, it's terrible. Not good.
I mean, I think Camille did a great job in his trial, but if I had any one piece of professional advice for her, it would be learn how to do an opening and closing without having to read off a damn piece of paper. Nobody likes being read to if they're over 5 years of age.
Ben Chu also read his closing.
I mean, I don't get it. I mean, it's not like they're a public defender who just got this client 15 minutes ago and doesn't, you know what I mean? I mean, they've been working on this case for years.
Yeah, that's the, I agree.
But do you think that just rubs us as lawyers the wrong way? Or because I had several people in my chat earlier today say that they didn't really mind that because, but I mean,
Maybe.
to me, it just says you're not prepared.
But the hard thing is,
I don't know. I mean, look, have the piece of paper with you if you need it, if you need to refer to something or you can't remember something, or for dramatic effect where you're going to go through a list, then I might read off the page, you know, list. But the rest of it should be a presentation that appears to come from the heart, something you know and believe. You don't have to, you can hand a piece of paper to anybody to read.
Doesn't mean everyone's equally good at it. That's for sure, though.
No, but it would be a skill I would encourage her to develop.
Well, yeah, and then you can read something without it sounding like you're reading it.
I think in terms of it, the handicap, it didn't handicap her as much as it has handicapped other people. So whatever it is in terms of her delivery, tone control, timing, looking at the jury, I tend to agree with Andrew, but I don't think it hurt her as much as it might have hurt someone else.
To Argus AI in the chat, we know the jury had a question. We don't need to go back on the live because we already watched it. We did that. That happened on the show. So You can go back and watch our take on it. I don't really want to go back and do it again. But yeah, we did cover that for sure. No, I think to the people who say they didn't mind Camille reading the argument, I mean, sure, except you didn't hear her not read it. And if she had not read it, but delivered it, with some level of passion from actually going through this and then articulating what was coming out rather than focusing on the words on the page, you might have liked it more. And I think as lawyers and speakers, we would prefer to see people not read things because I think it comes across more naturally. And I mean, imagine how they got both she and Ben Chu kind of choked up at the end of their closing arguments. Imagine if that passion and that emotion was in there for the whole thing. Because I thought her opening was I was very critical of the paper. I did not like it at all. I mean, it was very off-putting to me. I thought the content of her opening was fine, but I didn't feel like she believed it. Later in the trial, I felt like she believed in Johnny Depp.
Yep.
And I never felt like Amber Heard's lawyers believed in her. And I wanted that from the opening. And I think it would have been really nice on the closing as well to get a little bit more of that. And I think that comes when you put the paper down. But she didn't, to be clear, she did not do a bad job. It's like on this 98% you got here, here's a little bit of maybe some icing to get another point or two. So.
Yeah. And when she read it, it wasn't, she didn't read it in some kind of monotone. I mean, it was fine. But you're always reaching for as close to perfection as you can get.
Yes. Yep. Megan Wargula, $10 for pronouncing my name correctly and another $10 for knowing that a pet isn't right for you. If only more people understood that about themselves. Thanks for sending fellow dog lovers my way and for the great coverage. Hey, thank you, Megan. Ghosts of Recon says Brown Rudnick Vasquez. Probably should be. After this trial, probably should be. Because I think if Johnny Depp, if they pull out a win on this case, I don't know who will agree with me. You guys are free to agree or disagree. Bye, Kurt. Oh, he's leaving for lunch. Gotcha. If you guys agree or disagree with me on this, certainly chime in. But I think that going into this case, they were facing an unwinnable case. I mean, I really think a high-profile defamation case is presumptively unwinnable. It can happen, but it's not easy. You have to have some things fall into place. And I think what really fell into place for Johnny Depp was Camille Vasquez. In all honesty, I think that she will be a primary reason that he wins the case if he wins, personally. So I don't know if you guys have any disagreement with that.
I guess they're just waiting on the win, right? It's probably the partnership committee is like, oh, let's see what happens.
Yeah. So that's my opinion. I think if they win, that she's a huge part of it, and because of that, she should. There's no greater advertisement that Brown Rudnick will ever get than the Johnny Depp trial if they win, and that and she's a huge portion of it. Shrek the Hulk says, I just got a fat bonus from my company and used it to pay off all my remaining debt. Much love to you guys and the stream. I could have done and did it without you. You wait, what?
Could have.
I could have done
jury instructions.
I could have done and did it without you. So there you go. Good job, Shrek the Hulk. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you did, buddy. Get that bread. Get that bread. Christina Wade, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Nathan Levy, we need a name for this. Oh shit! It just kicked me off of where that was. Where did we go? Damn it! I might have to use the Control F. Nathan Levy, we need a name for this lawyers analyzing cases. Personally, I'm getting some serious Mystery Science Lawtism 3000 vibes. Yeah, I don't know what it is, but it's what we It's what we now do, or what I do, I guess, when I'm not doing a night stream. Jessica 2024, the picture of Johnny Depp with the ice cream. You can see a bruise kit in Amber Heard's purse. I'm in theater and use the kit to make bruises. Look at the colors. Oh, well, I guess I could pull that up.
Yeah, it's in there. Apparently. A little 4-color kit, makeup kit thing.
Yeah. Let's see. Is this the... Wait, in the ice cream photo?
Yeah. On the floor. The floor by where his feet are.
Okay, so I need the full freaking photo.
Full photo, yeah.
Yeah, a lot of the... God, the resolution on this is terrible. A lot of the photos are cropped. They don't have that in it. Here we go. This one.
It's like these other photos, like the bed photo with the knife on it, and the cocaine photo with all of Amber's crap on the table. It's.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, you look at the abusing the cabinets photo, you look at the cocaine photo, you look at the other photos. The common denominator is her travel mug is in each and every one of the pictures.
Here's the, I'm guessing this is the bruise kit, the alleged bruise kit. So yeah, I mean, there it is. There's the 4 colors. That's there. Then I don't know what to infer from it other than that it exists. I mean, I don't think, again, Amber Heard walked into that courtroom with heavily shadowed cheeks every single day. I mean, if anybody thinks that she can't make a bruise on her face that looked like the one in the picture that she took for the hearing, the protective order, I mean, she did it every day. It was smooth and intentional, rather than trying to localize a bruise. So she could have just moved the shadow wherever she wanted, presumably. I mean, I don't think I'm crazy in coming to that conclusion. Dirty Dan says, good morning to everyone. Here's hoping that the jury finds in favor to Johnny Depp in at least the $50 million suit. I tried to shill my usual thing, but YouTube is being YouTube, even though I'm giving them money. YouTube is allergic to getting money in super chats. B-Sport48 says, last one, not out loud. Okay. Peter says, Nick tries to simp for Razor Fist. YouTube responds, no simping, based. True. That's what happened. So B-Sport says, from the bottom of my heart and in the spirit of those we honored yesterday, thank you, Mr. Ricada. Hey, thank you. Prickly Red Panda, welcome to Paralegal Status. Jacob Disher, is Johnny Depp and Amber required / will be present for the verdict? Neither of them are required to be present. Johnny Depp will not be present. What is this?
The statement is false. Pertain to the headline, I spoke up against sexual violence and faced our culture's wrath.
They're going back
to the content of the statement, everything written in the op-ed. So I think the confusion came in this.
They're just rehashing that question over the thing there. So sorry, I saw something I wanted to check. They're not required to be present for the verdict, neither one. So they will, and I believe Johnny Depp specifically will not be, because I believe he's in Europe playing music with the undead vampires. Wait, Hollywood vampires. Oh God. Why does everybody at the Law and Crime Channel rub me the wrong way? What? Only all of them. Okay. Ramen 223. Ramund. Not ramen. Sorry. Good evening from Denmark. It has been amazing to follow the entire trial watching you guys. Also, nice pipe you have, Vice.
Well, thank you.
You're a pipe smoker?
It's my long church word pipe here.
Yes.
Very wizardly.
Javier Miedo says, wouldn't it be funny if the jury awards Johnny Depp with $300 million and $1 and 100 million and 1 alpacas? There you go. So he can go straight to Disney. Sam says, Nate, judge in the UK, is married into the Murdoch family and has a son who is high up at the Sun. he was bought and paid for. Whole trial was a farce. Yeah, there's lots of problems with the whatchamacallit, UK trial. John Aaron, Legal Vice is what part of Utah are you from? Also, your ward clerk wants to know where to send your records.
I am from the very northern part. Logan is just about 24 miles south of Idaho.
So there you go. What's the ward clerk thing? Is that a Mormon joke?
Well, it's like the congregations are called wards, so it's like your local congregation. The church police want to know where you are so they can send your records and follow up and make sure you're not drinking copious amounts of alcohol and smoking tobacco products in Korea.
Objective failed. Canis Dingus. The fact that judges refuse to accept evidence that Amber lied in the court down under is the reason we need more live feed court cases. Let the people see how our justice systems work. Yeah, or don't work, as it were. I mean, the fact that her lying under oath did not come in is baffling to me. Yeah, she lied under oath to the New Zealand authorities. You can almost always get someone lying under oath into evidence. Like, that's one of the few things that you can actually get. I'm pretty sure, isn't that a rule? Let's see. Here we go. I'm pulling up the rules of evidence. Let's see. What do we got? Let's see. Methods of proving character. Witness's character for truthfulness or untruthfulness. Specific instances of conduct. Except for a criminal conviction under Rule 609, extrinsic evidence is not admissible to prove specific instances of conduct. No, that's not what I'm looking for. I feel like there is a prior statement. Where is it? Let's see. Where is this? Where is this? This is the best. This is the best TV you can find when I'm doing this thing. Is it here? When a hearsay statement or a statement has been admitted into evidence, Clarence credibility may be attacked. Andrew, do you remember? I feel like there's a rule of evidence that basically allows you to bring in like a crime of fraud. Am I crazy?
That would just go to credibility, right?
Yeah, but hold on. Is it character?
I mean, if
character
they're a
evidence?
witness.
Pull up the rule. Okay. Let's see. Character evidence. Evidence of a person's character or character trait is not admissible to prove that on a particular occasion the person acted in accordance with the character trait. These are exceptions for defendants in a criminal case. That doesn't matter. Other crimes, wrongs, acts. Permitted uses. This evidence may be admissible for another purpose, such as proving motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, absence of mistake, or lack of accident. No. Okay. Maybe I'm crazy. I feel like there's a rule of evidence on it, but I'm not going to find it right now, apparently. Sorry, my kids are like, I don't know what the hell's going on. I don't know if they're screaming or playing. I just heard some loud noises. Christina Pirosco. What will it take to get Amber's minor protected records unsealed? Her committing a felony. That's what it would take. Exposing that she was the driver of the vehicle that involuntarily killed her friend. She was also arrested afterwards for driving with a suspended license. Okay. On this point, because I've seen this a lot. Why do you need the records unsealed? Like, they're not relevant to this case, so they're not going to help out here. And if you've already determined that she involuntarily killed her friend by driving a car in some negligent manner, you don't need the court's confirmation of those records. Like, so there's no driving purpose to get those records out. Now, if she is, Texas has some provision where juvenile records can be unsealed in the case of a felony charge anywhere. So if she gets charged with a felony, then that would potentially get the records unsealed if the prosecutor wanted to pursue it. That may not mean that you get to see them, though. Unsealing those records doesn't mean they become public. They could be unsealed for the purposes of attorney eyes only in a particular criminal matter. So states are very, very protective of juvenile records. Very, very protective of them. So I don't think we'll ever see them unless she were to choose to disclose it, or some rogue court agent were to do it and really potentially risk jail time for
Leak that
like
bitch like a Supreme Court decision.
Yeah. So, but so many people are convinced that this is a story, and I have no reason to believe otherwise. What do you need the court records for? It has nothing to do with whether or not she lied about Johnny Depp. So this one's kind of baffling to me because people are really into it. Valorant,
which, by the way, is explicitly why these kinds of things are excluded.
Yeah.
Because they have that prejudicial effect. People give it way more weight than they ought to.
Yeah. If they were to allow that in, the jury likely would say, this is a terrible person. It's one more terrible thing. Zach Baker, if you're looking for content, Branka's take on the Isimemen Etute self-defense case would be very interesting. Cheers.
What self-defense case?
I fucking don't know how to pronounce that. Hold on. Isimemen Etute. He's an ex-football player who admitted beating gay man to death, found not guilty.
Oh, I haven't even looked at that case. I mean, some people have brought it to my attention, but I haven't looked at it. But anyway, he claimed, so of course, one political view of this is that it's a gay panic defense, that because apparently the person killed presented themselves as a female to this football player, but turned out to be a male. And that's why he killed him, because he was misled. But the defendant claims that he believed the other party was actually going for a weapon. So, which has nothing to do with the gay panic defense.
What was he pulling his sword out?
Yeah. A club. A love club.
So he admitted to beating a gay man to death after he posed as a woman on Tinder, has been found not guilty of murder. Now, this is from Pink News, so this is going to be completely unbiased on the situation. Let's see what they have to say. A dude who was 18 at the time first connected with 40-year-old Jerry Paul Smith on Tinder, where Smith said he was a 21-year-old emergency room doctor named Angie Renee. Well, I mean, come on, brother. So, how many 21-year-old ER doctors do you know? Doogie freaking Hausers over here on Tinder. How'd you get?
My name's Rose. And my name's Angie. What's yours?
Homie, the red flags were all over this one from the start. Although some have referred to Smith as a trans woman, family members identified him as a gay man. At a 3-day trial, which began Wednesday at Montgomery County Circuit Court in Christiansburg, Virginia, a jury heard how Etute and Smith met up on 10th of April, 2021, and Smith performed oral sex on the football player. However, Etute he'll never live this down. Etute returned to Smith's apartment in May because Etute wanted to determine whether Smith was a man or a woman. Once there, his friends waited outside while Etute entered the apartment, and the confrontation turned physical, resulting in Smith's death. Etute was later charged with second-degree murder. According to the Roanoke Times, state medical examiner Dr. Amy Tharp and forensic detective Mike Chernicki gave expert testimony at the trial detailing Smith's injuries discovered via autopsy, and the jury was showed photos of his body at the crime scene. The experts told the court that almost every bone in Smith's face was broken. Shit. Multiple teeth had been knocked out. There was bleeding and swelling in his brain, and frothy liquid was coming out of his mouth from inhaling his own blood. The impression of his shoe was also discovered on his face. Yikes. The defense argued that Isamimin Etu was the real victim, while the prosecution said that the brutal beating easily met the level of malice required for a second-degree murder conviction. Etut's lawyer insisted that he was acting in self-defense as Smith had reached towards his bed where a knife was later found. So there you go. Etut testified that he believed Smith was reaching for a gun, although he did not mention this fact when initially questioned by police last year. The defense painted Smith as an evil man who was guilty of a wicked sexual ruse and insisted that Etut was the real victim, adding that Smith's actions would have amounted to sexual battery under Virginia law. Etut told the court, "I felt violated. I was just in shock, in disbelief that someone tricked me and lied to me." Well, yeah, I mean, you thought you were getting a 21-year-old ER doctor.
My 21-year-old ER doctor stepped on a bee.
After 3 hours of deliberation, that's pretty fast. The jury found him not guilty, and he
Very
was able to
fast.
walk free. There you go. That's that. This is under homophobia, murder, Tinder, and Virginia on Pink News. So there you go. Oh my goodness. So now I had not even heard of that case at all, but yeah, I mean, he must have convinced the jury that he was that he thought he was reasonably in fear of the person reaching for a gun or knife. I mean, you think it's a gun, but it's a knife doesn't make it not that your fear becomes unreasonable. So, wow, interesting. Robert Wirtz, if the jury comes back with damages against Amber to include Johnny may land one clean shot on her kisser, would he be liable for battery charges? I want to give you one of my tabletop stone fountains to display in your studio. Igneous Rock Gallery. Okay. You can do that if you want. I'm not going to stop you. Well, first of all, the jury cannot award one free punch in the goddamn mouth as an award. I kind of want that on the jury form. But no, they can't. The jury's limited to monetary damages. That's what they award. So that's the trick. But yeah, if there were some, let's say hypothetically in a different scenario, they settled with the agreement that you get to slug someone in the face. Yeah, I mean, no, you're not liable for battery at that point.
The
It's
old
on order of the
biblical
court.
eye for an eye thing. Yeah.
There you go. That would be good. Game guy, 151. Dr. Quest, I sent a Twitter DM with a Photoshop meme I made for you. I did look up that one. Thank you. Diane Nicole Fernando. Hi, Nick. Been here ever since the Vic case. Hey, thank you. Just wanted to tell you to keep up the great work and the dad jokes. Sending love to you and your family all the way from the Philippines. Hoping Johnny Depp wins. Breaded. Very, very cool, Diane. Thank you. Also, much love back to the Philippines. Watch out for those, like, I made the mistake of clicking on a tornado video on YouTube, and now all I get are tornadoes, tsunamis, natural disasters, earthquakes, rogue waves. So I found out the Philippines is really like, I wouldn't want to be there. There's volcanoes, there's tidal waves all over the place. Everything's terrible. So
every typhoon in the Pacific Ocean goes over the Philippines and Okinawa at some point.
Yeah. So stay safe there, because I've learned from YouTube that you're basically already dead, probably by the time you sent the message. So I appreciate that. And prayers for your family. Nova Amp, Nate's machine is connected to the internet. Stop the count. It's fraud. Devil's advocate. I think the issue regarding the statement's truth comes from the distinction between the statement and implication. The statement could be technically true while the implication is not. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I have a problem with the results that we got from Nate's thing. I don't see how you can find a defamatory implication, but also find a truthful statement like that. Those two don't jive for me in the way the questions worked out, but that's fine. Tea and Biscuit Gaming. Can I have a shout out? Got my final university exam tomorrow morning. Hey, Tea and Biscuit Gaming. Go get it, man. Finish it up. Nail that last test. Get that paper. and then go turn it into better paper.
And from tomorrow, you're supposed to know absolutely everything about everything until you wake up and realize you don't know anything.
I let that whiskey sit too long. Oh, it was gross.
What are you imbibing this morning?
I don't even remember what that was.
Okay.
I mean, I poured it along.
Like straight Pellegrino, or is that the lime Pellegrino?
Oh, I think it was. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
This is straight Pellegrino, but I add lemon juice.
There you go.
There you go. I think I was drinking Joseph Magnus, but I drank most of it and I had just a little bit left in the cup, and it's been sitting there for probably an hour. It's kind of gross. Yeah. Debbie O, I bet verdict at 1 p.m. Wrong, Debbie. Terrible bet. Really. Frankly, I've looked at some bets. I looked at your bet. I compared them. Your bet isn't even close. Not even close to good. It's very wrong. Lawyers called in. No jury question. Jurors at lunch till 1. I think the verdict is at 1. Well, it was a good guess, Debbie, but
that is demonstrably untrue.
Yeah, it ended up being completely incorrect. Only all of it, though. I'm just kidding. I'm just picking on you, Debbie. Just picking on you. Sassy is elite. Says she portrayed herself as a domestic abuse victim, which was a lie and false information to all domestic abuse victims. There you go. Accelerate. And see, I think that's the risk of her case in general, is that if anyone on that jury gets indignant about the status of victims, Amber Heard is toast. I mean, if they go, I mean, she lied about the grossest thing you can lie about, right? Like if that's their mindset, then, I mean, I don't think they care anything about the nuances of the statements at that point. And that was the risk of the entire proposition for this.
Right. I mean, the jury's told to take the defamation, assess defamation in the context of the entirety of the communication. I think you have to do that in the entirety of the case. I mean, the whole 6 weeks of testimony that you heard, I don't know. I think it's completely unreasonable to expect a jury is going to parse the jury instructions like an attorney who maybe hasn't watched the entire trial, hasn't spent 6 weeks of their life listening to this testimony would do.
Damn. Amber Heard bought a home. It looks bigger than it is. Let's take a peek at this.
Wow, it's like a TARDIS. It's bigger on the inside than the outside.
No, it's bigger on the outside than the inside in this case. Here, this is from Dirt. Someone just sent this to me. Amber Heard goes off grid with Yucca Valley home buy. So, like, this is a pretty cool place, by the way. But look at how big this looks. But it's only 2,400 square feet.
Ooh, that's not big.
It looks way bigger than that. I mean, is it all just in a line?
Is that the house or the land included?
6 acres.
6 acres.
I mean, big
land.
lot.
Yeah, so
looks like desert.
Yeah, the house is just the 2,400. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but 2,400. I know you're in Korea, so this is weird for you, but 2,400 square foot house is not big, and that looks bigger than 2,400 square feet.
Well, when you live by yourself and have no friends.
That's true.
No, not you, Jeff. I'm talking about Amber.
Same, as they say.
So here it is. Cool house, though.
It's like,
I like it.
Remember the Alamo. I just want like Pee Wee Herman to ride up on his bicycle.
Built in 2015. My family could not live in a 2,500 square foot house. I don't know how that would work anymore. Gorgeous inside.
That's beautiful.
Man, I love it. I'd try and find a way to live in a house that looked like that. I just built another one next to it. Put my kids in that one.
The Thanksgiving little table for the kids. Put them over the other.
So here's the bar and kitchen. So they have it's basically a great room, 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms. That sounds like that's the entirety of the house.
But that's a very pretty house.
Oh yeah, it's fantastic. You know, I didn't think I would like, I was watching a show about, look at this bathroom is awesome with the walk-in shower back there. That's great. This is only $570,000. Shit.
My shitty house, my shitty condo.
Look at that
here in
sentence,
Korea
though. Temperatures can climb dangerously high in Yucca Valley.
Yeah.
That sounds pretty grim. Welcome
a
to your
covered-
home on the sun.
Don't worry, a covered Frank Loja keeps the sun's deadly rays at bay. So.
See, this beautiful house is about valued at half of what my condo here that I live in Korea is. I mean I'll trade. I'll trade straight across.
This is freaking cool. This 110-foot wooden bridge that goes across to this other area. I don't know what this other area is for. I would make a zip line back.
Well, you've got those. I mean, that's like a serious flash. I mean, if it rains there, it's a flash flood because it's just not going to soak into the ground. That's a flash flood warning zone right there.
You know, Brittany in the chat brings up a good point. She says, "Well, she's from hell, so." Oh my gosh. So this is it. Yeah, what this just like a lookout, I guess. Maybe make a shooting range. That'd be fun. The bridge leads to leads over a shallow wash to a staircase cut to the rugged hill behind the house. Beyond the steps, a hillside gazebo is equipped with bird's eye views stretched for miles over the neighborhood. So here's that. Dang, that's a cool place.
Yeah.
I should buy the house next door. That'd be funny. Hey, Amber, what's up?
I mean, that's like right at the very that's in Yucca. I mean, that's at the very edge of the Mojave Desert.
I was watching so I was gonna say earlier, I was watching a thing about these like custom homes while I was on a plane, and I was like, oh, I can just watch this and put the subtitles on. I don't have to listen to these weird people with weird accents. But they had they were looking at this home and it was out in the desert, and I was like, you know what's cool about that though? It doesn't freaking rain. I hate rain so much. You can't sit outside. You can't. Oh, it's just it gets wet everywhere. I hate it. If your expectation was desert, because you could. So in this house, like you had to like walk outside to get to different rooms and stuff, but you wouldn't care because, you know, you're just passing through.
Well, that's the desert lifestyle. I mean, I grew up in the desert, and when it would rain, you would literally just go outside and just enjoy the warm rain because it was unusual.
Yeah. So you wouldn't care. And you dry off immediately because it's so just ambiently dry that the water evaporates right away and everything. Accelerite says Sussman found not guilty. Otto Rommel says wording of the implication question is horrible. Took me at least 10 read-throughs to try to understand how to answer it. It conveyed a defamatory implication to someone who saw it other than Mr. Depp. Well, I don't know how you write it better. So yeah, I guess I get you, but it seems fine to me. Not my real name. It says to quote, protect men accused of abuse doesn't take into account the due process of law. Nope. Ambisinistral says, you being late to your stream. Didn't Amber in her testimony say a person would be fired for being late? Damn it. I guess you need to fire yourself. I do. This. The Swegan one says, please take a drink for me because I just had a flashback where I was a child from being abused when I was younger. Thank you guys. Make your live stream. God bless you. Well, to the Swegan one. Cheers to you. Sorry for the flashback. But I'm glad that you're not being presently abused. Agent Rude, assume Johnny wins and the jury awards him $1 in damages. Does Turd appeal? You know, that's actually a really good question. I think
it is.
I think she might. I think she might still appeal.
Go pro se.
Because
that would be awesome. A pro se Amber.
She's fully committed to the lie, right?
Yeah.
If you're
It'll
fully
never
committed
be anything, but yeah.
Yeah, you almost have to exhaust it. You have to exhaust the appeal option. No, I was wrongly treated. Because especially if she loses, I think if she wins too, but especially if she loses, she has no career. There's no prospect here. There's nothing that there's no way she's getting back into Hollywood on a loss on this. If she wins, maybe she weasels her way into some projects, maybe. But if she loses, she's done. So the only thing to do would be to persist in the victim narrative, to keep the lie, and to run it. Well, I have a right to appeal, and this isn't over. I think that's the way she would go.
But in seriousness, if she appeals, does she have to go pro se, or is there a lawyer in the universe that would take her case at this point?
Are they getting paid?
All right, fair enough.
No.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, it depends if some of the conspiracy theories are true. If ACLU's paying her fees, if Elon Musk's paying her fees, I mean, sure, somebody take it. I'll take it.
Some amazing
I got you, girl.
homeowner policy that I don't have pays for it.
Yeah. If she loses, whatever homeowner's policy payment she thought she was getting is not coming if she loses, by the way. There homeowners insurance policies, some of them do, they do cover negligent torts. They do not cover intentional torts. The problem for this is it's a public figure. So defaming a public figure requires a showing of actual malice, which is a tort of intent at that point. You're past the negligence standard, which would be a regular defamation thing. So if you're sued and you use your homeowner's policy, you're probably paying those fees and getting reimbursed by your homeowner's policy. Because I guarantee you they didn't pay out $6 million on Amber Heard. Yeah. You saw the house that she just bought is a $570,000 house. Like, she doesn't have a policy that's paying $6 million. Okay. That's not happening for her. So TC says this argument over the minutia of the law is why, in my opinion, lawyers should always talk in closing about not leaving your common sense at the door. Was hoping Depp team would get there. I mean, I think they did. They didn't say it in the same words, but they did. Right? That was Camille's whole argument on, look, either she's lying about everything or she's lying about nothing. And she said, you have to believe Amber Heard. You have to believe Amber Heard's statement. And she said, do you trust her?
That was a brilliant statement from Camille when she said, I mean, that was it. It's like, you have to believe her. Do you believe what she's saying? I mean, that was a brilliant statement.
Yeah, I have the quote here, just a second, because I tweeted it out because I thought it was such a good punctuation mark on what was going on. Let me see. Where was it? Here we go. Yeah. What you have in the end is Miss Heard's word. Do you trust it? And that's what she said. It's pretty close to how she delivered it, except with my voice instead of hers. And I mean, that was just, it calls to the jury. Do you believe a word this lady is saying? Any of it? Do you believe any of it? So I think there was a lot of it. They didn't say the common sense at the door thing. But it was really just a question to listen to your intuition on this thing. Is everybody else lying or is she? What's the likely outcome? Next, we've got I'm Stormin' Mormon, says Jesse Lee Peterson to Dr. Hughes. Do you love gay people?
Nice read.
Dr. Hughes, I mean, a renowned homophobic. It's very sad to see them exposed in public like this. I cannot believe that she, is so vehemently opposed to gay men. Very rude of her. Jeremy WM says, thanks for pulling up my Instagram, live_free_run_far last night. My direct messages are full of unbreaded memes and fake pictures. I love the internet. I bet they are. Get wrecked, buddy. Have fun. Todd Baker. Jack Murphy's ears perked up when you said pecking, then cried when he realized he misheard. As for the great Drexel said, don't get pegged. Don't do it. Jerkoff Juggernaut says Sussman has been found not guilty. I wonder who Clinton threatened. Sazzy is Elite says, thank you for the amazing legal discussion. So many amazing points of view. Thank you, Sazzy. Mr. Smith's government class. Says, I'm getting married June 11th. I'm 39. She's 42. It's both of our first marriages. And while I would have preferred meeting and marrying her a decade ago, I would have waited even longer for her. Also, she's loaded. So there's that. Cheers, buddy. Go
Fair
get
enough.
it.
Well, there's
you know,
advantages to waiting. I mean, I generally recommend people get that first marriage over with as young as possible, but
what I will say to you, Mr. Smith's government classes, is cheers to you. It's not when you meet them, it's that you met them. So I wish for nothing but the best for you guys. The Lost Sith, been a fan for a while. Unfortunately, my mother passed away Saturday, and it has taken a toll on the family. My sister set up a GoFundMe to cover the medical costs. It's called Chastity McMurray Family Support. Any amount helps. So sorry to hear that, the Lost Sith. I hope I hope you get some healing for your family, because that is not fun stuff. Catherine Smith, Raggets, please walk us through your very calm and professionally worded copyright response to the UK claimant. A sentence or two in Richards or Earl Grey would be gold. Oh, you want me to do that? So the Associated Press UK copyright claimed one of my videos. In fact, it was one of the trial live streams. So I can read my response that I definitely wrote last night, and I was not at all inebriated when writing it. So here's what I responded. I said, let's start off now. To know, if you don't know how the YouTube copyright system works, okay? So the copyright claim comes in, and then you can file a counterclaim or counter notification. Say, no, this isn't a copyright violation. And then you are given the opportunity to send some words that will be seen by the claimant. So whoever claims the video, they will get to read your response, because then they can decide to go ahead and drop the copyright claim, or they can decide to sue you if they want to do that, right? Like, so that's how this works. So this is my response that will be read by the Associated Press UK, presumably their copyright agent who would have dealt with the copyright strike. So here's what I said. Let's start off by being very fucking clear. Claimant does not own the footage in question. If anyone owns the footage in question, it would be Court TV as media coordinator by court order on the Depp versus Heard case. They're the ones running the cameras and audio. For anyone else, especially claimant, to try and pull copyright is fucking laughable and is certainly perjury. Get fucked, you fucking liars. That said, to any extent, claimant or other parties may have a protectable copyright, there is sufficient commentary for an obvious transformative work under any reasonable good faith fair use analysis. For that reason alone, this should be rejected. I humbly request the claimant to get fucked. And also kindly rescind the copyright claim, as it's likely a result of their presumptively unlawful copyright bot claiming things without a good faith analysis required in Lens versus Universal. Fuck you for that bullshit, by the way. You know you are lying. Sue me, you fucking cunts. I fucking dare you. Now, that was my measured and calm response.
What's your point, Nick? What are you trying to say here? I'm not following.
I hate these people so much. So there you go. That was my very calm and professionally worded copyright response to the UK claimant. I am for hire. If you ever need a copyright
did you get a response to this yet?
No, they don't actually like send a response back. They'll either drop the claim or ignore it, and after 30 days, it'll drop automatically, or they could tender a lawsuit. I mean, that would be the other option, but I've not gotten any response back. I guess I could check and see if anything happened with it on my email. Nope, still just submitted my dispute. Ethan Peterson says, this is weird seeing my TikTok, Lamau. Oh, that was yours? The wait, which one? Was it the machine learning one, Ethan? Kurt didn't like your bar graphs, if that was you. He was not a fan of your bar graphs at all. Disco Cookies says, shout out to my husband who's listening, D. Smith Films. Find him on here and Instagram. Also, shameless plug for the Sean Ryan Show Love this channel. Been here since Rittenhouse because of my husband, and now we watch together. Aw, look at that. Bringing husbands and wives together in one place. Vin's Clortho. And that place is not a divorce court. Vince Clortho, welcome to Paralegal Status. Stephen Duffy, did you buy the private select on purpose or just coincidence? Seeing as Heard allegedly had one in her privates. No, I did purposefully buy the private select, but not because of Amber Heard and the alleged abuse. I bought the Maker's Mark because of the Amber Heard's alleged abuse, but the private select is just because I can't stomach regular Maker's Mark. I don't care for it at all.
And the one that we're drinking and the regular base Maker's Mark, the bottle is shaped dramatically different.
Yeah. Yep. And also this one tastes dramatically better.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Cheers. I think
let's see. The disgruntled moderate says Kurt uses machine learning to illustrate what he would do with Dr. Mommy and Miss Vasquez. Doug Murray says, is Legal Bites a body language expert? I don't think so. She had body language experts on her panel, I know, during some of the trial, which is, again, some people had asked me to do that. And I think as a result of her doing it, and I said no. Because I'm like that, right? Like I don't respect anything. But yeah, no, I don't think she's a body language expert. I'm not sure if there's more to that question or not. Oh wait, as I think about it, I think there may be. Funny. Joey Big Play. Hey Nikki, if you guys are stuck here for a few days, God, I hope not. Why? If the jury doesn't hammer this out today, I don't know what is. I cannot imagine what would be taking so long. So I just wanted you to know that you can use the G word or R word question. Be very careful, though. I heard that the behavior panel is watching. Ooh. Spectral Citizen, welcome to Lawyer Status. Angelo Vargas says there was a trial for a nightclub fire here in Brazil where the defense for the club's owner was allowed to use a medium's letters written as the victims. Pure lunacy.
Nice.
You'd just be sitting there in court like this.
Your Honor, we'd like to counter with a Ouija board.
Your Honor, wait. God just told me I'm not guilty. Your Honor, you got to trust me on this. We've got the prophet. We've got a
is
crying
there someone
statue of Mary.
with an A in their name, initials AH?
Satoshi was a reptiloid. Hello, sir. Hello. I've been following you since the Depp verdict. How? My mind is broken. I'm also trying to grow my channel Law and Crime. Please send Bob's and Vagine on Twitter DM. And on a serious note, I have a Master of Science in Machine Learning from the TikTok, and the TikTok makes me cry. Thank you. Yes, I will send Bob's and Vagine in Twitter DM.
It's the future Nick coming to give you a message here.
JDA says, was on a jury back in the 90s. Crack dealer caught on camera, West Oakland. Old black woman refused to convict him, was the holdout. After trial, prosecutor said defendant took to trial because he knew no old black woman would convict. There you go. I mean, that's, somehow.
Have either of you ever served on a jury?
Nope.
No, I was selected for a civil case, but which I definitely should not have been selected for. And but they settled the morning of the trial was supposed to start.
So you got wow. I mean, because that's like the fastest way to be disqualified from being a juror is being a lawyer.
It was worse than that. So first of all, I'm a lawyer. Second of all, it was a medical malpractice case in an area in which I have professional expertise on the subject matter.
Oh,
and I actually went to the judge. I said, listen, you don't want me on this jury. I'll sit on a different jury. You don't want me on this one because one, I'm a lawyer. Two, I actually know what they're talking about scientifically. It was like, well, are you telling me you can't be fair and impartial? I was like, fuck. All right. Thank God they settled.
I have never been called.
I've never been
shocked.
called. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you're in freaking Korea.
Well, okay. Between the time I was 18 and 19 and a half, I was never called to be on the jury.
Yeah.
I'm kind of jealous because I just want to be like called and then disqualified immediately just because I have some legendary expertise, which apparently Andrew had actually in this case.
You threw
Can
a
you
lawn
imagine
dart
a-
at the ground and managed to not miss. Congratulations. God.
Can you imagine 11 little Korean people in that jury and then Jeff just hulking in the corner, the chair squeaking underneath him?
It looked like that Mr. Baseball movie.
Yeah. No, just everything about that movie. Replace Japan with Korea, and you're there.
Yeah.
No question.
No, my wife got called. She served on a jury. It was kind of wild. It was a semi-truck driver who ran over a biker, a bicyclist on the highway. And the actual killing was not charged. He was not charged with vehicular homicide. That was I think it was, well, he might have been charged, but it was dismissed out. For whatever reason. I don't know the full facts on that, but the question was over the violation of the law, failure to provide adequate distance between car and cyclist, which seems like a seems like a slam dunk. Because in Minnesota, when you pass a bicyclist, you're supposed to give like 2 or 3 meters or 2 or 3 yards of space between your car and them. And so to me, if you run over someone, you probably failed to provide adequate space when passing, I think. I mean, that's just my interpretation.
Unless the bike swerved out.
Yeah.
Right. Which is not the case. The case was, if I remember right, it was admitted that it was an accident. The guy went over onto the shoulder and hit the biker, but he didn't see the biker. There was something happened. It was negligence, but they couldn't find the criminal culpability for whatever reason. So he was, driving past the guy, ran him over and killed him. And the jury, there was actual argument over whether or not he provided adequate distance between the bike and the car, because they said, well, he wasn't trying to pass him.
This was an adult on a bicycle?
Yes.
Well, they deserve to die then. Bicycles are for children. Come on.
But
I mean, that's an important thing to note, though. I mean, and that's just the reality of jury selection. I mean, in whatever case it was that like Andrew was having, he is the absolute most qualified person to be on that jury, which makes him the absolute least desirable person. You don't want the person who knows the law and who knows the facts and who can apply them at an expert level. You don't want them on your jury. You want the people that know nothing on your jury, apparently.
No, they could have hired me as an expert consultant on this case. I mean, that's how well I knew the subject matter.
But yeah, it goes to show, it goes back to that discussion we were having with Nate, how a jury reads a question really matters. I mean, these people were saying, look, when he ran the guy over, he wasn't trying to pass him. So therefore he was under no obligation to give him adequate distance in passing. And like common sense.
I'm with Andrew. If you're an adult riding a bicycle in the middle of the road, you deserve to be run over.
But yeah, so he was found guilty of the misdemeanor. They did do that. I think my wife was even the foreman of that jury.
Wow, cool.
So it was an interesting
for person.
Brandon.
Okay. White Fox, Big Daddy Nick. I turned to content creation after finishing my LLM. That's a legal master's, but law killed my spirit. Can I get a shout out for my space channel, White Fox Space, for those interested in rocket touchdowns on paper, unbreaded? Yeah, guys, check out White Fox. That's one word, White Fox Space. For those who are interested in rocket touchdowns. Imagine going through and having a legal master's and then going, nah,
Well, I can imagine. I think illegal masters would break anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy.
I thought about doing it for the memes, and then I realized that would be horrible.
But I think the law degrees are the only one where the doctorate comes before the master's.
Yeah.
And then you have the weird PhD thing way at the other end that nobody ever gets unless they want to be a dean somewhere.
Although some people will do a direct legal master's if they're from out of the country. They could do a legal master's in the US without a JD.
Well, that's a huge thing here in Korea. If you want to get in the top tier law firms in Korea, that's the deal. You have to go to Cornell or Georgetown and you get your LLM straight out of Korea. And then you study for a year, you pass the bar, and then you come back to Korea and you get into the top tier law firms.
There you go. Won't be me. Barry Ice Wallow Come says, welcome to Paralegal Status. Thank you for joining the channel. I really, really appreciate that. Ice Wallow Come. Barry Soitoro says, the Steven Tyler Law and Crime host, dude looks like a lady. Winning Reality. Hi, Nick. Please shout out my channel, Winning Reality. Been covering the trial, but it's about root cause issues / solutions. Also, a former touring musician, recently started adding original songs and mixes in for added fun. Thanks for the help. Well, there you guys go. You can check out Winning Reality on YouTube. Vince Clortho question: are average Chinese citizens able to watch this trial? And if so, what do you think the polls would show?
Average who?
Chinese citizens?
No, I mean, I can tell you the Chinese internet is remarkably controlled.
Yeah.
YouTube, Facebook, things like that just are not accessible in China unless you have some outside VPN that you're able to connect to.
But would the CCP censor this trial? Like, would this be off limits? I mean, I know anything could be, so I don't know if there's any particular reason that I'm missing.
I mean, you just don't have
Americans
access
have
to it.
private islands.
Yeah, I mean, you just don't have access. You cannot access Facebook, YouTube, or anything like that from China unless you have an offsite VPN.
Zorb says, I'm in China right now, Lamau.
And you have a VPN, right?
Don't answer that.
Yeah.
Don't answer that question, Zorb.
Right now,
you're obviously joking.
We know house is being welded in place.
Yeah, we know, Zorb. We know you're a shitlord in Montana. We got it. Okay, don't answer anything ever. Let's see. Hold on. Trying to. Got a message from Morgan Tremaine. Trying to work out that interview. Very, very excited for that one. That'll be fun. Here for lulz, Amber has clarified those beatings were pledged. Kara Pappas, hey Nick, awesome stream. To help fill the time, I linked a 4-minute clip, the trial of Tom Everett, in the Not Very Funny channel in your Discord. I'm interested in the panel's reaction to a very interesting legal strategy. I don't know if I should pull up anything from that channel or really from my Discord at all. Because my Discord is full of the worst people on the planet. And they know this. People always want, when I say don't join my Discord because it's awful, people are like, that's funny. He's trying to get us in there with this background thing. Nope. I'm not trying to do that. It's a terrible place. Terrible place. I'm going to look, hell is this?
Well, bless you, Nick. I mean, I figured out, I don't get Discord. I've just figured out Reddit like 3 months ago because I'm old.
Yeah, Discord's awful. I just hate it. I don't think I can play this song. Let me see. Are there lyrics to this thing? First of all, this you have to buy this song. I can't play this on the air. Oh my gosh. Let's see. What does it say? What the fuck is this? Well, I can't find it. Okay, well, we're gonna skip that one. Thank you to the Discord for that beautiful clip that you want me to play. That's definitely a copyrighted song. Okay, next. Thank you, Kara. Koi 540. In this day and age, it is deeply important to stick to our principles. Nick, I respect your commitment to the principle of free speech. In light of that, at Legal Vices, balls or no balls on your futanari?
Can you have balls on a futanari? That's a question.
I guess that's a question only you can answer.
Well, but see, that's like the "Have you stopped beating your wife?" question. that presumes that futanari is a part of it. So I decline to answer the question. Vague. Objection. Vague.
I mean, it's pretty specific. On your futanari, is there balls or no balls? I don't know. Your Honor, I said, oh wait, what if any balls or no balls on your futanari?
Oh, well, then I'm screwed. Then I have to say no balls.
Oh, okay. There you go. That's the
Would
answer.
you agree or disagree?
In New York gangster voice, hey, take your lumps. There you go. Big Rob, what's up, everyone? Nick just sent a Twitter DM. Here's a $20. Bet you'll appreciate it. I appreciate the $20. I've rarely found appreciating a Twitter DM to be true. You say you sent what? I don't know if you realize how many Twitter DMs I get a day. Is this it? Oh no, there it is. Wait, is this it? I can't. Is this the one you want me to send? No, that can't be it. There's two Robs. I don't know which one it is. I have no idea which one it is. Is it the B one? Sorry, Big Rob. I don't know which one is you. I guess re-message me, and maybe it'll kick up to the top. Carlos says, I'm sure I vehemently disagree with you on a whole host of political and legal issues.
Okay.
But I really have enjoyed your streams, and I've watched every stream since week 2. Keep up the good work, brother. Hey, you can disagree with me on everything. That's all fine. That's all fine. As long as we have fun, that's all that matters. Lenny M says, that jury question suggests that their answer on the whole op-ed is different to just the headline, or it wouldn't have mattered, right? Or they are all as autistic as Kurt. I'm not sure which jury question. Okay, here we go. This is the one. It says, YouTube wasn't letting me send this channel name. This is Big Rob. Please view Mojahed Fudalet channel for the best Depp heard animation on YouTube. You won't be disappointed. The Depp Camille is the best, but all 4 are comedy worth your time. Oh, these things. I saw these things. I'm not going to play the whole one. I haven't watched them, but I saw them floating around. Did you guys see these animations?
No.
That they did here.
You will not see my eyes again.
Mr. Depp hasn't looked at you once this entire trial. He promised you would never see his eyes again.
Why can't he look at me? I survived that man, and I'm here, and I'm able to look at him.
Sitting here today, Ms. Heard, you still haven't donated the $7 million divorce settlement to charity.
Incorrect. I pledged the entirety.
Ms.
I
Heard,
intend to
Ms.
fulfill
Heard,
those obligations.
Ms. Heard, that's not my question. And that's because you did want something. You wanted Mr. Depp's money.
So there you go. Those are the animations there. I'm not, again, this is not my stuff, so I'm not going to sit and play through all of it. I would encourage people to go check it out. I will put the link in the chat for people who want to watch the rest of it. It is rather horrifying, but you guys can click on that link if you want. And you know, again, check out his channel if you like that kind of stuff. So I'm not here to steal anybody's content. Brianne Montgomery, welcome to Paralegal Status. Same with CLC. Thank you. The other Rob also DM me, said, not Big Rob. Motherfuckers. I hate you guys sometimes. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Endless End 2646 says, I sent you My Dog Stepped on a Bee remix on Discord. It's about a minute long and is hilarious. The same people also did a Megapint remix that's worth looking at too. S. Hyder, I just love the fact that we live in a world where we literally have memes of a legit court case, like two people suing each other. Internet's just like, be funny. Haha. I just love it. The Hater Salad says, please play My Dog Stepped on a Bee remix. Much better. I don't want to play all these other people's content. This isn't Twitch. I can't just do that. Kara Pappas says, it's crazy that it's taking so long for 7 to come together to make a woman regret everything she's ever done. My boyfriend can make me do it in a minute, and he doesn't need 11 other people's help. That's good. 7 in this case, not to get autistic on you, but we got to correct the record. 7 member jury in Virginia. Stinar 28. Thanks for the great content, Nick. You and your guests have entertained my employees and me since Rittenhouse. Bronca, if you ever need some bullets for reloading, check us out at SNS Casting and I'll hook you up. Love your book too.
I'll check it out.
Do you do your own reloading?
I do.
Wow, that's cool.
What's the weirdest thing you've ever used to load a bullet?
Me?
Or you just have you ever used like an odd material or made a special type of cool bullet or anything?
No, I just have a Dillon 650 XL reloading press. I do 9mm, 45, 40, 30-06 stuff.
It's like you never made like flechette rounds for your handgun or anything.
No.
I don't know. I don't know what people do.
States. Seriously,
Yeah.
you guys live in the States. I envy you so much.
Hey, SNS, your website looks great. I'll take a look at your bullets. If you have a line on large or small pistol primers, that would always be appreciated. By the 1,000, of course.
You need someone in the chat brought it up. You need Amica bullets. That way, like they don't leave marks.
It's like they stop the threat and cover up the wound.
Wasn't me.
Oh shit! Wait, what was that? Did I just see what
I see someone in the chat says 40 sucks. 40 Smith & Wesson caliber sucks. I agree. I don't reload them anymore.
Are you like 9mm or do you like
9mm is the that's the round.
Yeah,
9 and
let's
45.
see.
45? Okay.
Yeah, I had these for my I have a 45 and I had these shotgun. Well, they're like shot rounds for pest control.
Mhm.
And I mean, they were pretty funny. It like just blew the hair off the raccoon's arm, but it didn't kill it.
Raccoon's a little big for that kind of thing.
Yeah,
I mean, it's so cliche, but the minute I retire, I mean, the only firearm I currently own is in my sister's house. It's a 1911 Smith & Wesson. But when I retire and I move to the States, the first thing I'm just going to buy a big 50 caliber Desert Eagle just because I can.
Yeah, guns are fun. I got nothing else.
Respect your rights, man. Respect your Second Amendment rights. I am so jealous and envious that you're able to do these things.
I respected the shit out of raccoons that were hurting my cats.
And their hairless arms.
Well, no. Once I found out that those rounds didn't work, I got the real ones out. The raccoon problem was solved very quickly. GenoFast, can you talk about how free speech comes into this? I see a lot of men coming forward if the verdict is in Johnny Depp's favor. Well, I don't know exactly what you mean. Free speech in the legal sense comes into whatever, you have a right to protected speech. Your speech is protected, and utilizing the court to prevent you from speaking or to chill your speech under threat of punishment would be an infringement upon that right.
Right. I mean, you can imagine a world in which, even if it was true, what Amber Heard was saying. If it caused Johnny Depp damage, he could still see compensation, right? We can imagine a hypothetical world like that.
You don't have to imagine those countries exist.
Yeah. The First Amendment prevents that. So if Amber Heard's claims were true or believed to be true, it would be irrelevant that it was causing harm to Johnny Depp. It would be privileged speech.
Right. So, but yeah, in this case, we have a limit. Defamation is considered an assaultive sort of crime. It's an assault on your reputation and on your ability to earn or your economic ability, we'll say. And so if those things are damaged and if the statement is false, then you can be brought to task for it. Just like you can swing your arm around all day. You can punch, you can shadow box, but if you walk up and punch a kid in the face, you've infringed on their right to not have a fist hit them in the face without their consent. But so that's how free speech comes into it in the legal sense. In the broader implication of this, I mean, if Johnny Depp paves the way for male victims of domestic violence to come forward and start realizing that they don't have to be victims of domestic violence, that it's okay to get out of those relationships and to seek help for it, then I think that's good. That's a good thing.
I mean, the real lesson is you can do this if you have the resources of Johnny Depp.
You can do this. Yeah.
That helps.
But if there are male victims of domestic violence out there who hear Johnny Depp's story and realize, oh, this is bad. What's happening to me is actually a bad thing. And maybe they were just kind of enduring it, right? Like they're noticing the same types of gaslighting and control and all of that stuff that's going on in their own house. And they're going, okay, yeah, my partner or whatever is like this. Well, then maybe they'll step up. Maybe they'll either get help or get out of those relationships. So that could be good too. I don't know if that's the free speech you're talking about, but virtual loner, if I remember correctly, a lot of people thought it was going to be bad because the Rittenhouse jury took so long. Yep. Yeah. And it turns out it was just one person holding out on one of the questions. Really, because we found out that two of the questions were resolved right away in Kyle Rittenhouse. And it was just that one that took a couple days. Omar Correa, check out the Hearsay song. If you've already seen it, then ignore. I will ignore. Bill, jury may have thrown out 2 and 3 as not defamatory, but determine whether 1 stands on its own from question asks. Hard to tell. Could be. Brian Jones, which waifu is the best waifu? Dr. Muffins or Saint Camille? It's a tough choice. It's a tough choice. And I'm noticing a distinct silence from the panel. So I will say it. I'll step out on the limb. I will do it. I'll step on the B. Dr. Muffins.
Dr. Muffins would be more age appropriate for me, but not much.
I don't know how old Camille is. Camille Vasquez. Do we have an age check on Camille Vasquez?
She's a grown-ass woman.
Yes, that is the answer. I was just curious. She's 37. Oh, the entire chat is like 37.
Wow. So, but Dr. Muffins is like 42, I believe.
42.
So that's not much of a difference.
Camille looks really young for 37, I would say. But yeah, I'm not, it does not matter. Both of them are beautiful and intelligent women. And I think both of them would probably be a nightmare to be married to. Because they're like a psychologist or a lawyer. Oh my God, choose your poison. One psychoanalyzing you and the other one is evaluating how they could kill you and get away with it. No, thank you to either of them. Barry Soitoro says Camille and Ben had to read their closing arguments. Amber had too many lies and timelines. They would have sounded like crazy cat lady. Maybe. I don't know. I feel like you could give actually, let me say it this way. I give them more credit to reading their closings than the openings, because Camille's opening was 25 minutes, something like that. that was what kind of annoyed me about the paper, was that her opening was not overly long. And I feel like it could have done on close. Like she really wanted to hit all the detail points. You know, again, I don't have a huge problem with the with her closing argument in the reading that she did. For me, it was mostly the opening, and I'd give some grace because she had quite a bit of time on that close. I mean, she did about an hour and 20 minutes combined. So, but with that, you know, you can also rehearse that out. You can do that. And you've been putting this case together forever. You've got all these facts in your head. Yeah, so it's a skill that could be developed. I think that's still true. Yenna Stowe, when I was in mock trial, we were absolutely forbidden from reading off a paper. I'm not an attorney. I'm a psychologist now. Just finished defending my thesis. Thank you for streaming. Got me through the last revisions. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you, Yana. Please disregard everything I just said about psychologists and being married to them.
It's tough, man. When I'm teaching a live class, I'm talking for 7-8 hours, and I have all these anecdotes about these various professions, and they're funny, but I have to keep asking before I start. Is anyone here a journalist? Anyone here a psychiatrist? Anyone here a police officer?
Yeah, but you ask the first question every time, is anyone here a journalist? Because if they say yes, you just shoot them.
Oh my God, they're so stupid. If there's a dumber class, a professional class in America, I've never met them.
Wow.
All journalists and chat are on life support. David Abdemule says, I noticed that Ben Chu had to carry his own podium into court for closing arguments. I think they were just caught off guard by the court not providing one during opening. I think so too.
Yeah. Little known fact, Ben Chu carries that lectern with him everywhere.
Really?
It's a security lectern.
It's like go-go gadget lectern.
It's like a service lectern.
He gets out at the pizza ranch. He's like, I'm gonna go in here. Hold on. Brings his lectern with him. Like, I can't have a stuffed crust sausage without it.
Books at a seat on the airline.
Pope Rackets touched me. Oh no. This is for Bronca. I'll wait till he's back. Oh wait,
he's back.
He is back. This one's for you, Andrew. This is from Pope Rackets touched me. If a 5-foot mongoloid was charging me with a Maker's Mark bottle and a huge nose, can I self-defense him at first contact with the nose?
Even earlier.
So
when you see the whites of their eyes.
Camille should have done a demo using a doll from Phil in a bottle of Makers for perspective. No.
Where did this bottle of Makers hurt you?
Phil that he's referring to is Dollhouse Phil, who makes and sells dolls for men.
Those kind of dolls.
Or ladies.
So
yeah, I don't know if that would have been good. I don't know if you bring your sex doll into court and start violating it with a Maker's Mark bottle.
So one of the funniest parts of the George Zimmerman trial was the prosecution brought in this mannequin, like a stuffed cloth mannequin, and they had the orange trajectory rods going through the body to show you where George Zimmerman had shot Trayvon Martin. And then the defense, when they got up, said, "Hey, can I borrow your doll?" And they put it on the ground. They beat the shit out of it, just like Trayvon Martin had been beating the shit out of George Zimmerman.
he's like pounding his head on the ground. That
right in front of the jury. Oh my God,
that was epic.
When keeping it real goes wrong,
they beat the fuck out of that doll.
Can I borrow your doll?
Oh God, is there video of that somewhere?
Yes.
Oh yeah, sure.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we gotta find that.
It's on YouTube. Just like
let me
George
see if I can
Zimmerman
find it.
doll. Yeah, you'll get it.
Yeah, if you find it, send me the link. I'll hit some more chats.
That
while we
was
do
some
it.
epic courtroom drama there.
Oh, that's great. Paul Byrne, you're all really funny. Love this to bits. Oh, and Legal Vices at 17.3 thousand subs now. Love your sense of humor, man. No
wow.
homo.
I'm at 17,440. You've given me 400 subscriptions. Thank you, Nick.
Just 400? Oh my goodness, guys. Legal Vices, and Law of Self-Defense's channels are in the description. If you're liking the commentary, click on those freaking links and go click that subscribe button.
Wow.
These guys each do their own independent content. They're here at their own behest, and so make sure you go check out their stuff. It is quality stuff, and you'll find different coverage and different insights from everybody who appears on my show. So check it out. Pamela B. List didn't bother me at all. Used as a tool to not miss anything. She hit everything needed. She is strength, beauty, and grace. When her and Chu choked up, brought me to tears. They brought justice to Johnny.
Hey Nick, I found that video. So it's right when Mark O'Mara, one of Zimmerman's defense attorneys, puts the prosecution's doll on the floor of the courtroom.
Okay, we're gonna pull this thing up.
It's
right here.
Beautiful.
I'm already excited for this. Let me just make sure I got that 360p resolution. God, this trial was so long ago. I forget.
Yeah, it was. 10, 12 years now.
Here we go. Look at him. He's standing over this thing with a vengeance. This man he came to work today and chose violence.
Was Zimmerman, Trayvon Martin. Were the injuries on Mr. Zimmerman's back of his head consistent with someone doing
I don't think so.
How about this? How about somebody resisting the attempt? The injuries, the two lacerations, could that have come from cement? If somebody was resistingly pushing down,
I believe so. I believe it was a culmination of downward force, whether it was from pushing or striking. And I know clearly by the injuries to his face, and that would drive him back, his head striking hard into the concrete.
would you expect, based upon your training experience, that somebody getting their head struck on the cement would attempt to resist it happening?
Of course, they would. Normal human instinct would try to move away from the pain stimulus, which would just create another gap, be driven back.
And would that occur not only the first
Come on,
time,
hit
but
it
every
again.
subsequent time?
Oh, he will.
When you punch it, Mark.
Push or strike. Every time you drive a strike or push straight downward, the body goes until it hits an object that'll stop it.
You recognize this as being a human type thing?
That's it. That was the only interesting part.
Okay.
He just pounded.
And it was so funny because it's not like the defense brought that mannequin into the courtroom. It was the prosecution's demonstrative.
Oh yeah.
And
That's
then it got
the
turned against
best
him.
part.
But he literally said, "May I borrow your dummy for?" And he just proceeds to abuse the shit out of it.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Sean?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Pretty good, man.
Fair to partly cloudy. I'm good.
Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the show.
Yeah.
I'm not welcome to the channel. You've been on before.
Haven't
So
had a
I
chance to
haven't.
say hello to Legal Vices yet, but nice to meet you.
Yes, it's the first time we've seen each other. Greetings.
I haven't had you on him forever. How's your watching of the trial been going?
It's been interesting, to say the least. I don't know if you guys mentioned it, but I know on Friday, I thought Rottenborn had an amazing closing argument, and then Elaine completely set that thing on fire with all of her rambling.
I don't know if I go as far as amazing. I thought he did a competent closing argument.
Well, I thought his beginning part though, where we're expecting her to be perfect, and I like how he did, because that's how I think that's the right way to do it. You're asking for to do all this stuff, and and then immediately Elaine just sets that on fire by acting like a lunatic.
Oh, she came in with that whiteboard eraser and just went to town all over everything he said. And by the end of her closing argument, I had no idea what Rottenborn had said.
Mm-hmm.
I had to really dig to think about it. And it was such a misstep.
Well,
Such
in
a
fairness,
misstep for them.
I think he set her up for failure by eating way too much of their allotted 2-hour time.
Yeah.
He went way over time and left her panicking to figure out what to do with the time she had left.
He went an hour and 15 minutes by himself, which was not the plan, clearly. And then Elaine she was toast. I mean, she should have known Elaine shouldn't have been on closing argument. I mean, that's a fact. They could have had that weird shaky voice guy who objected to himself do it. They could have had Junior scratching his neck up there doing it. Anybody other than Elaine, because she cannot concisely deliver an idea. She can't do it. She proved it throughout the entire trial. She couldn't ask good questions because even though they're one sentence questions, her sentences were completely disjointed. She was a mess. And yeah, whatever work Rottenborn had done, she annihilated it straight out the gate. Probably Johnny Depp's best attorney is Elaine when you really get down to it.
Wow.
Yes. Yes.
But
right.
But yeah, so yeah, we're just on jury watch here.
Yeah.
Going through super chats, and seeing if anything comes back. I mean, we're at 3:17 p.m. local to the Johnny Depp courtroom. So I think we had talked about predictions were coming. We were thinking maybe around 4 we might see something, and it's coming up to that time. So I thought
3.
know.
So we're past where I thought we would be. So
yeah,
we're past that point for me as well.
What are you thinking on the not on the general verdict, but specifics? You got the 3 Depp statements and the 2 Heard statements. I don't know how many questions there are actually of Amber Heard and the counterclaim, the Waldman statements.
Yeah.
2 or
3.
I don't think they're gonna find the Waldman statements are defamation. I don't think they're gonna attribute the headline to Amber, as much as I think they probably should. I think they'll just do the statements that are actually in the article. It sounds like that's where their question was about the headline itself. I mean, I think it should be attributed to her. I think it's clear she had a bigger hand in it than she wants to admit. But I think they're just going to find on the 2 statements.
See, that's interesting, right? Because so we had Nate on earlier, and he's done some mock jury stuff with the chat where he created these Google documents with those questions. And the one that was most consistently a win for Johnny Depp was the sexual assault statement, the title. That was the one that most consistently had the highest results. Whereas the 2 statements in the text on most of the polls that he did, they did not win. Now for him, the win condition was 90% or higher. And they clocked in around 85 to 86% in favor of Johnny Depp. So, I mean, still strongly favorable, but not to the realm of the A realm. So it's interesting because I thought the same way you did. I thought if there's anything they blank Johnny Depp on, it would be that headline because, I mean, the most fair read of it is Amber didn't write it. Now, I think she republishes it when she does her tweet. I think she's responsible for it, absolutely. But she has that defense. I didn't write it. The other 2 statements for me were always rock solid on the defamatory implication. So yeah, interesting. Very interesting.
But regardless of all of YouTube, we have the best goddamn set of beards anywhere on the entire YouTube.
Yeah.
We've got it locked in. We got the beard locked in.
Yeah. I just don't know the mustache part.
You've never seen Jack Murphy's beard. MM says MM says no knows like the nose knows no. As to Johnny Depp, he should have stayed for the verdict. Optics always act in honor and good faith.
You don't want the camera capturing your reaction, no matter what it is. If it's elation or dejection, you don't want the camera capturing your reaction in this case.
Yeah, the jury doesn't know you're there. Go out and have your rock concert in London. Do all the cool shit you want to do.
Go out and play guitar with Jeff Beck or whatever it is you do while you're waiting for a verdict.
There's some cool pictures of him on Twitter right now.
Yeah.
If you're there in court, and the verdict comes down positively for you, but you look like such a colossal asshole, that because you're so happy and smug about it, that all of the goodwill that you just worked to rebuild, people could just go, well, this guy's still a prick, right? Like they could draw that conclusion. I think him not being there is probably just a fine move.
Yeah.
I don't, and Amber's probably not going to be there either. If she has any sense, she won't be anywhere near that building.
I want to see her there when she loses. I just want to see her just start screaming and attacking people.
Her lawyers are like, no, Amber. In fact, the judge said you can't come to court. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I've never had that happen either. But said you can't be there. And in fact, we've got some papers coming from the sheriff that says you can't be within 200 yards of us. And stop calling our office.
Yeah. Your Honor, her car died on the way here. Sorry, she's not going to make it. Just go ahead and read the verdict.
She stumbles into court. Someone shot the tires out of my car. Agnes Day. Why has no one mentioned that the places where she had her bruises and redness and marks are the exact same place you have marks after Botox and fillers? Every woman of a certain age recognizes those marks. The reason no one mentioned it is because if you don't have the medical record to prove it, then you just look like an ass.
Because anecdotally, I had an ex-girlfriend over at my house last night to have dinner. We were just like hanging out and talking, and she worked in a plastic surgery clinic. And I asked her, I said, what does this look like to you? Just without missing a beat, she said, oh, that's a Botox. The one where she had the injection under the eye, or the bruising under the eye. She said, that's a Botox injection. Without missing a beat and without prejudicing her towards that answer.
But yeah, the problem is you get her on the stand and be like, you got Botox, didn't you? No.
The end.
Yeah. And a bunch of the jurors are male, so how the hell do they know what Botox is really going to look like? If it was a jury full of women, you might be able to get away with that.
Maybe. Yeah. All of the little stuff in the trial, like there's a lot of, first of all, there's enough meat in this trial to ignore that type of stuff. But all of those little things, like, did she sniff something in her tissue? Did she do this? Did she do that? You know, even like where I think she clearly poses for the picture because she looks to the camera, waits, you hear the shutter. I think that happens. Bringing any of that stuff up in court, if you can't prove definitively exactly what you're saying, and I mean, not like pretty much, you better be able to nail it down. So the Botox thing, you've got an injection receipt from her Botox provider the day that picture is taken. If you don't have that and you try and bring that, you crush your credibility because all she has to say is no. No. She could say, I've never gotten Botox. And unless you can produce a receipt, how do you prove otherwise? I mean, you just have speculation and inference. And you do not, as the attorney losing credibility with the jury is as bad, if not worse, than the witness or party losing credibility with the jury. Because the attorney's supposed to have candor to the court and supposed to be telling the jury the right story. And so if the attorney's lying, I mean, I think juries are smart enough to know that some parties will bend the truth a bit to their side. But the attorney, if they misrepresent something, it looks extremely bad, in my opinion.
Very bad.
Lancelot 652. What are the lawyers doing while they wait on the jury? Vomiting profusely in the bathroom.
Yeah.
I mean, are they waiting? Are they writing the appeal if they need it or working on other cases? I mean, they're doing whatever they want to do, but I think probably sitting doing what we're all doing, just watching, just watching. Maybe they're in the chat right now. What's up, Ben, Chu, and Camille? How you guys doing?
What's up, Elaine? How are your cats doing?
What's up, cat lady? I'm looking at you.
But they're sitting there, guys. They're going to be a bundle of nerves, man. They just did this trial in front of, at a minimum, 2 million people, something that none of them have ever done before and will likely never do again in their entire careers. It's the biggest case that they may ever work on, and everybody watched it. So now they're all just sitting there with every butterfly on earth crammed into their stomach, going, will the jury just fucking come back? Just come back. 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 And they can't drink.
No.
They can't drink to calm their nerves.
Well, I pour another Maker's Mark.
Yeah. they can't do anything to like calm down because they, in 10 minutes they could be called in. So they show up just, hello, Your Honor. You look really good in Little Shop of Horrors. It's my favorite performance of yours. Yeah. So, but no, are they writing the appeal if they need it? I mean, probably not. For the appeal,
nobody's writing now. There's plenty of time for the appeal if you have one.
And they're not writing it. Somebody else is going to write that.
I would hope.
You for the appeal, you file a notice of appeal, and then your appeal brief comes a little bit later. So I mean, there's tons of time to do that.
Somebody else has to write it too. I mean,
well, Amber will write it.
She was in charge of legal strategy, and they just screwed it up. That's
well, Amber's going to be.
Someone should do a vision of. Remember, everyone used to do those downfall memes with Hitler in his bunker. We need one with Amber, and Amber Heard's specific downfall meme. That would be.
I had conquered all of Europe till you lost it.
I had Depp under my thumb.
Yes.
Kara Hightower says the only reason I see the juvenile records being relevant / helpful is all of the charity work she claimed to paint herself as a saint was actually just a community service she was ordered to complete. I mean, you're talking a community service time window of multiple, like a decade here, decade to 2 decades.
Yeah. If she was like 18 or 19, that would be somewhat probably relevant, but she's too old for it at that point.
I mean, you got to imagine the amount of community service she would have had to get at 17 years old or 16 years old or whatever she's in this accident, that she would still be doing that well into her 20s. Seems unlikely. Most judges want community service done within 365 days. If you get that much, I mean, you might get 6 months to do your 270 hours or whatever it is. Like that, they're gonna give you a timeline, and it's usually not measured in decades. So I don't think there would be community service there.
You have to understand the special circumstances where she stepped on a bee.
She did. If she stepped on a bee,
and she did stuff with horses, apparently.
He just comes right out with it.
That's all I heard when she talked about her childhood.
She did stuff with horses.
Did stuff with horses.
I don't know what that means.
You just come out here and leave that out there, huh?
Hey, it's 2022, man. We're not here to shame.
I'm always here to shame.
Fly your freak flag, man.
My literal entire purpose in life is to shame people into being better. So TH says, why not argue she caused her own bruises within the fight, i.e. the arm bruise? Also, I sent an email with pics for those that still don't believe she could fake them. Mine in the email aren't the best, but people believed them. Okay. I mean, why not argue that she could fake bruises in the fight? Well, let's see. Okay, here we go. Oh, I don't want to share this. Sorry.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No, this is it's a picture of they're fake bruises and fake injuries and stuff created, but it's on a kid, so I'm not gonna share that. So
never mind.
Thank you for sending it, but I can't share that on stream. That can get you in trouble, and plus I don't want to put the kid on blast in front of 50,000 people. But no, so you don't want to, again, arguing that she's faking the bruises would come to this other problem, like within the fight. Do you have any evidence of it? We don't have any evidence of any fights between them other than the couple things Amber Heard said about the past. I didn't punch you, I hit you, stuff like that. But we don't even have a video of Amber Heard hitting Johnny Depp, right? We just have these sort of after accounts. So when you start getting into these more hyperbolic scenarios where she's like looking at him, punching her arm over and over, or squeezing really hard, or bashing her own face or something, I mean, sure, they might have happened, but now your story is getting into that. You're getting outside of kind of the normative experience here. And you really want to just focus on Johnny Depp never hit her. Like, who cares if she has a
strength, not from weakness.
Yeah. Who cares if she has a mark? I mean, you get that mark anywhere. He didn't hit her. It doesn't look like a hit mark. And that's pretty
Maker's
obvious.
mark.
Mythical Libertarian Woman says, thanks for entertaining me while I pack my condo of 22 years to move into my RV at the end of June. P.S. Junk removers in Northern Virginia, hit me up. So there you go. Well, good luck with that.
I envy you.
22 years of life is a lot of stuff to pack up. So good luck with that nonsense. I swear the next time, if I ever have to move again, I'm just lighting a match with gasoline and I'm buying all new stuff wherever I arrive. I hate moving with a passion.
I mean, my wife was dragging me around this weekend to look at houses. I'm like, I like our house. We only moved in 5 years ago. We just got the pictures on the wall like last year from the last move.
Yeah, I put my house up just recently, and I've been here 7.5 years, and it feels like I just moved here yesterday.
If I have to move again, I'll need a suicide counselor, frankly. I can't. I will pay someone to do all of it. The pack up, the move, and the unpacking. I am never doing it again.
Oh, that's why I love Korea. They have the most amazing door-to-door service. My job is to stay out of the way. I pack my watches and my high-end value figures, and I stay out of their way, and I moved in 2 hours.
Yeah, nice. Darshi Blows 84. Hello, love your channel. Thank you. Just want to say hello to my mom, Glenda, who is watching your stream at 4 a.m. in Australia. Oh my goodness.
Sup,
I hope
Glenda?
she saw this. Glenda, how you doing? Amanda Joe Zone with a big super chat. Thank you. Says, will the judge announce that the verdict has come in prior to the reading of the verdict at the top of the following hour? I think so. I think so. That's that. Let's see. I'm going to see if there's any updates from Chanley Painter, in court correspondent that I have specifically sent there myself. Jury question. Nope. So nothing new. What? What are you laughing about?
I think potentially Crew and I were thinking the same thing here.
What?
Taking credit for sending people to the court.
Chanley Painter, Court TV. Like I own them. That's the joke.
Okay.
I don't know where you guys are going
That's
with
your
that.
story, and you're sticking to it.
What are you guys talking about?
That's plausible.
Nothing.
Nope. Yeah.
Nope.
I'm very offended by what just happened. I think there's some improper implication going on.
Me
here.
too. Hashtag me too.
Chanley follows me on Twitter, so I clearly have caused her
Simp.
to go to court.
Simp.
Well, she's the simp.
Yeah.
She follows me on Twitter.
She slid into your DMs.
I'm jealous.
That didn't happen.
I'm jealous of the bright monotone colors. I'm jealous.
Yeah. No, I think when the verdict is in, we will know that the verdict is in. Before it's being, it's not going to be like, ha, here's a verdict. It's going to be, they're going to announce that the jury's ready, in some way. Lily Phoenix, that was a murder of a trans woman. It's pretty obvious he started hurting her and she desperately tried to protect herself. I would need to see the evidence to confirm, but it definitely sounds like he got away with unjustified murder. Could be. I have no idea. The question is what you can convince the jury of, and he convinced the jury that it was self-defense due to a gun or knife suspicion on the bed. And then there was a knife found on the bed. That makes a powerful statement to a jury. Whatever the reality ends up being. I mean, if you say, I was afraid because they were going for a weapon, and then there turns out to be a weapon, I mean, juries go, oh, well, there's a weapon. I mean, I'd probably shoot him too, right?
Bad optics.
King KDI says, what is this, a legal bite stig? No, it actually wasn't a legal bite stig at all. Not at all. Chill out. Angel of Sin, off-topic question for the wait. I've been watching ghost videos a lot lately. Oh, those are so great. Legal argument, presuming ghosts are real. By the way, we know there is precedent that ghosts are real. There is a haunted house officially recognized in the United States. I did my first Halloween video, which would have been Halloween of 2018, I think. I actually covered the ghost house lawsuit, so you can check it out. A legally recognized haunted house in the United States.
Was that in Oklahoma or where was that at?
No, I feel like it was in the Northeast, maybe in New York State even. I can't
Is it
remember.
legal to have a haunted house in New York State?
They didn't disclose that it was haunted, and yeah, that was an awesome case.
Yeah, it's a good
talking
one.
about, like the Amityville Horror House, because that's in New York, I think.
I don't know if that's the case, but it was a famous local ghost house at the time. And so like the question was, they didn't disclose that it was haunted. However, there's all sorts of evidence that it was obviously haunted. It was on the haunted house trail, like that like tour that you could go on. And I'm pretty sure the buyers of the home who were suing went on the tour. Like they knew this, they knew exactly what was up. And, after the case, I think the house skyrocketed in value because people then wanted to buy this haunted house. So it ended up being, a great thing. Wait a minute. I just got an email that says your ads are disgusting. Some sort of soft porn. There's no way to skip them either, so I won't be watching anymore.
Wait, send me a link.
Yeah, what?
Yeah,
Patty, send me the thing.
Where are the hot singles in my area? I want to know.
I'm not the one who puts the ads on there. I can't control it. Like, I have no control over what's on there. So sorry that you got that experience. I wish it was mine. Now I really want to know what the ads are. What kind of good stuff am I getting on there now? Dude, play the ads? I don't know. I have the ads turned off on live streams. So until the replay goes up, ads will go up hours later on them. But like on the stream itself, there shouldn't be any ads that play. So ads are targeted. Well, Patty. Just saying. Girl, what you searching for?
Ghost porn.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Legal argument. Presuming ghosts are real, specifically poltergeists. Could I enslave ghosts? Why or why not? Logistics not included, but assume electric. Okay, so if you had some ability to harness a ghost, shackle it to your will, and then use it to do your bidding, could you enslave one? Yeah, I don't see any problem with that.
As long as you don't cross the streams, I think you're okay.
Yeah, I don't see that. I don't think ghosts would be granted personhood or rights under the Constitution, so you should be good. 13th Amendment doesn't apply.
Maybe in Brazil. I mean, they can testify.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Not legal advice for Brazil, but in the States, I think, enslave those ghosts. Just make sure they're white people that you're enslaving, because you wouldn't want to be insensitive or anything. That could turn out poorly. So enslave white people and also, white people. Derek Crow, greetings from Taiwan. Hey, what's up, Derek?
Hey,
Mr.
My neighborhood.
Mr. Vices seems like a cool guy. If I didn't have a partially irrational dislike of Koreans, I'd pop over and buy him a drink.
In what realm of existence do I actually look like a Korean?
I think he's just saying he doesn't want to go around all of the other Koreans that he'd have to endure.
I kind of empathize sometimes.
Oh my goodness. Every Korean person I've ever met has been delightful.
They're delightful, but I'm just horrifically introverted and antisocial. So,
someone brought up a good point about the ghosts. They can vote in Georgia, so that is.
I think they vote in Pennsylvania as well.
In Chicago.
One thing to consider. Apparently, I'd overlooked that in my calculus on the slave issue, but I think it's still okay. Colton T. Johnny Depp purchases 100 acres around her new house and builds a recovery center for men who suffered domestic violence. #karma. CB Gamer says, can they both win? They can. It is legally possible for them to both win. It has some presumption problems, some of the leaps that you have to make both of them win would be tough. Very tough. Because to make Johnny Depp win, you have to believe that Amber Heard perpetrated a hoax effectively. And that's the crux of the Adam Waldman statements, is that Amber Heard perpetrated a hoax. So if Johnny Depp wins because Amber Heard perpetrated a hoax, then Adam Waldman's statements are necessarily true about the hoax. But there is like a nuanced position where you could say that maybe there was a hoax, but he's talking about the specific stuff that they did and they didn't do that. So therefore that's a lie. I don't know. I don't think juries are going to get that far into the weeds, frankly, but it is theoretically possible. Anthony Cantu, in your opinion, who is the worst domestic violence mutual combat combatant in a hypothetical Smash Brothers style bout? Amber Heard with vodka bottle or Ron Toye with remote control? I think Amber Heard with the vodka bottle would dominate Ron Toye with the remote control. I think Ron would lose heavily. Swan Lake Lady, welcome to Paralegal. Jim W., I asked this on Friday, but I don't think you got to it. I don't think so either. My sister called Camille Vasquez a bitch for her cross of Amber Heard. I told her she hasn't been watching the case and doesn't know. How else do I argue that it's okay?
And Swan Lake Lady is literally about 20 miles from where I grew up. That's like serendipitous.
There you go. Well, I mean, I can answer this, but does anybody else want to answer the how do you tell the sister who hasn't been watching the trial that Camille Vasquez's cross of Amber Heard was not bitchy?
Couldn't care less.
I could say it, but it wouldn't be very nice.
Yeah.
Here's the simple thing. Amber Heard, if Camille Vasquez's position is simple, Amber Heard lied about one of those things that you just don't lie about. If she did in fact lie about the domestic violence that she suffered at the hands of Johnny Depp, then she's not only lying to harm him, but she's also harming every domestic violence victim that's actually out there ever by making their stories less believable. She has given credence to a lie. And so you treat her as a liar, as Camille Vasquez, because otherwise she's an abuse victim. And if she's an abuse victim, then Camille Vasquez would be, I guess, mean if she knew. But if she's a liar and that's the posture you absolutely have to take, then you can't treat her nice. You can't show respect to some abuse that she didn't receive. She never received it. So this is like someone, it's like someone who raided a kid's cancer charity, but didn't have cancer. And then you get up there and you're like, oh, well, your illness was really hard. What the hell? They didn't have an illness. They stole a bunch of money from kids by faking cancer.
What was the NAACP woman?
What?
Well, we know what's happening with the sister. The sister read Vogue magazine, and Vogue magazine told her that Johnny Depp really did it. And therefore, if you believe Johnny Depp really is an abuser, then Camille was acting like a bitch.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. But regardless of what you believe, in both cases, by the way, that people thought Rottenborn was mean to Johnny Depp on the stand. That was his job. Johnny Depp to Rottenborn is an abusive monster. Who violated his client's vagina with a liquor bottle, who beat her senselessly. Right. It was cheap liquor. It's the richest man spending $500 a bottle on wine. He buy a $30 bottle of Maker's Mark. Just embarrassing. But if Amber's not lying, then what Johnny Depp did is monstrous. And so David Rottenborn must treat him like a monster. You have to. So it doesn't matter what your perspective is. It's the posture of the attorney asking the questions.
Well, we're all duty bound to aggressively argue for our clients.
Yeah.
And if you can't handle the idea of being a hired gun at times, yeah, this is not the job for you. Because there's times where you're going to do straight up mercenary work. And yeah, you're basically going to go ethnically cleanse a village more or less. And you've got to be okay with that. Otherwise, you don't eat.
We're not. The
Sean's like,
mission is in truth,
Sean's like,
justice,
by the
and
way,
American life."
don't go to Detroit tomorrow.
Well, I'm just
It's
saying,
like,
like, it's
nah,
on par with
man.
you're like, you're like a Belgian, you're a mercenary in the Congo. Like, man, you got to put in the work sometimes. It's not fun.
I've seen some shit. Nah, man.
What did I? Why are people laughing at Ben Rottenborn? Oh, I always say David. I thought his name was David from the start. I said David again. Damn it. Yeah, I always say David. I don't know why. He looks like a David to me, okay? He looks like a David. Screw you, David.
Apparently, Chet
Walter-
likes cleansing villages.
Well, you know, Walter Deadman. What's a little genocide amongst friends? Walter Deadman says, as Mark Richards, Your Honor, I'd like to call Huff Paranormal and his ghost box to the stand. The medium claims the ghost said it was God's plan and that he was innocent. Thank you, Your Honor. Robert Deegan, I just turned my wife onto you. Well,
Ooh.
okay. She needs to hear your spot on Richards impression. Oh, there you go.
Just
Perfect
did.
timing. Love the channel. Keep up the good work. Hey, thank you. Project Piper Customs. I was summoned for jury service back in the early 2000s. The case I was put on was kidnapping and attempted murder, all of which took place right where I got the bus home from jury service every day. A fun time. It was not.
The haunted bus stop.
MS, I got disqualified from the Nadal Hassan trial when questioned. I was there, drug a soldier out, and fled. I survived as infantry in Iraq. Then that incident, the judge thanked me for my service and sent me home. Nadal
That's rough.
Hassan.
He's the psychiatrist who walked into the readiness center at Fort Hood and started
Fort Hood.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
started
yeah,
shooting
yeah.
people up.
Like
Yeah, and
Lama,
he
yeah.
kept on having like Soldier of Islam and his like presentations and all that stuff, and then who could have foreseen this happening?
Wasn't he an Al-Awlaki guy?
No,
wasn't Anwar?
Actually, he might have been following him or one of the other guys.
Al-Awlaki is the guy that got drone striked by Obama, right? In Yemen?
Which guy did Obama? We're talking about getting drone striked. There's so many.
Well, the American one.
Well, yes.
And his son in the Yemen. I'm narrowing it down now.
Okay, yes, that makes it specific. Yes.
Yeah, and I think I think Nadal Hassan was he was like an Al-Awlaki follower, if I remember right.
I think so. Yeah.
My con law professor has a bunch of papers up on SSRN, and they all end with at the time they all ended with "until Obama shoots you with a missile." So it's like a con law question until Obama shoots you with a missile.
Beautiful.
That's a generational thing. My con law professor, he wrote a book called Unleash the Dogs of War. And if you just mentioned unleashing the dogs of war in your final exam, you just passed.
Man, it was nice of the judge to send you home and not make you sit on the trial of Nadal Hassan. You may have been prejudicial to him. I think
that would have been
might have been the issue.
Though.
Yeah.
Yana Stowe, welcome to Paralegal Status. Mark Sermon, thanks for the stream. You're welcome. Shout out to my JDT bros. Can I get a toast to everybody here for no particular reason? Stay based and unbreaded and sleep tight, Johnny. Oh, JDT being Johnny Depp trial. Okay. Yeah, let me
cheers. Oh,
let me get a little makers ready for the cheers. Not really taking it light on the drinking.
What are you drinking, potentially criminal?
Old Forester today.
Oh, nice.
Oh, which one?
That's good.
The
Prohibition?
No, it's whatever I found on the shelf at the Kroger.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah.
sometimes they say on the old.
No,
Forester
this one's
bottles.
not. No.
Okay.
No.
There's no label on it. Just a white sticker and some Sharpie.
Old Forester is a
Smells
good
like some brake fluid.
It's a good cherry bomb, though. That Old Forester is nice.
I like the 1920 Old Forester. That was a good bottle.
I have had that.
So cheers to everybody here because on behalf of Mark Sermon,
You've got a mega pint going there, potential.
I mixed that. There's some iced tea in here too.
Okay.
Oh, thank God. I'm party to a murder. Cheers to the chat. Cheers to the panel. To everybody. Caper Girl, welcome to Paralegal Status. Thank you. Alien Baby. Is there extra liability in a defensive shooting where a custom load made by yourself?
Well, you're giving the prosecutor more to talk about.
Yeah.
That's always a bad idea. I encourage people to be as boring as possible, and no custom loading is going to make any difference anyway. Just get a good, reliable 9mm hollow point, whatever your local PD or the FBI is issuing, and just stick with that.
But how would you prove that there was a custom load involved unless you said so?
Well, they're going to recover stuff from the body. There's going to be other rounds in the gun. There's going to be a variety of forensics evidence available. So
usually you talk and you do something stupid.
Plus, you probably, if you did that kind of thing, you probably were stupid enough to talk about it on the internet.
I saw a custom load shotgun slug that had it basically had a hollow point set up with this band around it. And they were shooting, like they shot meat, and it obliterated it. It was super cool. And it was like the energy transfer was off the chart. If you had that and you fired it at someone, they might look at you a little side-eyed. The prosecutor might look at you a little side-eyed.
If you're firing a 12-gauge slug into a human being, you don't need any special round. Okay, shotguns take body parts off of people.
Yeah.
They're more than powerful enough in their standard configuration. You don't need anything fancy.
So yeah, but like you just said, you don't want to give the prosecutor anything else to talk to. They're already talking about how you killed someone. They don't want to show how you killed someone with extra fucking cool ammo.
Yes.
It's just a bad look for you.
True.
Be boring.
It was like, and if you want to think about it in a non-jury context, the shooting of Daniel Shaver, which I still think is one of the most unjust police shootings that we've witnessed on video. He's a guy in the hallway in La Quinta, and the cop had on the dust guard of his AR that he used. He said it said like "get fucked" or something like that.
No, I think that's a different case, right? Is that the same case?
No, that's Shaver,
Daniel
where
Shaver.
the guy's got his hands up and then he just pops him right in the skull.
No, Shaver was they had him doing all the like hokey pokey in the hallway.
Simon Says.
Yeah, and he's like has to have his hands up on his knees with his feet crossed behind him and shuffle towards the police officers.
Then his pants fall down.
Yeah, his pants fall down because they're under his knees, and so he reaches to pull his pants up, and they just they just annihilate this guy.
That was like related to the Vegas shooting, right?
No, this is way before Vegas.
Yeah, way before Vegas. Yeah.
There's just a guy, he had an air rifle in his hotel room with two women, and someone walking by outside allegedly saw the rifle. And so then they called the police. And so then they came, and they had like 5 or 6 officers in the hallway. And for whatever reason, they didn't just have the guy on the ground with his hands over his head and have some officers secure, past him while someone else cuffs him. They instead did this weird thing of yelling conflicting commands at him.
Yeah, this is the one where they were giving the conflicting commands to the guy.
Yeah, it was
and
awful.
they just lit him up.
Yep, and then he bravely filed for disability after he got acquitted. World-class bravery.
The officer. But one of the big talking points was that he had his own AR. It was not department issued. It was his own, which was fine. That was within policy. But he had some custom lettering on the inside of the dust guard. And I think it said, "You're fucked." I think that's what it said.
Right.
Which when everybody saw that, they're like, what the hell is a police officer doing with this type of thing? But I mean, really, it didn't change the facts. Like he didn't shoot other people with the gun, and he didn't shoot that guy harder with the gun. It just looks bad. And it's the same thing when you've got a prosecutor who's able to make you look bad in front of a jury who's deciding if you go to prison for the rest of your life. Don't have anything like that.
Service members have been writing messages on bombs and missiles since we had bombs and missiles.
They have an implicit legal justification for dropping that bomb on somebody. It's not in dispute.
Yeah. Let's see.
And I would argue it's not as much for the prosecutor, but it's for Susie Soccer Mom sitting on your jury who maybe understands people own guns, but is going to look at you like a lunatic because you have Soul Reaver sights that you bought from like Crusader Tactical, which that sounds douchey and cringe anyway, so don't do that regardless.
What happened to the Tucson cop who just popped the guy in the wheelchair? I think he was not charged.
He was fired, though, I think.
I think he was fired, but I think he was not charged because the guy in the wheelchair allegedly had a knife, which I'm still not, I mean, I see something, but I'm not so sure it's a knife. He was going towards an employee in the direction of the employee. I think they were perfectly able to stop him without shooting him, but that's what happened. But I don't think anything happened to that guy. I'm not sure yet. I haven't looked off the top of my head recently. So, all right. Toby Jean Almy. Speaking of being from Montana, if the law tubers would like to tube on the Gallatin, I'll host at the WPA Family Cabin, a 30-minute drive from Spanish Peaks. Radioactive Redhead on YouTube. Big Sky State #redacted cause YouTube sucks. There you go. Right. So I guess if we all want to go tubing on the Gallatin River, they'll host. Sounds fun.
Thank you for that translation.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I am a translator. That's my job. Chase Asher. Guns are fun, but being in the Naval Gunfire Support Team, firing off the 5-inch guns is so much better. That's a large caliber round.
Yeah, they don't sell those at my local Cabela's. Much to my chagrin.
Travis G. Hey, Andrew, how about a self-defense expert reacts to active self-protection YouTube May 29th road rage video?
I don't know which one that is. They cover so many videos. There's so many road rage incidents. I will say John Correa, who runs active self-protection, is a graduate of the Law Self-Defense Instructor Program, which is a exam-based certification. So the guy knows what he's talking about when it comes to the legal stuff.
There you go.
It's not the TikTok guy that shows you how to disarm someone that's shooting at you.
No, please don't do any of that stuff.
Somebody just said shoot the wheelchair guy in the leg.
Shoot him in the wheel.
I used to be a guard until I took an arrow to the knee.
Oh my God. Chris Willauer. Yeah, we should just arm police with crossbows. The guy in the wheelchair is just a pin cushion. Chris Willauer. So when Amber loses and the dust settles after the trial, can the shadow panel speculate? The shadow panel? On what Amber's OnlyFans account name will be? I like 2 herds, 1 turd. Heard it in the chat before. I think that'd only be if she teamed up with Whitney, and I would never pay for anything like that. You.
No.
Lee Richard says, no Hurricane Amber this year. Still out of our house due to Hurricane Laura, her middle name, in Louisiana 2020. As a juror, number 8, like lady. I love seeing men acting and sounding like men. No girly men, please. Well,
you're a girly man. Okay.
Not going to find it around here unless you're talking about my arms. But other than that, we're set.
Yeah.
Mike EP. Loving the gun chat, UK gun owner. We are far more restricted. Been with you since Kyle Rittenhouse, through Edgecombe, Curtis, and Potter. Any chance of a shout out for my channel, MSJ Online, shooting vids in the UK? Keep up the good fight. Wait, are you shooting vids in the UK or are they shooting vids in the UK? I think it's that second one. So,
well, has there been any appeals filed in that case?
No, I think the Potter verdict was perfectly engineered to not produce an appeal.
So she's just gonna serve it out because the appeals would take longer than the
Potter sentence was designed.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's what I meant. Sorry, liquor. Yeah, but her sentence was her sentence was what, 20? It was like 24 or 26 months or something. And there was clearly in Kim Potter's case, she clearly was bearing a ton of guilt over what she did just internally. And I think she was willing to accept a punishment of some sort. I mean, obviously she would have preferred to not go to prison, but she seemed fully willing to accept the punishment of the court. And 2 years comes out to that time that is just.
I think it was going to be 14 months served, something like that.
Yeah. And it's
85%. Yeah.
By the time you get an appeal before the appeals court, I mean, you're already basically done with the sentence anyway, saving yourself a ton of money. And unless she like plans on being a gun owner or a voter, it doesn't really matter. And I think she'd more than happy to just go home to her husband after the time is served. Retrosil. Whoa, big chat. Thank you. Nick, fellow homeschool father of 5 here. Don't miss my homeschool chat at 7 p.m. today, Central Time. So in 4 hours on my friend Stu's channel. I'm gonna retweet it on Twitter in just a second. Instead of filming a Constitution class from your homeschool co-op like people asked about yesterday, check out Patriot Academy's Constitution Coach program and their Constitution Alive videos in particular. Well, there you go. You guys can do that. I don't have to because I teach the class. But if you, I'm also not likely to record my teaching of the class because that sounds horrible. But that being said, definitely check it out. If you're looking for a Constitution class for homeschooling, Patriot Academy's Constitution Coach or Constitution Live, they may be what you're after. I can make no recommendation on them. I haven't watched them. I presumptively distrust anything anyone else makes about the Constitution, no matter who they are. Like if flipping Alexander Hamilton came up to me and started telling me about the Constitution, I'd tell him he was wrong, kick him in his shins. Avery Johnson says, was with Legal Vices before this. Glad to see him here. You 3 plus Legal Mindset are the goddamn power squad. Major BDE. Oh, that's big dick energy. I have to translate the acronyms in real time for myself sometimes. I always thought streams were useless trash. You guys changed my mind. I don't know that you were wrong.
Exactly.
Let's not get too carried away here.
It's like a dude trying to justify a bad decision.
Yeah. 8 hours later, what have I done with my life? I am Veggie. Says, should there be cause for concern? Loss for Johnny with the jury questions raised earlier. I mean, no. In my opinion, no. Just means they're taking the money very seriously with the technicalities. No. Good evening from the Netherlands. I love you, Nick. Only slightly homo. Okay, so the question was about the statement. I don't think that question indicates any sort of issue for Johnny Depp. I mean, the jury just wants to be clear on what they're doing. But I still think at the end of the day, if you believe Amber Heard, then Johnny Depp loses. And if you believe Johnny Depp wins. I mean, I think that's what's ultimately going to come down to. Meredethi Deals says, my favorite takeaway is Johnny's seriously sarcastic replies to Rottenborn's, did I read that right? Did I read that right, Mr. Depp? You're a very good reader, Mr.
Yes,
Rottenborn.
Mr. Rottenborn.
Can you repeat that,
you
please?
read that also correctly.
Daniel says, because of the sexual assault focus in the trial is the reason the headline is the most consistent result in Nate's mock jury. Yeah, I think that was a huge misstep on their part to repeatedly bring up the sexual assault allegations, but then try and be like, well, but she didn't mean that. I mean, that's not what she was talking about. But I mean, it did happen a whole bunch. And here's all the examples of it that we're just coming up with now. Yeah. I think that was a big misstep again. A border prince. Hey, what's up, man? Says, what's your feeling on by the way, guys, if you like Warhammer 40K stuff, you got to check out A Border Prince. A border is one word, ABORDER, A Border Prince. What's your feeling on the wigs and robes England style? Do you wish you had them? No. Not a chance.
Well, you mean even England doesn't use them anymore.
Yeah. Canada has special robes for certain.
Yeah. It's like Canada, India, and maybe Australia, but that's it, kind of it.
Yeah. He also says, Erebus was right. Embrace the eightfold path. Embrace entropy. Embrace glory and death to the corpse emperor. Iron within, iron without. Thank you, A Border Prince. Thank you, you filthy fucking heretic. Bash Coder, I keep thinking that after the verdict, Amber hopes for a dramatic movie-style press crush on the courthouse steps where she can control the narrative. She might. That would be one reason for her to show up. And you know what it'll be? It'll be her and Whitney looking somber, her publicist sitting there next to her, her attorneys having her back, and her saying, you know, the system
fight is
failed
not
here.
over.
Yeah, we're gonna take this fight on, and
we'll find the real killer.
We knew that the system would back up abusers because it always has. It's always supported men who abuse women, and women have been set back a century by this decision. And all the women around are rolling their eyes at the same time and spitting on her. Todd Goucher says, did Amber's lawyers call the wrong Dr. David Spiegel to the stand? There's a Dr. David Spiegel, a psychiatrist from Stanford, lol, but they called the local cuckoo. Could be. You got there, they're like, who are you? Well, you sent me a message.
I don't know. I've got my degrees. I don't know.
He walks out of court and he gets into a short school bus. He sits in the back row.
Yeah, I had to listen to him testifying while I was driving down the road, and that tongue smacking thing he did, which when I finally saw him on camera doing that part was even worse. But God, it made me want to drive in oncoming traffic so badly.
Every answer he gave started out with,
yeah.
You know, he showed up and they're like, "You're the Stanford guy, right?" And he's like, "What's Stanford?"
Yeah.
I've been to Stanford.
Stanford Avenue.
What do you mean?
I'm
He's like,
Jimmy
"Well, I got
Durante.
this. I got this email. I'm supposed to be a psychiatrist. I'm a method actor, but this will work." And they're
What's
like,
my
"Well, we're going with it."
motivation?
Yeah. What's your motivation? Getting a horrific liar off on the charges. Oh, I like it. I like it. Okay, let's see. Chris A. Speaking on young Amber, do you think she suffered from a mental disorder her whole life?
Seems likely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, like those personality disorders, I don't think they develop. I mean, maybe they do. I don't know, but I think they're something you kind of have for a while.
Schizophrenia shows up late, but a lot of the other ones are kind of early on.
Or could this be a case of an incident affecting her mental state? Either way, go Depp. I mean, I got. Is this a vague reference to the trauma of killing her friend in an automobile accident? I mean, maybe that's what would cause it. I have no idea. Ultimately it doesn't matter. I mean, this is the problem with people with mental illnesses that adversely affect people around them. It's like, well, I'm sorry that you have a mental illness, but it has to be managed or mitigated, because you having a mental illness isn't an excuse to infringe on someone's rights. Like it just isn't. And I know that might be unfair, but we all have various burdens, and that's one that it has to be managed. And if it's not managed, people end up in institutions because of that. So
yeah, I mean, what if she had burned his house down intentionally? You know, she doesn't get a break because she has a mental illness.
Right.
Unless she can go full blown insanity. She didn't know what she was doing.
And even then, you have to prove that they did not have some intent, because dementia patients get in trouble for attacking nurses, even though they have no idea that they're attacking a nurse. They think they're attacking someone. But if they know that they're attacking and that the attack is wrong, they can still get in. You can get in civil trouble. We're not talking criminal liability here. You can get in civil issues with this type of stuff. But yeah, I mean, mental health conditions are not an excuse in civil liability by and large, unless someone is way out of it. If they're way out of it, that's a different story. Let's see. Sonia Collette. If the turd loses, can Amber's attorneys sue her for wrecking their careers? No. But they'll probably sue her to collect on fees. That's my guess. Tarkina Meyer, aloha from Hawaii for the last time. Headed back to Dallas today after 14 days here. God, I'm envious of that.
Yeah.
Highly recommend as great vacation spot for you and Lady Rackets. Oh, we are fans of Hawaii. Absolutely. Big Island and Maui are two haunts that we've been to a couple times. I like both of them for different reasons. I love going to Maui because I like to eat.
Well, Andrew, did you reserve a space at the Trailer Palace for your?
I did.
Oh man, you're gonna beat me there by 3 weeks. I hate.
I'll be there in just about 2 weeks from now.
Oh, you scooped me, man. That hurt.
Did they let you pick like which trailer you were in?
I
or whatever?
did. I picked the Lux, which is the bluish one. I can I'll pull up a little map and send you the image.
I'm gonna stay in the teepee at the end of July.
Here we go. I'm going to share the reporting from our in location correspondent, Shanley Painter.
Oh,
so here's her.
That's helpful.
Here's her video. Well, no, this is a video. It hasn't started yet.
Okay.
I don't know what she says. I'm curious. She posted this on Twitter a little bit ago. Here we go.
8 hours into deliberations and only a single question from this jury so far. But media from all over the world has set up right outside the courthouse for any reaction pending a verdict. But what do you think that jury is in there discussing? 8 hours.
Do they teach anchor voice? Like, is that a class that you take?
Well,
8
I was
hours
a
and counting, but
Yeah.
what do you think the jury is in there discussing?
I was a radio announcer way back in the day, from like the last 2 years of high school through 2 years of college, and we called them pukers. Like, they're radio guys that would like just kind of vomit on the microphone and tell you what's going on. That kind of thing. What do you think the jury's thinking of today, Nick? Go ahead.
Welcome to Fives on the Fives, the top 5 best songs coming at you at 5:00 a.m. and
Yeah,
p.m.
we just call them
Fives on the
pukers
Fives.
because it sounds like they're puking on the microphone.
But yeah, she's got that anchor voice down. So good job. The big question: what will happen? Thank you, Chanley. Thank you. That's our on-scene reporter, Chanley Painter.
Don't touch that dial. We'll be back with news and weather on the 9s.
Okay. Execution regarding the haunted house. Regarding the haunted house, was it the Sally house? Made famous by TV show Sightings. I missed that show. #old also. Can we take a moment to acknowledge Vices hasn't passed out yet?
Yeah, I'm still awake.
Win.
It's a holiday, so I have no reason to sleep.
Okay. No, I don't remember if it was the Sally house or not. I'm not sure. You'd have to go back and watch my video from years ago. It's got to be so bad. I could never watch one of my old live streams. It's got to be
kind of like the videos
atrocious.
I'm making now, where I have to do everything myself because I can't afford to pay someone else to do it.
No, this was a live stream. I mean, it's the same as I do now. I just had a worse camera, worse microphone, worse house, and no idea what I was doing. Which, I mean, that part's the same, but the rest of it. Roberto Capobianco. Crazy that her vacation home to recover from the trial is located in Joshua Tree. Hicksville is also in Joshua Tree. You would think someone with PTSD wouldn't want to go back to an area where they were abused.
Joshua Tree is not a big area.
So I have no idea about Joshua Tree. I just hear about it and I'm like, oh, well, it's a place. Shoot. Hold on. Where are we? Devin Witt.
Burning Man or something?
No.
Close though, yeah.
No.
Okay.
Is it?
Well, they do Burning Man out in the desert.
Isn't Joshua Tree in the desert, basically?
Totally, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I have
That's
no
like
idea.
the U2 album, Joshua Tree, man. Yeah, there's like this 2,000-year-old tree.
How's there a tree in the desert?
That's the Joshua Tree. It's like this 2,500-year-old tree that's been sitting out there.
Oh, sweet. I guess. Good job, that tree. Still alive or is it dead?
Somebody killed it like a few years ago, if I recall correctly.
How did they kill it?
What an asshole.
What did they do?
Seriously, no.
It's like shooting Methuselah. It's just a
Pretty
dick
much.
move.
I think you live 938 years. 939 is not up for you, pal. Boom.
So, Nick, I just DM'd you on Twitter
Uh-oh.
a picture of the trailer palace and where I'll be staying.
Should I pull it up?
Sure.
I mean, I don't want to dox your trailer.
Well, yeah, I mean, as long as no one burns it down before I get there.
He carries, y'all. Don't show up.
Well, that all depends on how badly you don't want to go on this trip, Branka.
Yeah.
So You're like, whatever you do, don't really do this. I want to go somewhere else.
Here you go. So here's the trailer.
Oh,
very nice.
Oh, so you're in the blue one there. Oh, sweet.
The blue one. It's called the Lux for some reason. It's they're all pretty tiny, really. But
the one I wanted to go to.
I mean, it looks like I wouldn't even
Indian teepee. There's an Indian teepee just to the right of that one. That's where I want to reserve when I get there at the end of July.
Looks like a Call of Duty map.
More like a Fortnite map, I think. Yeah. Gosh, that
no, it's very much a Stepford Wives vibe for the place. It's like awesome, and I wish like the guy was still there that testified, because that'd be awesome to hang with him for a night.
That would be funny.
This is where you go to watch the nuclear bombs get set off in the distance.
No, totally. My family are all downwinders, so like totally.
That's the one thing I think would have been cool for Vegas in the 50s to go watch those happen while you're sitting at like the sands or whatever.
Yeah.
Everybody's just calling it Nuketown, which must be a map in one
That's
of these
Call of
games.
Duty map.
Yeah, that's Call of Duty Town. Yeah.
Call of Duty. Okay, there you go. Well, now you know where the inspiration for the Call of Duty map Nuketown came from.
Hicksville Trailer Palace.
Tara Rayner, I'm late to the watch party. Any questions from the jury at all today? Just one. There was a question about question C on the sexual assault thing or whatever. The sexual assault statement. I don't have them pulled up. I feel like I had them pulled up, and I have so many tabs open that I've lost it now. So I don't know where it is anymore, but I'm closing random stuff here. But yeah, so I don't know which one it was, but basically it was about the sexual assault headline, and the judge just, proposed the answer to the two parties, and they said, yep, go ahead and send it back. And then that's all we've heard for several hours. Tom Grawl says, Nick, if you want to get a Forester 1996 vintage 1996, if you want to do, or wait, if you want, I got a Forester 96 vintage 1996. If you want to do a review on it, let me know when you do that Bardstown bourbon review. Yeah.
Send it to me, not him.
Don't send anything to Korea. It's
that
like
was a subliminal advertisement.
Sending it to die. Tara Rayner, dude said I only take things from Korea, right? Like Samsung products. Tara Rayner says, dude said she kept a bottle of vodka in the fridge spiked with ketamine or GHB. She gave testimony moaning about Johnny Depp keeping booze in the fridge. She only drinks wine. Could be why Johnny Depp passed out all the time. If true, diabolical.
Well, who doesn't keep a ketamine-infused bottle of vodka in their freezer? Come on.
That sounds like fun.
Meet me in the K-hole.
Special K.
Tara Rayner. In other news, have you heard about the cold case in Florida of the clown killer? Trial is coming up. Sounds completely Floridian. Your favorite Canadian is patiently waiting while melting for this verdict. Hurry the F up, jurors. Oh my gosh. So there's one of these stations, Fox News Now or whatever. They're doing testimony highlights, and they have the text message conversation between Johnny and Amber pulled up. That this one just drove me nuts. The only reason we go for the throat is love. My throat is yours.
Yep.
You're going to be the death of me, but blah, blah, blah. And he says, I have other uses for your throat, which do not involve whatever. It's cut off. You can't see it. But it's like when Rottenborn's like, yeah, what about this? Like, oh, yeah, he's clearly talking about murdering her, Rottenborn.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
That's one of my favorite lines from the trial.
I think
have
that's
other
one,
use for your throat that does not involve violence.
I think that's the one where Johnny actually looked at Rottenborn and said, read it again.
Yeah.
And I thought that was like the most alpha move ever. Like, yeah, read it again. My hot movie star, wife talking about doing freaky shit.
Yeah, it's like, what a great, moment that was. But it's like, okay, Rottenborn, we'll tell you what he meant when you're older. Okay. Good God. And it's just the lunacy of how I know you got to do something, but it's way uncivil. Uncivil super chatted on the law and crime thing.
Oh no.
It just
What?
says check out Uncivil Law for quality legal coverage, smiley face. It's just funny that he did. Hey, there's 400,000 people watching there, so it's good advertising, I guess. It's just funny because I looked over at the law and crime thing. I saw his logo. I was like, what? There it was. Good job, Kurt. Go get him, buddy. I've never heard of the Florida clown killer. I don't know what that is, but it sounds great. Is he dressed up like a clown killing people, or is it a man killing clowns? That's what I want to know.
Important distinction.
Well, I hope it's the latter, because otherwise it's just like a John Wayne Gacy knockoff.
Yeah, that's true.
Derivative.
Imperial Creed first. And did you check the basement? First time super chat lurker since Tonka. Hey, what's up, man? From a legal perspective, how does the panel feel about the move towards pistol mounted optics? Has it given prosecutors more ammo to go after self-defenders?
No.
There you go.
No, I mean, if you mean like a mini red dot sight, it wouldn't make any difference. I mean,
No.
Wouldn't make any difference at all. If you're talking about a laser sight, it gets a little more complicated because some people might try to use a projected laser as some kind of intimidation device or something, and that could end up in complicated fact patterns. But just a mini red dot sight on a pistol is not going to be an issue. The only thing I would tell you is they require a greater degree of commitment by the shooter than do traditional iron sights in terms of practice.
What about if your red dot sight had a red dot and then a silhouette of a child drawn around the red dot? Would that be worse?
Well, there's worse silhouettes you can have.
Yes.
Like since moving to Korea, I've offloaded everything except for the 911. I really like the tritium sights on there because they're just set and they glow, and you're just kind of that's what you got. You got the hard set sights.
So in my experience, what the tritium sights are useful for is not shooting. They're not helpful for shooting. As a practical matter, what they're really helpful for is if you stay in hotels with some frequency, sleep in different places that are not familiar to you, it can be very helpful to have the tritium dots there. The gun's on the nightstand. You hear a loud noise. You look over. You can see the gun right there, so you know where it is. That's the greatest utility I've ever found from tritiums. Not shooting per se.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the panel has changed on Law and Crime into a panel of melting people. It is.
But as you get to be a certain age, you'll find that those mini red dot sights become advantageous if you're willing to put the work into them.
Let's see. So here's what's going on in Law and Crime right now. This is what's happening. This is
Boy, that guy on the left aged really bad.
He aged terribly. I wonder if he's as dumb as he was.
That's like the guy from Norton Antivirus, isn't it?
Decision. How tough is that?
Yeah, I think, they're probably feeling all the things that we're feeling, but
none of these people's microphones are synced up with their mouths. Like, why is there so much lag?
they've been sitting in their seats for hours on end for 6 weeks now. So I imagine that so much of it is uncomfortable, and that much more uncomfortable being in the room with these two people who have
It's
this
like a
history.
bad Hong Kong movie.
As they have to hear themselves
Nice
in
China
not their
collection.
finest moments, and sort of the tension that must be in that courtroom as a result of that. So I agree, more than we ever need to hear from any couple ever. People say and do things that they don't.
No, it's not more than we need to hear from any couple ever. It's what we need to hear to resolve the questions in the case.
Somebody
Means
just
that
said
they're
for her,
not-
this is the dub version.
I
Proud
wonder
of.
if that red thing on the left is her mute button.
I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Here we go.
Really unfortunate that it's all being, heard and sort of dragged through the courts, and also seen.
That her lies
by the
are being
public.
exposed.
Yeah, Jeff, about 30 seconds. What do you think is the biggest issue for this jury to wrestle with? Is it really just as simple
I'm not worried about the jury. My face is retreating from my skull.
as
I have a very
"Yeah, I
weak
believe her,
chin."
I believe him?
I think the hardest part.
Oh my God, Johnny punched
is
him.
They may find
Yes.
technically that there was defamation, but
Yes.
I didn't catch that at first. You said that, and I'm like, what's he talking about? And then I looked up, and I was like, oh my God, this man's got the shadows of Babylon under his eyes.
He had a rough time on his boat this weekend.
It's a Botox injection site.
Oh my goodness. Did he take all of it?
You see on the desk behind him, there's a bruise kit. A few lines of cocaine, Amber Heard's driver's license.
A handle of vodka over there on the counter.
Tampon dispenser.
I noticed your hands aren't on the stream today, Jeff.
Sorry.
Not you.
Law
This
professor.
guy. This Jeff.
Oh, he's a law professor. That's fancy.
He's lax, though. I'm like Jeff Uber. He's like Jeff Lax.
Here we go. Let's see what he has to say.
Where's
He definitely didn't get called
Lee?
lax in school.
Yeah.
Here we go. Here.
Okay. So it wouldn't shock me if he actually wins the lawsuit and gets $1. That would not shock me. So I think what damages really are there? Because he's not a likable character here. And I don't think he has real damages.
And that.
So you heard it here,
folks.
folks.
Opinion.
Quality opinion there. Johnny Depp is not a likable character here.
And he doesn't have damages.
Did you watch the case? Like again, you wonder if this guy, now he's a law professor and the school year's going on. You can presume he's not watching 10 hours of trial every day.
No.
And so you got to wonder how much he's seen. What makes him unlikable in this situation? That he did drugs and drank? Like, is that it? I genuinely don't know.
Yeah.
But he gets to go home and tell his partner he was on TV, so that's good.
That may be just fine with Johnny Depp because he has said more than once from the stand that he's there doing this to just tell his story. So, I think he'd be satisfied with $1, maybe less. Let's take a break, guys.
Maybe less? Like, what less
like 50
award
cents?
Yeah, how does that work?
New York.
It's one of those weird, like, throwaway lines that you say, I guess, well, maybe less, without thinking about at all what that would mean. So that was good.
My guy goes to parties and thinks he's funny. Good Lord.
Never do that, chat. Never go to a party thinking you're funny.
And never go on TV thinking it's going to make you cool because it doesn't.
GTG 146. I got to dwell on this for a little bit. Neither of those people seem like they had any idea what's going on in the case.
No.
It's driving me crazy. Like, oh, well, that was a lot for any couple. And it's really unfortunate that it's being dragged through the courts and dragged in front of the country. It's like, no, lady, that's the point. The point is, one, the courts are the places where we resolve these types of disputes. They're the only place that they can be resolved by whatever measure there is. It's not perfect even, but it's the best we got. Because
I don't know why these two kids can't just get along.
Yeah.
She just discovered the case this morning when they called her.
Law and Crime just screwed up and they had some random guy working on one of their TVs in the picture. That was weird.
How is that being screwed up? That's like status quo, isn't it?
Yeah.
Some random guy working on shit.
But again, it's like, this isn't unfortunate. It's intentional. Johnny Depp's voice was silenced. That's his whole point, is that when we try to resolve these issues on social media, they're unresolvable in that way. And one party is necessarily disadvantaged in the process. So he went to the only place he had left, the court system, and prayed that they would get a public trial like they got, and they got it. And here he is saying, here's everything, because you've only heard this one perspective. This one perspective paints me as a monster, and I'm not. So now I get to have to tell you everything, because you have to understand what I was going through, what I was dealing with, and that in spite of all of that, I never punched that bitch in the face, even though she deserved it. And they just don't get it. Like, they have no idea.
Well, their business model is not to provide informed legal analysis. It's to do law and wine.
Yeah.
Not the good
I
kind.
resemble that a mark.
GTG 146R, Branca, are you familiar with the Georgia repeal of the citizen's arrest statute? My church's head of security is claiming that if something happened, we either have to shoot them dead or let them go, no longer detain a violent suspect.
One of the two.
Two different questions. One is whether or not you're privileged and it's appropriate to shoot them dead. That's one question. The second question is whether you can hold them. There is no privilege of citizen's arrest currently under Georgia law. So don't be holding anybody. It'll be prone to being characterized as kidnapping.
Well, I would assure that sort of falls foot of the foul of the excluded middle, where your only two choices are let them go or shoot them dead. I'm sure there's some middle ground in there, isn't there?
Well, you don't get to shoot someone simply because you're not allowed to hold them. Those are two different issues.
Yes.
Yeah.
The last person I asked if I could hold them, they said no. I shot them straight out. Proud Moment says, "Hey Nick, thanks for keeping me busy during recovery, watching and waiting with my son. My son said Sean has the mustache of Mario from Mario Brothers. Have a mega pint for me and a successful recovery."
Sonic stash.
Yeah.
Gotta go for the Sonic Dr. Robotnik stash, you know.
Have a mega pint for me and a successful recovery. Thank you for the awesome trial coverage. Well, Proud Moments, I'm not entirely sure what type of recovery you have, but whatever it is, I hope it goes well.
Good luck.
Aniston Jade, welcome to Super Lawyer Status. Graham Bradley, welcome to Paralegal. Tanya Rybakov says, does the jury have to provide a justification for the amount of damages they decide on? No. No, I don't think so.
They can literally just write $50 million, lols.
Yeah. Yeah. Get wrecked.
That would be
That's their
epic if they did
justification.
just actually write laws on the jury.
And one alpaca in a pine tree.
Yes.
And can Johnny Depp
They write their own. They add on their own instruction at the bottom. Amber's a whore. We found her guilty of that.
Can Johnny Depp losing based on the First Amendment argument set a precedent for future public lives being protected? Well, one, no, because there is no legal argument. There's no legal ruling going on here. Johnny Depp, the jury is a finder of fact. The law is laid out for them. They already have the law. That's their jury questionnaire. So that they've broken the law down into yes, no questions on every element of the cause of action. So now they just take their factual knowledge of the case based on what they've seen and experienced in the courtroom, and they answer with the facts to these questions. And whatever happens from those answers spits out the legal issue. So there is no because of First Amendment. Like that doesn't exist. That is not an argument that the jury is making.
Yeah. I mean, if it's a lie, it's not protected. And if you decide it's protected, it means you decided it wasn't a lie. So they're just mutually exclusive scenarios.
Right. And so there is no question on the form about the First Amendment. Those arguments come either at an appeal or they could come at the district court level at like a motion to dismiss or a motion for summary judgment. Those things are long past at this level. So the only way you'd get that is on appeal. And that would be if Johnny Depp won and then Amber Heard appealed to the Virginia Court of Appeals to overturn the verdict, citing a First Amendment defense. But she's already lost that defense multiple times.
No,
So
right.
it'd be really, really unlikely that happened because the court would have to determine that no reasonable jury could have come up with the idea that Amber lied. And
that's not going to happen. I mean, that's a pure finding of fact. So in the jury instructions, I mean, they don't mention First Amendment explicitly, but it's in effect mentioned implicitly when the jury instructions say, was this statement false?
Right.
Because if you don't believe it was false, well, then it's not defamation. And then it's effectively protected First Amendment speech.
Yeah. So, and then as a final point, public lies they're already well protected by not the First Amendment, but by protections to prevent us from accidentally infringing on the First Amendment. Right. The idea is that they'd rather protect a couple lies by accident than punish truth. So you get people who lie all the time and use First Amendment shields like anti-SLAPP laws or motions for summary judgment or whatever, because there's not sufficient evidence to prove this thing out at trial. That happens already. So the Johnny Depp case isn't going to set anything back. If anything, it would just be the status quo. Stephen Cooper, where did we go? Shoot, there it is. Dr. Spiegel definitely calls it a Kaiser blade. I reckon. Sebastian Mueller, My second super chat, just wanted to say I found you during Rittenhouse trial, and I love your humor. Hey, thank you, Sebastian. Mike Hawkerts says, so my father lives in California and has been trying to become a lawyer for a minute. He's taken the California bar exam twice now and hasn't passed. Any tips you can give him, or should he quit? Well, I mean, did he go to law school, or is he just like taking it on a lark?
Is he trying?
I'm
Listen, if he's genuinely trying and he's failed it twice, then maybe a different career path would be appropriate. You don't want to be a bad lawyer.
You got to, I mean, I'd say you give it another go. If he's doing it, get those bar prep courses, study as hard as you fucking can, and read it. But
Kaplan and Barbary, you just got to do it. I learned more in 2 months on Kaplan and Barbary than I did in 3 years of law school.
The reason I asked, by the way, if he went to law school was not like an insulting question. It was some states have, they have apprenticeship programs and stuff like that.
Read for the bar kind of stuff.
Yeah, really great for practical experience, really hard for a bar. The bar is, law schools teach the bar exam. They teach you the specific subjects you need to learn, and they teach you how to read and interpret the case law in those subjects. They know what subjects are going to be on the bar, or pretty close to it, every single year, and they mold their curriculum around it. In fact, it's required curriculum based on the Law School Admissions Council's idea about what they're going to do. So that's why I asked about the law school thing. If he didn't, and he did an internship, then he needs to really, really hit like the Kaplan, Barbary stuff as hard as possible.
Nick, I just want to thank you, because I had just officially hit 1,000 additional subscribers since last you mentioned it, and so thank you very much. This is all totally from you. Bless you, the elder god of law tubes.
Well, there you go. You're welcome. You're welcome. I actually have been just opening tabs this whole time, clicking subscribe. So it's taken me a while to make all of the YouTube accounts.
I appreciate that.
Yeah. Look, I'm not a guy who advocates for people to quit, but it really depends on how close he is to passing. And there's value in a JD, even if you don't pass the bar. You're not a barred attorney, but having a JD is useful. But I don't know if he has one. So
is the passion there is the question, I think.
Yeah. And if it is, crack open them books. I know you're probably busy, but you got to crack open the books. It sucks. House of Tranquility and Low Expectations says, I am a woman, and I am so fed up with the overuse of the word misogynist. I really think the word misandrist is way underused. By the way, a Joshua tree is a type of cactus, and Burning Man is in northern Nevada. There you go. Get wrecked, scrubs.
Yeah.
Olivia Cooks question. Appreciate all the commentary. Hey, thank you. Juror IDs are sealed for a year per the order, but can jurors reveal themselves? Yes. How is it done? Ring, ring. Hello, ABC. I'm juror 8.
How much do you want to pay me?
Yeah.
Just a statement, tell all book, interviews, all of the above, however they want to do it. The jurors, so it's the protection of their identities for a year is a privilege held by the jurors. They get to exercise that privilege. No one else can violate it. They can violate it all they want because it's theirs. They don't have to. They can do whatever.
What about random like cell phone videos of people who have filmed accidentally or on purpose the jurors' images? I mean, how is that affected, do we think?
I wouldn't want to be the person who releases it.
No.
In violation of the court order. If you have accidentally filmed the juror, that means you were in Virginia when you did the thing, when you already expressly violated a court order, and then you're under the jurisdiction of Fairfax County. You could
and that judge. You think that judge isn't going to grab you?
Yeah. And if you were to release juror footage, you would be embarrassing the court in a way that the court worked extremely hard to avoid. So they will embarrass you back, and you will not like it. So yeah, if you happen to have juror footage, take that to your grave. that should not be anything at all.
And for a case like this, you'll probably get investigated by the district attorney as well.
Well, I
And
mean,
they're
that
going
was
to assume you're up to no good.
They were saying that, like, they were just letting, during the breaks and lunch, they were just letting the jury just mull with citizens just outside.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Runkle and DUI guy were on a couple of days, and both of them, they had to keep moving, or they had to like turn off their cameras or turn off live streams and stuff like that, because the jurors were just out. They were just out in the courtyard with everybody else, which is baffling to me. I mean, frankly, baffling in such a high profile case that they allowed the jury to be just out. And with all of the people there for this case that are physically present outside the courtroom, to me, the risk that someone would try and intimidate a juror in some way is high, but they were confident in how they did it, I guess. So, but yeah, what Sean was saying, I think, is you'd be really at risk that the district attorney of Fairfax County would be looking into you for potential juror intimidation and stuff like that.
Exactly.
You don't want to be on the bad end of those investigations.
Yeah. And they're going to presume you were trying to do that until you can.
Oh shit. Hold on. Hold on. Law and Crime's got a hot mic. Law and Crime's got a hot mic. We're going to laugh at this. Here we go. I don't know what they're saying.
Please be over.
Abuse on Amber Heard, isn't that correct?
That's correct. I did not witness any.
Hold on.
Across, probably the best answer given by Mr. Baruch is that I've never seen any physical violence, and he is a guy that has spent a lot of time with the couple.
No, the best answer Isaac Baruch gave was a cunt. What, to a face? No, that was the best answer that he gave. Gosh, this guy's bad at everething. Okay, here we go.
So, Jeff, what do you think about that? I want your opinion too on how.
I think it's awesome. Why?
Something was a little again. He
questions.
Get to the hot mic moment. Okay, here we go.
Johnny Depp v. Amber Heard. Oh,
wait, hold on.
What?
Okay, this isn't a regular commercial break, because you're usually
love
limited to
the
like 1
world
minute.
as we know it.
Here it is.
I feel fine.
Okay, here we go.
I'm just seeing a clock counting down. Is that?
Well, they've been counting down commercial breaks, which have been about 1 minute each.
Yeah, but this is their
long break. Yeah,
this is their mic going in the background.
I feel dirty like Nancy Grace just for speculating.
Did you hear the guy? Oh, they turned it off. Rats. I was hoping. For more.
Somebody's watching your stream, Nick.
Yeah.
Oh, Nick says we have an open mic.
Oh, the chat lit up on Law and Crime. They're like, open mic, open mic, open mic. We can hear you. Like, don't tell them, dummies.
Yeah.
You want them to say the dumb thing. You want to be like, God, I hate that Johnny Depp motherfucker, and just watch their viewership plummet. That would be the funniest thing. Apparently, I think Chanley Painter has tweeted. So, let me check our in-court correspondent, Chanley Painter.
What has she of the bright monotones had to say?
She's announcing she and DUI guy are now a couple.
Andrew, I love your comments. It's just like these like ninja bombs that come in every now and then.
Update: the deputy will knock on the jury room door at about 5 p.m. Eastern to inquire what they want to do. While the judge has told the jury they can stay late, it's not the general practice at this courthouse to let jurors stay into the night.
And there is no dinner.
And there is no dinner.
What are you kids doing in there? What are you doing in there?
Yeah. Hey, guys, you're
just studying.
Do you need me to bring more cashews into the jury room there for you? Walter Deadman, are these cuck and crime people auto-generated from some sort of AI or something? I'm not impressed. I hope I've never got a job interview with one of them in my future. Christine, to be clear, I would be interviewing them for the job. that I would be giving them, because I would never work for that company. Christine Daly, given all the obvious corruption going into our government, courts, and MSM, how likely would it be for someone to infiltrate, bribe, and or influence the jury during deliberations, especially since they aren't sequestered? I mean, the big risk of trying to bribe a juror is that the juror can just go to the judge and say that someone tried to bribe them and tell them exactly who it was. Right? Like, that's the tough part. And yeah, I don't know. I don't have more than that. Bribery is a two-way street, and one way carries a lot of risk. That's the one asking the question. You better know the answer to the will you accept this bribe question long before you ask it.
Somebody sends the jurors a picture of Amber Heard's dog with black eyes. Fine for Amber, the dog gets it.
And a bee sting in the paw.
Little bruise kit in the background.
Abe Eckstein says, are the verdict forms part of the public record? Will we know if the jury believes if Adam Waldman was telling the truth? I think there will only be one. I don't know if they'll publish the jury form or not. I mean, we'll be able to infer what the answers were for the most part, right? Because if they find for Johnny Depp, then the answers were all yes on whatever count they find. But if they're no's, we might not know what particular question they found the no on. I don't think that they would publish that, but maybe. Really now says Andrew got the book, but the emails, I get the grift, but damn.
Well, just unsubscribe. It's on there on every email at the bottom.
You should put it in Russian.
I won't take it personally.
Truth Matters says, why is the jury taking so long? Good for Depp or not? No way. There's no tea leaf reading on a jury taking time. Like it is entirely guesswork. Most anything involving the jury is entirely guesswork, including their ages and, national origin and all of that stuff like that. That's all guesses about, like, man of Asian descent. Well, I mean, there's a lot of Asian people that are a lot of different sort of sub ethnicities, I guess. Because like, is a Thai person like a Chinese person? I would think no. You're gonna have a whole bunch of differences. So it's the jury's all guesswork for everybody, for us, for the lawyers, for everyone involved. So there's no way to speculate.
Is it still the general principle that the longer the jury stays out, the worse it is for the claimant?
I think you said the genital principle. Yes.
I don't think I said that, but if that's what you heard, okay, then I'll.
Did he say genital principle or did he say general principle? I heard genital. I don't know.
Well, that tells me more about you than it does about me. Let's just assume I said general principle.
He did. You did. Yes. He said general. Oh, no, he said genital. That I don't believe that person.
So is it still the genital principle that the longer the jury stays out,
no difference detected. No difference detected in those two questions, by the way. No, I mean, I think that's how some people look at it, but I don't know that that's accurate because we saw that a lot with Rittenhouse, right? Yeah. That because the idea was that, if this goes on forever, then Rittenhouse is going to be cooked on a compromise verdict, but they blanked him on everything and he was completely acquitted. So I don't know. I'm not. And that happened with another case too, that I remember the quote unquote law tube community was looking at. There was another one where it was like a long verdict and it was like, oh man. And then came back and it was like, nope, just fine. So I try not to guess. I don't think there's anything to guess. Wylam says this will probably get lost. It didn't. But have you seen the Amber Heard parody of the Wellerman sea shanty? I have
not seen that one.
I will be looking for it immediately.
I think someone emailed me that link, Nick, if you want me to send it to you.
Which link?
The sea chanty link.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't want to play that.
Okay, yeah. It wasn't.
That'll get claimed.
It wasn't. It was fine.
Okay.
I didn't forward it earlier for a reason.
I'll listen to it later. My kids love that Wellerman song.
Yeah, all right. I'll send you the link just so you have it.
Sure. Jury going home, according to Chanley Painter. Jury will resume deliberations at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. So there you go. That's what's gonna be the outcome, so to speak. So I don't know what, like, to me, it's such an obvious decision, but I'm super biased and I'm not a juror, so I don't know what they have to contend with in the courtroom. Maybe there is a holdout of some sort, or maybe they're just really hammering out damages. And frankly, like, I don't know what I would do for damages in this case. So I guess I shouldn't say it's such an easy decision. The Johnny winning on the 3 statements is an easy decision for me. I think he wins on all 3. But what damage do you get? Because, I mean, I want to say he suffered $50 million in damages. I mean, that seems easy, but is it? I mean, does he play a role in it because of these lawsuits? Did he amplify and signal boost this, causing greater damage? Well, you got to figure that out. So, yeah, looks like
the Johnny stuff is a no-brainer. I mean, I love what Nate did with his surveys. It was really interesting, and obviously no one I know made the effort that he made there. No, but everyone's answering those questions in isolation. In the jury room, the jurors are not making their call in isolation. So if it's a marginal call, 15% on the survey answered, contrary to Johnny Depp. In the room, that's still 6 people arguing down one person. And the idea that that person is going to hold that forever is, I think, unrealistic. It can happen, more likely in a criminal case than in a civil case, but it's not likely.
I mean, you'd expect that the jury would go into the jury room, elect a foreman, read through the jury instructions, and then from that point onward, it's anybody's guess what happens.
Well, this jury, all I know is they better get done before Thursday. And Thursday is 2 days away. Because I'm not rescheduling my Jesse Lee Peterson interview. I'm not going to reschedule it. I'm going on the show. So if Jury Watch is still going on, I may have to pause the stream or something, or whatever that day. And we'll see. I'm hoping we have a result tomorrow. I mean, come on.
I mean, all silly comments aside, I'm surprised that there was not a decision today. I'm genuinely surprised.
Me too. I didn't think, after the closing arguments, I legitimately thought there would be a full decision, if not a preliminary decision, on Friday. So I thought today they might come in and work out damages. Because they've been sitting there for 6 weeks. They've all got to have been thinking about this case the whole time, and know what they're going to do. Then they had a whole weekend to think about it and come in. Maybe there's someone entrenched on one side or the other. Who knows?
Yeah, I had to step away. Are they officially done for the day?
Yeah. It looks like the jurors are going home, according to Court TV. According to Rekieta Law in-court correspondent Chanley Painter, the wonderful, wonderful new hire at the Rekieta Law firm, is really doing a fantastic job down there. And according to her, the jurors are going home for the day. So, really glad to have her on the team. But yeah, tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern time. So that means 7:45 for me, today I was late, but tomorrow I will.
Well, you were justified.
I was pretty tossed. Let me see. Okay. One more check. I got to see if my interview with TMZ guy is happening at some point here.
And just for, I don't think, I can't see it, but I mean, I was going to give it like a just for reference cam, but the sun is like totally coming up just out my window here right now.
Yes.
Okay. 6 a.m. in Korea.
I don't have an update on my interview with Morgan Tremaine. As soon as I know, it will be sent out, for sure. So if you guys are interested in Morgan Tremaine, the TMZ Draco Malfoy, from the trial, I will be interviewing him as soon as we can work out a time. But I don't know that we're going to have that tonight. Although he indicated it might be a possibility, but I don't want to say that that's going to happen. I'll tweet it out. One last thing, housekeeping wise, before we go, I'm putting a link in the chat and I'm going to pin it. This is where I'm going to be at 7 p.m. Central Time. This is my friend Stu. We are going to be talking about homeschooling with me, Stu, and Eric Rowland. And I think another friend might be joining us as well. It'll be great. Good discussion. If you want to talk homeschooling and stuff like that, that's where we'll be. Okay. Or that's where I'll be, 7 p.m. Central Time. To my panelists, I am going to read a few more of the super chats, but we're probably going to wrap up the show really soon. So I wanted to give the opportunity for the panelists to say anything, plug anything. Just don't say the N-word over and over. That would probably be bad for you. So anyone want to go?
No, I'm all good. In fact, I'll sign off, gentlemen. Nice seeing you again. And I'll plan to join you again in the morning, Nick.
Sounds good, buddy. I'll shoot you a link.
Take care. Bye.
Peace.
Yeah, I've got 1,200 subscriptions from you. Thank you so much. This is my first day of monetization, so it's been like a wild ride, and I appreciate absolutely everything you've done for me for the past 2-3 weeks. Nick, you're an awesome. You're the GOAT. You're the man.
I'm not doing anything for you, man. You're giving me someone to talk to. I'm sitting here for 8 hours. I need emotional support.
Well, I have zero social life, so I guess I'll be here tomorrow. Same bat time, same bat channel.
Sounds great. Oh yeah, Camille Vasquez is getting in the car and leaving the courtroom
Oh,
along with Mullet Driver.
Pull up the video. What are you doing?
Well, okay, I'll back it up just a hair so we can get there. Hold on.
Gotta get my daily Camille fix, or it's just not right.
Here we go. We'll pull this up. Hold on. Let me get back to the. I'll fast forward it to the spot.
Get back to where you once belonged.
Shit. How far was this? I just clicked, so I don't know how far back I went. Oh, we're getting there. Oh, here we go. Here's the SUV in question, the Escalade.
Is it playing the reggae music today?
I did not buy an Escalade. I almost did. I wanted one, and then I actually liked the Lincoln Navigator more, so that's what I got.
So you got the Navigator? Cool.
Yeah. There she is. There's Camille Vasquez right there.
A vision in white. But come on, Camille, this is the same shit you wore a couple days ago. Come on, you can do better than that.
She's like, I'm not changing out of this until we win.
She's got the Dogma Alanis Morissette vibe going there.
This is good. This is oh wait, no, that's a Suburban. That's not an Escalade. That's a Suburban.
Yeah.
I wasn't reading. My bad.
Well, it looked like it.
Same body, same chassis, I think, right? On a Suburban and Escalade. They're the same company.
Looks like it to me, yeah.
Yeah.
Close enough.
Johnny's drivers are there's the Escalade. There it is.
It's got that front end on it.
Yeah. Their slogan, like, look, this is stupid, but the slogan for the Escalade is so good. Never stop arriving. What a great slogan for a luxury SUV, right? So there we go. Mullet Man has put Camille in the car. Camille's in the box. Camille's in the box.
Everybody's
Box
like
is
Wags
over
from Billions.
So they're off now.
Fixer.
They're off to go.
Later, Camille.
So-
Miss you.
So that's that. That's the end of today. Okay, Sean, did you want to say anything before we head out here?
Yeah, just hey guys, if you like listening to me at all and don't think I'm a retard, give me a like, give me a subscribe.
Even if you do think he's a retard, like and subscribe.
Well, yes, that would be good for your karma as well. But also just binger, 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 binger.
Nailed it.
I thought you were going to cut me off, so I just wanted to go out like that.
Nope. I would never. I'll let you torch your own. I'll let you burn your own cross, buddy. Whatever you want to do. That's on you. It's not on me. Okay, I've got a couple more chats to read here. We're not going to get to all these chats today, guys. There's no way. So many chats have come in, and they are all very, very much appreciated. I will read some of them, but I do need to see my family a little bit before this next interview, and, and get some dinner. Get some dinner. See you, Sean. By the way, all of the panelists today are linked in the description of this video, even the ones who are no longer with us, which doesn't mean they're dead, although some of you may want them dead. They are just no longer on the stream. Make sure you click on their names and go subscribe. Are you leaving too?
I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I mean, it's 6 o'clock in the morning. What the hell am I going to do?
I don't know. I just looked like you were saying goodbye, so I was going to say, get the hell out of here.
I just assumed I was going to bail so you could burn through your super chats and see your family. So I'll just let you go.
Sounds good, man. Have a good one.
I'll be here like what are we at? 16 hours from now? I'll be here. Thank you very much, sir, and have a great,
all right, buddy.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you are. Enjoy your legal devices. We'll see you.
All right, buddy. See ya. Okay. It's just me and you, chat. Just how you doing, chat? How you doing? Let's get sultry. In here. It's been a long day. I am happy to be with you for at least just a few more minutes as we get some of these last super chats, and then we oh, hold on, I get to close all these windows. I'm so excited. Yes. And then we'll resume tomorrow. I will have a show, I believe, tonight at 11 p.m. Central. If you're not familiar, if you're new here, Attorney Tom says he's going to uninstall the app when I pass him in subs. Get ready. Hover over that button, Tommy. I'm coming for you. But if you don't know, if you're new here, I do a nighttime show at 11 p.m. Central. It is sure to offend and ruin you. That's its purpose. Come check it out if you are brave. If you are not brave, if you get mad that I say the joke, if the bottle fits, for example, don't come to the night show. You're not ready for it. You're not ready for it. But if you are brave and you like crass humor and you like fun stuff, come to the night show. That's where we hang out and have fun, talk about serious stuff, but with a lot of levity, a lot of jokes, and hopefully a little bit of educational content as well. So if you like blackface, if you like blackface with bingers, never mind. Ylem says, no, I read read that one. RJ Wilson says, No Tie Bronca and Blue Logic are my spirit animals. No Tie Bronca is hilarious. If you've never been in there. DCV Titan, I have a problem with Depp's second claim. I don't find the statement false, but it's based on a separate lie and is continuing the damaging of Depp's reputation. How should that be parsed per the instructions? Again, for me, on these claims, if you find a defamatory implication, the question is the defamatory implication, because defamatory doesn't actually mean the colloquial definition of defamatory is just damaging to reputation, right? Like that's what defamatory means. True things can be defamatory in the colloquial sense, not in the legal sense. But if I say, for example, what's a good one? Hillary Clinton killed Seth Rich, right? That's true, but it's defamatory because it's damaging to Hillary Clinton's reputation, even though it's true. But legal defamation is different. So if you find a defamatory implication, so a negative implication to the statement, then I think that should have been up above the truth question. If you find the defamatory implication, then is the defamatory implication true or false? If it's true, okay. If it's false, then you have defamation. So that's how I would parse it. But how you parse it matters, right? And I'm not there in the jury room to argue this, but that's the way I do this. So for me, I look at if I find a presence of a defamatory implication, I then measure whether that contextually is true or false. Because if the statement is true, but it conveys a false defamatory meaning, then the statement isn't true for the purposes of defamation, in my opinion. I hope that is explained well. I've tried explaining it like 8 different times with slightly different wording. So I hope we got it. Proud Moments says, FYI, it was knee ligament replacement. Oh, that's your recovery. Okay. Ooh, Lady Rackets had that. Nasty AF. Having a drink to subside the pain here. Have a cheers with me. Okay. Yeah, Lady Rackets in college. We were cheerleaders, and somebody else dropped her. It was not me. I was not on her side of that stunt. Normally, I was the one who would lift Lady Rackets. That was my job. But on that day, she was on the other side of the stunt for whatever reason, and she fell and she was dropped. I know the guy tried to catch her. It wasn't like his fault. It was just an accident. But yeah, she popped her ACL and her MCL. It was gross. Lots of pain. I also had to carry her upstairs to her dorm room. And she lived on the 4th floor. So, whew, that was fun. Okay. Anyway, have a cheers with you. Cheers to proud moments in your recovery. Hope your pain is eased. Why would the judge not provide dinner after a 6-week trial? Are the courts there that cheap? Apparently. Canuck here doesn't understand that thinking. Well, here's the thing. If the judge provides them dinner, right, then the jurors are kept there for another hour to eat where they're not deliberating because they don't deliberate over food. So they're kept there for another hour to then come back after dinner to do more hours. And then it's like judges, attorneys, court staff, everybody is just waiting around for this extra amount of time. So if they're not going to be done by dinner, are they going to really come back from dinner and just grind it out? No, they're not. So the judge will just say, hey, if you're not done by dinner, go home. And the jury says, well, we're really close. Well, then the judge will say, okay, stay and finish, right? That's the reason. Not all courts do it that way, but it makes sense to me. I mean, they've got a ton of staff who are there at the, waiting for this jury. And those staff typically work a 9 to 5. You got to have the court recorder there. You got to have all the bailiffs and sheriffs there. You got to have, and these are actual court employees. We're not even talking about the secondary market of like journalists and stuff like that. So that's why they just don't want people just burning hours and hours and hours of time. Roy Boy 68. What are your opinions on the jury having the extra burden of deciding the amount of damages on top of guilt and innocence, considering they are amounts they could only dream of? That's the system. That's the system we got. And so that, again, it's important to remember what the purpose of the jury is in a courtroom. A jury is the finder of fact. And so the question of damages is a fact question. They need to take what evidence was presented at trial, weigh it for their credibility that they believe it deserves, and then apply those facts to the case. If Amber Heard did this damage, they've heard how much money Johnny Depp lost. By the way, the jury could infer that Johnny Depp lost a whole lot more money, which would be reasonable because they say, oh, well, it says he lost 20 million here and then 22 million here. And then, so we get to this 40, 50 million. But I also know that just because he didn't get Pirates 6, well, he's also not going to star in a Marvel movie, a DC movie. This is Johnny Depp. If they do another if they do a Nightmare on Elm Street reboot, he could cameo or be in that. I mean, there's a whole bunch of different options. They could do a Pirate 7 or could have done a Pirate 7. We don't know what they'll do, or a Pirate spinoff, or he could get a Netflix special. All of those things are also gone. Now, those aren't in evidence because they never existed in the first place, but the jury could reasonably infer from the testimony that there's damages well in excess of 50 million. They've heard the facts, they've heard the testimony, and they get to determine those facts as they will. Are they going to do that? I don't think so, just to be clear. But it's within the realm of possibility because the facts are presented to them They get to rule on those. They get to decide on those facts and how they interpret them, which is the most important part. So they could believe that, Johnny Depp presented his thing. It says that he lost $42 million or whatever. And they could go, no, you didn't. You didn't lose shit. You didn't have anything. You weren't going to make any money. You're a washed up has-been. They could think that. Absolutely. And they could rule that way. So that's just the way it goes. It's a fact question. Facts are presented to the court. The jury gets to weigh those facts and determine how much emphasis they put on each piece of evidence. E Watching says Emily D. Baker is also not available Thursday. Oh, well, then I'll be on. Look, even if I'm doing my interview on Thursday, I'll probably have the stream on, right? And then I'll probably just step away for the interview. That's how I'll likely do it. And hopefully I can arrange with some guests to take over the stream itself, have commentary or whatever, but I'll have to talk to them. I'll have to talk to them about it. But I hope not, actually. I hope I don't have to talk to anybody about it because I hope they're done tomorrow. Next, B Sport 48, Mr. Ricada confirming our appointment after you have some well-earned rest this evening. Thank you again for another amazing broadcast. Shermo, a true and loyal fan. Yep. Shermo, I will talk to you this evening, aside from some unforeseen event. Okay. And there are so many chats, in here. Let me read the Rumble rants. We've got this year's A for Hurricane's name is Alex. Amber has not yet been retired either. Hakanui, being from and currently in Hawaii, this is the breakdown of the chicken war. The state is trying to get the feral chicken issue under control, but local residents are sabotaging traps. Oh, so there's an insurgency in Hawaii. There are people who have sided with the chickens. There's chicken guerrillas. Oh, God, I love Hawaii so much. Can you imagine? Hakanui says, most native Hawaiians, like myself, could care less about the chicken issue. If you really want to know what bothers native Hawaiians, it's the illegal overthrow of our monarch by the U.S. Yes, I've seen a lot of the last time I was out on the Big Island. I was there. They're building the new observatory telescope, and there's the big protest and stuff. Went up to the protest zone with some people. Got to see the protest zone. It was kind of wild. It's a big, which is not. That's not about the overthrow of the monarch, but it is about the sort of intrusion into Hawaiian culture, right? Like by mainland U.S. And predominantly also by Japanese business, from what I understand, and Japanese business providing preferential treatment to Japanese businesses over Hawaiian businesses, things like that. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong on this, but that's what I understood was going on. Basically, you've got twin imperial issues, U.S. and Japan, jockeying over this land for themselves, whereas the native Hawaiians are kind of left out in the cold on a lot of stuff. But yeah, I saw a lot of Hawaiian pride flags and stuff like that. Not like the gay kind, but the Hawaiian kind. So yeah, that was wild to see. Ari Berry, my dad was born in Logan and died while hiking Jardine Juniper Trail in Logan Canyon. I was going to spell my first son's Cash, named Cash, Cache, until anyone not from Utah would say Cache. Until I realized anyone that not from Utah would say Cache. Oh, I see. Sorry to hear about your dad. That's crazy. Died while hiking, huh? Very unfortunate. Sorry to hear that, Ari Berry. Okay. We've got some over on Odyssey. Empress of Edinia. Amber is making it harder for actual victims to be believed. If a truck ran over her today, almost no one would care. Wolf V, the ACLU missed a word in their motion. It should be their important work. Jay Winkler. Is legal vice really short and living in the Shire? Yes. Wolf V, he is Jesse Weber, on-air host of BA in political science, BA in political science from the University of Michigan. Jesse attended New York Law School. attended. Right? That's the Law and Crime host. Let's see. Let's see, where are we? Jesse Weber. Let's see. Jesse attended New York Law School. During his time in NYLS, he served as a staff editor on the school's law review and was recognized as a John Marshall Harlan Scholar affiliated with the Institute for Information Law and Policy, received Dean's List honors every semester, and graduated cum laude. Oh, so he did go. That guy's a fucking attorney? After passing the New York State Bar exam, he practiced in the IP and litigation departments of Denton's, the world's largest law firm. He specialized in trademark and copyright prosecution disputes for clients in the fashion and apparel, financial, entertainment, and technology industries. He was actively involved in several notable litigations, including the City of Detroit Chapter 9 bankruptcy, which is the largest municipal bankruptcy in United States history. Currently, he is a project manager and legal counsel for a consulting company. So that guy... That guy's an attorney. Like, I've said it over and over again. You guys have heard me say it, and you'll hear me say it one more time. Never give attorneys any credibility, because attorneys are idiots with degrees. I mean, there is no guarantee that any particular attorney will have any particular intelligence. And I think that's frankly on full display at Law and Crime. I mean, that guy was dumb as a box of fucking apples. Not just a box of apples, by the way. A box of fucking apples. Yeah. I was not... Who's the other guy? So that must have been Michael Bryant. He's also licensed to practice law. Jeez. These people. Okay. Well, all right. Okay. Firefox says, thank you, King Bigot, for bringing on uncharismatic law, heavy breather at law, the one, the only Kurt of mildly discontent law. I ask and you reward with the spite, which is the spice. Poor Kurt, man. Jelly Miss. So what are the panel's thoughts on the Sussman verdict? Don't think it's been brought up yet. I have not followed the Sussman case. I know that the issue is lying to the feds or whatever, but I don't know any of the details of it. Robert Javera, I'd probably, direct people to his coverage, if anything, because I know nothing about it. Okay. Jelly Mist, my take on the jury question is that they're taking seriously and filling out the forms for Depp's case. What that proves is they haven't dismissed Depp's case out of hand. Since this case is likely to come down to moral narratives, that's a good indication in my estimation. There you go. That's an estimation. Nog says, oh my God, don't buy the BS about ancient Joshua trees. Joshua tree is beautiful, but unfortunately it is in California. Big detriment. Jelly Miss, further point on the jury question, them asking a technical question on the defamation. I can't imagine why they won't give consideration to damages. That gets me hopeful for $22 million, since that's what he can prove he lost. $50 million is still out there, but $1 might be $2. 12345 says, to keep the channel going, Nick. Thank you. Thank you for your less than 1 cent or whatever. Salty Norse, Berserker, chicken insurgents over January 6 insurgents. There you go. And Mad Chameleon. I really like the vibe of this channel. Very Mystery Science Theater 3000. You guys kill it. Hey, thank you, Mad Chameleon. And guys, with that, I am going to be wrapping up the show a little early today. Go hang out with your families. I'm going to go hang out with mine for a little bit. Again, I'll be on a live stream at 7, and I've got my show at 11. And then I'll be back here at 7:45 a.m. So we'll see you. We'll see you then. Thank you for hanging out with me tonight or today, all of today. And thank you for any hanging out you do with me later. Hope you guys have a good night. We'll see you soon. Peace. As soon as I find my outro music. Peace.
drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Love, spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law